Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, National Beast Control. My battle pet is super powerful. Chapter 31. My cousin. Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a puzzled expression. Which cousin of mine? It's the one who lives in the village in the city, his name is Yi. Fatty Lee scratched his head. I forgot his name. Anyway, his eyes are like this, very big and mostly benign. When he yawns, he has the golden light you mentioned. I also asked you at that time if your cousin had any problems with his eyes. Village in the city. Hearing this, Yi Fan also frowned. He had very few relatives in his memory. Ever since the beast tide broke out in Pingcheng and his parents died, Yi Fan went out to wander around and rarely came back. 100 years have passed, and there are basically no memories of these cousins. Does he have a cousin with dragon eye characteristics? Except for one family in Kyoto and one in Beihai, there are families whose descendants had the characteristic of dragon eyes in their previous lives. I have never heard of any family with the surname Yi. After frowning and thinking for a while, Yi Fan finally shook his head. Dragon eyes are extraordinary. If his cousin had this bloodline, he would be impressed by it. Forget it, those things have nothing to do with us. Even if they are, it doesn't matter. Yi Fan said, dragon relics are just one of the ancient relics. Just know it. Pay attention if you encounter it. If you don't encounter it, never mind. Let's go, it's the third day today. Hurry up and find some good things, and try to improve your beast control level again when you leave the secret realm. With that said, Yi Fan walked in front, with the Cerberus following him beside him, its dark red tail waving, quite impressive. The improvement brought by the bloodline levels of the two beasts was quite huge. Throughout the third day, Yi Fan and Fatty Lee hunted close to the inner perimeter of the forest. They killed a large number of 8-star and 9-star wild beasts. Heaps of weapons, and even killed a bronze level 1. At this rate, we will be able to hunt close to the core area next time we come in. As night fell, Fatty Lee lit a fire and roasted a piece of rhinoceros beef. At the same time, he stretched his body and said, at this time, no one from the elite class dares to come here, we have suppressed them. Quote, it's okay. After all, everyone is just starting out at this time, and the competition will become more and more fierce. Yi Fan pulled off a piece of roasted meat. The benefits enjoyed by freshmen are the best, even in the teaching area. It's separated. After the first half of the semester, the senior students will be with us, and some of them are disgusting. If you feel disgusted, beat him up. Fatty Lee said, those who bully small ones are the most disgusting ones. Beat me if you can, but there are some good prospects in the senior class, especially in the senior year. One of them is said to have entered the silver 9 stars. His family and school are preparing resources for him to see if he can pass the college entrance examination. I'm going to hit gold. Yi Fan replied, seeming to have thought of something, and added, that person should be cousin Dang Cheng's cousin. He really has a cousin's cousin. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned. Of course, otherwise why would I say that his cousin's cousin is here? Yi Fan replied, curling his lips indifferently, it's just like that. If his surname is not Dang, he may not be given to Dang Cheng. This kind of person comes forward. Dang Cheng is too stupid and has no brains. His cousin's cousin is not a fool. Why should he stand up for him? That's okay, that's okay. 9 silver stars is indeed a bit outrageous. Fatty Lee responded in a low voice. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, did not continue, and took off another piece of barbecue and ate it. I have to say that staying with Fatty Lee, perhaps due to his influence, made him talk more and lose some of the airs he had in his previous life. But this is not bad. After all, we are living a new life. The most important thing is to make up for the regrets of the previous life and live every day now. Hey Yi Fan, you said I would have a dragon python in the future. While eating barbecue, Fatty Lee raised his hand and was about to talk about lofty ideals. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the jungle on the side. Sound. Immediately afterwards, a little thing that looked like a honey badger came out. Its forehead seemed to be smeared with white ash, and it looked like a lost little beast. It came out and was stunned for a moment when it saw Yi Fan, Fatty Lee, and the hell dog and 2-headed snake beside the fire. But then, it seemed a little cold, and it came not far from the fire and squatted down. What kind of beast is this? It looks so unique. Looking at this little thing, Fatty Lee made a sound. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, Yi Fan's voice rang out. "Fat man, don't touch it." The voice was a bit urgent, and Fatty Lee was so frightened that his hand trembled and he pulled it back. "What's wrong?" Looking at Yi Fan, who was frowning, Fatty Lee made a confused voice. "Shish." Yi Fan made a silent gesture, looked at the honey badger-like beast, and raised his hand. The little guy also saw Yi Fan's movements, hummed, stretched out 2 claws, and started rubbing them in front of the fire. "Do you want to eat this?" Noticing the little guy's gaze, Yi Fan made a voice and gestured at the same time. "Chirp." The little guy made a sound and nodded humanely. Yi Fan didn't say much, cut off a piece of barbecue and threw it to it. The little guy looked at the barbecue that was thrown over and was extremely cautious. He stretched out his nose and sniffed it, and then he grabbed it and ate it with confidence. For such a small thing, it can eat barbecue very quickly. In less than a while, a piece of barbecue can be eaten cleanly. Seeing this, Yi Fan cut off another piece and threw it away. This was repeated until more than half of the large piece of rhinoceros beef was eaten. The little guy patted his belly and stopped picking up the barbecue that Yi Fan threw over. Chirp. Standing up, the little guy made a sound to Mark, as if to express his gratitude, then followed the way he came and got into the jungle, and soon disappeared. Call. Until then, Fatty Lee, who had been silent on the side, let out a long breath, looked at Yi Fan opposite, and opened his mouth with just one sentence. "Such a small thing can eat so much, it has to finish all the meat." "It looks small," Yi Fan replied. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the fat man, and suddenly said, "Fat man, do you know how strong that little thing was just now?" "How many?" "1 bronze star," Yi Fan replied, picked up a piece of meat in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. "Bronze 1 star, isn't that easy to deal with? Why are you so nervous?" Fatty Lee said in confusion after hearing this level. "Other bronze 1 stars are easy to deal with, but this little guy is difficult." Yi Fan shook his head. "It's called Little Badger. It doesn't have any similar beasts. It's the only one in the race. Its bloodline ranges from low grade to elite peak grade. The one just now is of elite grade." "It's a bit special," Fatty Lee replied, "but it's so small, so it shouldn't be that powerful." "No, just the opposite," Yi Fan replied. "This kind of beast is super difficult to deal with. It is naturally resistant to poison. The leather armor is impervious to water and fire. It is extremely hard. In addition, it is small and agile. It will be killed by others at the same level. Unless there is absolute power to crush it, it is simply impossible." Having said this, Yi Fan looked at the fat man and smiled helplessly. "The most important thing is that this kind of beast master is very vindictive." "Hold a grudge." Fatty Lee was stunned when he heard this. "How much grudge do you hold?" "Just when you touched its head, it will chase you for 3 days." Yi Fan replied. "This kind of beast is called a jungle bully. Once a conflict arises, it will always fight with the enemy it recognizes, until its enemy escapes to a place where it cannot catch up or dies." Quote. "Think about it carefully. If we really have a conflict with such a difficult little bronze-level badger, can we still stay in this secret realm? That's such an exaggeration." Hearing this, Fatty Lee took a breath, looked at his hand, and slapped him quickly. "Unless you can crush this thing, if you encounter it, it's best to serve it with delicious food and drink," Yi Fan said with a smile as he watched the fat man's movements. "Absolutely, Brother Badger, must give me face," Fatty Lee said hurriedly, and then thought of something else. "Yi Fan, do you think that little badger is so powerful? Wouldn't it be great to use it as a beast?" "It's awesome, but this kind of beast control has a strong sense of resistance. It's basically impossible for beast control masters at the same level to get their recognition." Yi Fan was helpless. "If your contract fails, you have to be prepared to be chased and bitten by this little badger for dozens of kilometers. This is too fierce." Fatty Lee was surprised. "This beast is so unique." "There are many unique beasts," Yi Fan said with a smile. "I know of a parrot beast that is proficient in human language and can imitate the voice of every person he has seen. Even the closest people of the original owner can't tell them apart through the screen. There is also a monkey beast called the monk-faced Buddha monkey. It has a red face, wears clothes and wears Buddhist beads, just like the monks in the temple. All kinds of creatures, very interesting. Indeed, just listening to you is a bit interesting." Fatty Lee was a little yearning. Yi Fan, how do you know so much about beasts? Did you learn all of it in junior high school theory? Not really, more of it is what I see and hear. Yi Fan replied, as long as you are interested, there are naturally ways to understand. That's right. Fatty Lee nodded and was about to say something, when suddenly, the roar of the beast came from the depths of the jungle, mixed with the sound of the little badger. What's going on? Fatty Lee raised his head and looked intently. He saw that at one end of his sight, the little badger was roaring face to face with a bronze 2-star silver gray wolf. A strange scene appeared. The little badger seemed very angry. He raised his head and kept screaming at the silver gray wolf. The silver gray wolf was in a defensive posture, but his body was retreating. There was an obvious bite mark on his leg. Just as Yi Fan said, ordinary beasts of the same level could not do anything to the little badger. The silver gray wolf's attacks failed several times. Instead, it was bitten by the other party and roared continuously. It didn't last long and ran away with its tail between its legs. The little badger followed closely behind. With a small body, it was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, the two beasts rushed into the jungle on the other side. That little badger is really fierce. It chased a beast that was much larger than itself, and the other party was afraid of it. After watching the whole process, Fatty Lee sighed. What can we do if we can't beat it? The silver gray wolf will probably suffer a lot in the next period of time. Yi Fan also saw this scene, smiled and shook his head, then stood up. Let's go, this place is too close to the inner circle of the forest, there are bronze-level beastmasters at any time, go to the outer circle to avoid being attacked at night. Okay, Fatty Lee replied, picked up his backpack and stood up, blowing the whistle at the same time. The next moment, the black flame snake and the purple snake swam over from not far away. The night in the forest is quite dangerous, so at night, the beastmasters usually rest around the camp, which can play a warning role. Click. The footsteps sounded in the jungle, and when they came to some places outside the forest, it became obviously lively. Obviously, at this time, some students have been able to form a team to explore this location and settle down nearby. Yi Fan didn't care about these people. He took Fatty Lee and left from the edge of their camp. Yi Fan. After passing through a narrow place, suddenly, a voice sounded, and then a figure walked out of the dark night. Yi Fan and Fatty Lee were both startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. Then, seeing the figure clearly, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Ma Xiaoshui, why are you here? The Ma Xiaoshui in front of him no longer had the pretty face of the past. She was now covered in dirt and had many scars on her body, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. I met a gray bear in the outskirts in the afternoon. I lost the fight with it and lost my luggage. Ma Xiaoshui was a little ashamed, then I could only sleep on the ground. As she said, Ma Xiaoshui pointed to the shadow next to her, where there was a pile of leaves and branches making a bed. What did you get? Yi Fan asked. It's okay. I picked up some strong muscle grass yesterday and today, and used them for my beast control. Ma Xiaoshui replied, my white wolf has reached black iron 4 stars. Black iron 4 stars, not bad. Yi Fan was a little surprised to hear this. Ma Xiaoshui's performance in the previous life was quite mediocre. Although she entered the secret realm several times before, she was always the last one. Her performance in this life is still pretty good. At this time, all the freshmen who can reach black iron 4 stars are among the best. Fatty, give her one of the extra backpacks and tents. Yi Fan said casually, thinking of something. Okay. The fat man on the side nodded, took out the spare backpack and tent from the beast control space, and handed them to Ma Xiaoshui. Thank you. Ma Xiaoshui nodded repeatedly, looked at Yi Fan, and there was some gratitude in her eyes. When doing things, you should leave yourself room for maneuver and prepare alternative plans as much as possible. Yi Fan said calmly, if you want to quickly improve your beast control level, I suggest you look in the east direction here, maybe you can get some good results. Fatty, let's go. After saying this, Yi Fan continued to move forward, ignoring Ma Xiaoshui who was staying where she was. Soon, the two walked a considerable distance, and Fatty Lee came up and asked, Ma Xiaoshui is a pretty good person, why don't you let her live with us? Our secrets are very valuable, I won't let people I don't trust get close to us. Yi Fan replied, glanced at Fatty and continued, as for whether a person is good or bad, it's hard to tell for a while. Then you just told her. Seeing as she seems to have some positive thoughts, I would like to say a few words by the way. If I can gain something, it can be regarded as a favor. Yi Fan said, with a smile on his face, and said with a hint of meaning, sometimes, some unintentional this move may bring unexpected things. Understood. Fatty Lee nodded. After following Yi Fan for the past few days, he probably knew some of Yi Fan's way of thinking. Don't approach strangers, but if the other person is a nice person, it's okay to offer help. Snap. While walking, suddenly, another group of people appeared in front of them. Apparently they saw Yi Fan and the others first, 7 or 8 of them, waiting on the trail, all standing upright. What the hell, a robber? Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee was startled and wanted to step back. The guardian is here. If you dare to snatch what your classmates have harvested, I'm afraid you will be expelled from the school. Yi Fan shook his head, but he was not afraid at all and walked towards the trail. Soon, I met this group of people, and saw a girl with some exquisite makeup at the front of the group, leaning lazily on the root of a tree nearby. Seeing the 2 people approaching, the girl made a voice. The voice was particularly soft and soft. Yi Fan, do you want to meet me? You are Wang Lingxi from the elite class, right? Yi Fan said calmly after taking a look at the girl. You know me. This surprised Wang Lingxi. Of course. Yi Fan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. This Wang Lingxi can be regarded as the proud daughter of heaven. In her last life, because she was not convinced by the A-level, she formed a gang of her own and often went against Jijia. Later, she performed abnormally during the college entrance examination and went to a remote city to study at university. Later, it was said that she got married and had children there, but there is no news. At that time, Wang Lingxi was quite famous. Her family was a well-known entrepreneur in Pingcheng. She was one of the rare B-level special beast controlling talent Lingkui. She could share the vision with the beast controllers and easily find some opportunities that were difficult for others to find. Before the college entrance examination, he was considered a well-known genius in Pingcheng. This girl is quite interesting. Yi Fan was already a senior in high school in his previous life and had some collisions with her. She can be regarded as a girl with real temperament. Then there's nothing more to say. Since you know me, you should know about the Lingxi group. Wang Lingxi said, I heard about you and Deng Li. I don't have a good relationship with Deng Li. How about join me, and when the time comes, he will never dare to trouble you. Sure enough, when he heard Wang Lingxi speak, Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Wang Lingxi, and said, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with the organization? Isn't it nice to have activities together? It's safer and we get more things. Wang Lingxi retorted, we are all people with similar aspirations. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked helpless. Looking at the group of people around Wang Lingxi, he could only shake his head. This is not a qualified organization. It is clearly a group of people with various ideas in their hearts. Some want to get the support of Wang Lingxi and her family, some want to get benefits from following Wang Lingxi, and some just want to take advantage of Wang Lingxi's special talent. If we really work together, we won't be suppressed by Jijia in the previous life. So miserable. What's wrong? You don't agree? Looking at Yi Fan's reaction, Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted, I heard that you are very good at boxing and kicking. You defeated more than 10 people like Deng Li, but now everyone they are all in black iron. When you reach the bronze level in the future, you will have the skills to control beasts, and your fists and kicks will no longer be used. Quote, the power of 1 or 2 people is limited. If you want to fight against Deng Li and the others, joining me is the best choice. Fight against Deng Li. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He never took Deng Li into his heart at all. Ever since he learned about the layout of the dynasty organization in Pingcheng, his eyes had been on Deng Li, the cult organization that had been involved in the cholera period. Don't believe it. Once you reach the bronze level, beast masters will really be much stronger than humans. If you want to win with fists and kicks, it will be very difficult. Looking at Yi Fan's expression, he seemed to be worried that Yi Fan didn't believe it. Wang Lingxi stressed. He said, and we have already fought against a bronze-level beast today, and we almost defeated the opponent. This is the strength of the team. Seeing Wang Lingxi's persistent look, Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee beside him. Fatty, show her. Okay. Fatty Lee responded, took off the package, placed it on the ground, and opened the package. Bronze level. With one glance, Wang Lingxi saw the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros, and his eyes showed surprise. Bronze level, is it very strong? Yi Fan asked. Wang Lingxi suddenly raised his head, looked at the other person's calm eyes, opened his mouth, and felt his lips were a little dry. Have you advanced to bronze? Bronze kills bronze, there's no need to show it. Yi Fan shook his head and gave Fatty a wink, and Fatty Lee also put the package away. Wang Lingxi was silent. Obviously, at this time, she also understood the concept of black iron overstepping the level to kill bronze. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi was ready to speak, but I have Linkui. I know you have Linkui, but Linkui doesn't mean anything. I can only say that you may have more opportunities than others, but to seize those opportunities, you need strength. Yi Fan interrupted Wang Lingxi's words and stepped forward. I think you'd better think more about how to become stronger, and don't waste your talents. After saying this, the expressions of many people around Wang Lingxi changed. Some were a little angry and wanted to speak out, but finally kept their mouths shut. Yi Fan and the two left quickly. Wang Lingxi looked at his back with a deep look in his eyes. This Yi Fan is really arrogant. One person seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Wang Lingxi and came over. You are an unsociable guy. If you join us, you will probably have to fight. It's better not to join. But others don't think highly of us at all, let alone join. Wang Lingxi shook her head. Obviously, Yi Fan and the others killed the bronze level beast at this stage, which shocked her a lot. The strength of the people here is quite good, and they are generally at the 5-star level of black iron and above, but such a group of people are still defeated in a panic when faced with the skills of bronze level beast control. How come 2D levels have such strong combat power? The 5 days in the secret realm passed quickly. At the end of the morning, the door to the secret realm opened and the students went out one after another. At the door, the principal arrived in person, and the tutors were all in place. Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong sat on each side, silent. Students who have come out, please register the things you got in the secret realm and calculate the total value. The principal said that the one who performs best in the secret realm and gets the most things this time will be rewarded with an elite beast. When the voice came out, many students were a little excited, especially those who had gained a lot from the secret realm, and they were even more happy. Lu Song, the total value of the items obtained is about 11,000 yuan. Zhao Li, the total value of the items obtained is about 36,000 yuan. In front of a table, an old man with gray hair wearing a pair of reading glasses was in charge of statistics. He seemed to have extremely good eyesight. The students' things were placed in front of his table, and he could tell their value with just a quick glance. It seems that these students have gained quite a lot. Looking at what the students brought out, the principal nodded. It could be seen that he was quite satisfied with the performance of this freshman. Ma Xiaoshui, the items obtained are worth about 3,000 yuan. The voice sounded a little abrupt, and several instructors looked at it. When they found out that it was a student in the ordinary class, their eyes moved to Pan Zhao. Most of my things are used. Looking at Pan Zhao's look, Ma Xiaoshui explained. Just use it. Pan Zhao nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a few more voices. Li Shuai, the value of the things obtained is about 1,000 yuan. Qian Kun, I got something worth about 500 yuan. The successive ones were from the few remaining ordinary class students, all numbering less than 1,000. Pan Zhao's face was a little dark. When he heard that the last student got something worth 0 yuan, he couldn't help but said, "You were shopping in the secret realm and you didn't find anything after 5 days of shopping." Teacher Pan, my beast control is only 1 level of black iron. I can't defeat any beast control. The student was a little flustered. Pan Zhao choked at these words, curled his lips, and cursed, "Why are you still here? You know you are not good at controlling beasts, so you go to practice. Isn't it embarrassing to stand here?" Yes. Several students walked away with their heads raised, while the teachers beside Zhang Hong looked like they were watching the fun. It just looks like that. I thought students in ordinary classes can really rise. I think Yi Fan might be about the same. He looks amazing. Going to the secret realm is not just about fighting. You have to find things. After a while, the remaining students basically came out, and as Wang Lingxi came out, several teachers paid attention. With Lingkui, Wang Lingxi has the most advantage in this secret realm. She should gain a lot. Absolutely. It's not like you don't know Lingkui's talent. Treasure hunting is too easy. And Wang Lingxi lived up to expectations. After the evaluation, he received a total of nearly 110,000 items. 110,000. Upon hearing this number, many other students showed expressions of amazement. This trip was equivalent to 10 times the gains of other students. Not bad. Zhang Hong also rarely spoke up. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with such a harvest. Yes, Wang Lingxi nodded, but his eyes glanced back. Yi Fan and the others haven't come out yet. What are these two people doing? Their eyes converged, and suddenly, the body of a beast was thrown out. Short-legged lizard. The expressions of many teachers changed when they saw the body of this beast. They all know the strength of this short-legged lizard. It has no brains and runs rampant. Its bronze-level awakening skill is a range-wide earthquake, which is quite powerful. Some students in the second year of high school suffered a loss when it provoked it last month. But, was it hunted? Before anyone could say anything, the light door shook, and then Fatty Lee's voice rang out. This short-legged Tyrannosaurus is too heavy, but the beast control space is full again. As he spoke, he waved his hands. When he saw everyone's eyes looking at him, he subconsciously looked at Mark aside. What's going on? Yi Fan didn't expect a group of people to be here, so he was stunned. There was a bit of silence in the air, but the principal spoke first and asked with a smile, Li Yu, was this short-legged lizard hunted by the two of you? Yes. Fatty Lee nodded without thinking much. Yi Fan said that the secret realm will be opened at 10 o'clock today. We should have enough time to kill this short-legged violent lizard, so we went there. That's it. After hearing this, the principal nodded, looked at Yi Fan aside, and asked, Yi Fan, we are now conducting statistics on the value of the secret realm. Do you mind if we take a look at the gains from your secret realm? Bar. It's okay. Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee beside him. Fatty Lee understood and untied the package from behind. The moment it was opened, many exclamations rang out. I saw that such a large backpack was filled to the brim with all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicines and flowers. Boom. The package was placed on the table. This time, even the old man in charge of statistics was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the two of them, then flipped the package and took out the contents. Taking out things one by one, almost half of the table was covered. The old man was silent for a few seconds and then reported a number. Yi Fan and Li Yu got something worth about 550,000. 550,000. The moment this number came out, there were exclamations. Read M. 5 times that of Wang Lingxi. 550,000. After hearing this, the first person who was shocked was Wang Lingxi. I'm afraid no one knows the situation in the secret realm better than her. There are many spiritual herbs and elixirs in the secret realm that are guarded by beasts. To get so many, how is this possible with the magical herbs and elixirs? This Yi Fan. After opening his mouth, Wang Lingxi suddenly thought of what Yi Fan said that day. Seizing opportunities relies on strength. It turns out that he can kill more than just 1-star bronze beasts. Cough. After hearing this number, Principal Pu Mi also coughed. His eyes stayed and looked at the package behind Yi Fan. You. What I have here are all the flesh and blood of beasts, which are not worth much. Yi Fan spoke first. Pu Mi choked and opened his mouth. In the end, he did not ask any more questions. He looked at Fatty Lee and smiled again. Li Yu, did you get anything else? I don't have any, they are all empty. Fatty Lee spread his hands in cooperation. Everything is here, the other beasts have eaten all. Hearing this, many teachers cursed secretly. Fart, you just said that your beast control space is full. My beast control space is filled with food and nothing else. Fatty Lee said emphatically. Shameless, who the hell packs a space for food? Many teachers secretly cursed again, and at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a little frightened. It was obvious that these harvests were definitely not all. There were definitely many good things in Yi Fan's package and the beast control space of the two. This is already 550,000, so how much is their real income from this trip? Have you gone to the secret realm to purchase goods? Well done. Not far away, Pan Zhao made a voice, you two have gained more than the other classes alone. These words were a bit hateful, but Pan Zhao didn't care at the moment. Good guy, he had just held back a big breath, but this time he earned it all back. Is it great to have Wang Lingxi? The two of them here are equal to the entire class of yours. Zhang Hong's face darkened, and his eyes focused on Yi Fan who was present. When he saw that his face was always calm, he stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Hong, don't you want to see the result? Pan Zhao's voice rang out, but Zhang Hong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. This Zhang Hong's face is turning green with anger. Looking at Zhang Hong's appearance, Pan Zhao became happy. Looking at Yi Fan and Fatty Li, the more he looked at it, the more he felt good about it. Even before, he felt that he could control the beast. Li Yu, who looks like a piece of shit, seems to be much more pleasing to the eye. Principal, is it time to hand out rewards? Pan Zhao made a urging voice. Well, who am I? Had no choice but to glare at Pan Zhao, coughed, looked at Yi Fan and Fatty Li, and said, this is what I made before. This time, the person who gains the most in the secret realm will be rewarded with a head. Elite level beast master. It's just that there is only one master beast. Which of you wants to? Give it to Yi Fan, he has contributed a lot. Fatty Li spoke immediately without hesitation. Okay, who am I? Nodded, looked at Yi Fan, and was about to take out the things in the beast control space, but Yi Fan's voice rang out. Can the beast master be discounted? What? Who am I? Was stunned by these words. On the side, Pan Zhao was a little anxious and couldn't help but said, you must be a beast master. The principal has well-tamed beast masters, and they are all black iron 9 stars. From the beginning, it is easy to advance to the bronze level. You, Pan Zhao said, looking at Yi Fan's determined look, he could only sigh angrily. The principal's beast control is certainly extraordinary. Even if it does not reach the elite peak level with innate skills, it is at least quite good at the elite level. There is absolutely no problem in feeding it to a very high level. You said discount, you are really, simply a fool. Are you sure you want to cash in? Who am I? Obviously didn't expect Yi Fan to say this, and said with some surprise, don't you even ask what kind of beast I will give you. No more questions. Yi Fan shook his head. You little guy, you are a bit interesting. Looking at Yi Fan, who am I? Showed a smile, but said nothing more and waved his hand. Okay, a black iron 9-star elite level beast, just according to the market the average price is 600,000. I will ask the finance department to calculate it later and let your teacher send it to you. Quote. Okay, thank you principal. Yi Fan held his hands and nodded to Fatty Li beside him. Fatty Li understood, picked up the package on the ground, and said hello to the teachers. Well, let's leave first. Don't move this short-legged lizard. I'll be back to carry it later. As they said that, the two of them carried a big bag each and walked outside. It really looked like they had come back from shopping. The teachers all watched the two people leaving with their eyes open, while Pu Mi looked at the two people leaving with a smile. Finally, he looked at Pan Zhao and said with deep meaning, Pan Zhao, you seem to be very lucky this year. Comma. Bang bang bang. In the dormitory, Mark and Fan just returned to the dormitory. Just as they closed the door, Pan Zhao knocked on the door. Seeing that the door was dented, Fatty Li quickly went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Pan Zhao say somewhat unhappy, you two are really, why don't you want the elite beast master just now? You said it all. Don't listen. The main thing is that I still need to train my own beast master. Hearing Pan Zhao say this, Yi Fan felt helpless. Just as he was about to explain it again, Pan Zhao cursed on the spot. Fart, you two are low-level beast masters. What's the point of training? Isn't this a waste of resources? No. Yi Fan shook his head and summoned his beast. Cerberus appeared, and the temperature in the dormitory became noticeably warmer. Bronze-level Cerberus. Pan Zhao was stunned as he looked at the emerging beast. Is this your newly conquered beast? No. Yi Fan replied with a smile, we got 6 mutated fruits in the secret realm, which raised our beast-controlling bloodline level to the elite level. Degenerate fruit. Pan Zhao was a little surprised, did you get all those things? Well, it was guarded by the short-legged violent lizard just now. Yi Fan replied. Then no wonder you don't want it anymore. Pan Zhao stopped worrying about the beast and looked at Fatty Li. Li Yu, where is your beast? Let me take a look. Black flame snake, purple striped snake, 2 black iron 6 stars. Looking at Fatty Li's 2 beasts, Pan Zhao was silent and looked at the package they put on the ground. Why are you two doing this in the secret realm? To so many things. Mainly because of good luck. Fatty Li scratched his head, but Pan Zhao said, did I ask you? Hearing this, Fatty Li quickly fell silent. Pan Zhao looked at Yi Fan, but Yi Fan just smiled and said, it's good luck. Good luck. After hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted, but he didn't ask too much. As a teacher, he would not ask about students' secrets. Okay, in the past few days, you guys should go home and rest for a few days. It's a holiday for you. After a while, Pan Zhao spoke, turned around and prepared to leave. Okay. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded with a smile on his face. Fatty Li was also smiling, but he asked doubtfully, why do you want to give us a holiday? Are you 100,000 why? Aren't you happy to give you a holiday? Pan Zhao scolded, if you don't like it, come back and practice for me every day. I'm happy too. Fatty Li quickly agreed, and Pan Zhao's face became a little better. He glanced at Yi Fan and said in a deep voice, don't rest for too long when you go back. I will definitely come back before the secret realm opens next month. You are very smart, you should understand what I mean. Understood. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, and Pan Zhao also nodded. Then he glanced at Fatty Li bitterly, and seemed to be a little unhappy and cursed. Li Yu, you can be half as smart as Yi Fan. I'll save you from being angry twice. Fatty Li dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. He watched Pan Zhao leave, then made a face, moved next to Yi Fan, and asked quickly, what on earth did Pan Zhao mean? Why did he suddenly give us a holiday? Quote. That is to say, let us fade away for a while. Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty Li and said, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being strong. Our gains in the secret realm this time are too great, and our affairs have also been spread. There will definitely be some trouble when we go out. Instead of wasting energy here talking to these people, why don't we quietly give us a break and go back for a while? Anyway, it won't delay us from practicing or anything. Ow, that's it. Hearing this, Fatty Li nodded, does this mean we are still famous now? You've made a name for yourself. Yi Fan replied that he did not expect that the principal would suddenly do something like this. He originally made a fortune in silence. Even if others guessed, they only knew that he was good at it. But after such a communication, everyone knew that they had harvested a lot of things by killing the bronze beast in the secret realm. This was a completely different concept. It almost immediately pushed them to the forefront of the limelight. What followed was quite a while. In time, everyone's eyes may be on them. This was because Yi Fan hadn't opened his bag. If all were counted, there would probably be a large group of people in the school trying to rob them. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much. Forget it, it's good to go back and have a rest. See my parents. It's just right. I still have some things to do back. After saying this, Yi Fan opened his package and counted the income from this trip. Read. It is indeed a fruitful harvest. The income from such a trip must be more than 1 million. This is the difference between beast masters and ordinary people. After reaching the bronze level, any beast master is worth thousands of dollars, not to mention that they can find better spiritual herbs and elixirs, and ordinary people are even more skilled. A very good beast hunter can hunt black iron low-star beasts, risking his life every time he hunts. On the side, Fatty Li came over and showed an interested expression. Yi Fan, what is the skill that your Cerberus bronze level has mastered? I saw it suddenly used today, and the surrounding area was enveloped in flames for several meters. The short-legged lizard died instantly, it was too fierce. Quote. That skill is called superheat combustion, which is a pretty good skill. Yi Fan replied with a smile. This morning, the 5th day of the secret realm, his Cerberus completed a breakthrough to the bronze level in the beast controlling space, and mastered the first beast controlling skill, overheating burning. This skill allows the Cerberus to kill the beast in a short period of time. The high temperature in the body explodes, and depending on the strength of the beast control, part of the surrounding space is enveloped in high temperature flames. This skill is somewhat similar to self-destruction, but it will not harm the beast itself. It will be temporarily deactivated after use. It can be regarded as a large-scale destructive skill. With this confidence, Yi Fan started thinking about dealing with the vines where the short-legged violent lizard had obtained the mutated fruit, and decided to hunt the short-legged violent lizard within the last 2 hours. Only then did the scene where Fatty Lee carry the short-legged lizard on his shoulders. That skill is so cool. Fatty Lee was a little envious. I don't know what skills my beast master will master at the bronze level. Anyway, no matter what skills you master, you have to become more proficient. In battle, you have to learn to choose when to use the skills of controlling beasts. Yi Fan replied, now is the first skill. As the level of controlling beasts becomes more and more, as the number of beasts increases, more and more skills will be mastered, and it will become more and more difficult to master them. Don't go around playing around when you go back. Be more skillful in cooperating with the beasts. We are just getting started now. Don't develop a lazy habit. I got it. Fatty Lee nodded. He liked hearing Yi Fan's preaching. Okay, let's pack up our things. We'll go home tomorrow. Yi Fan packed up the things on the table. He thought of something and said to the fat man like an instruction, you eat so much every day after you go back, your dad. Mom will definitely ask you, just say that the beast master needs a lot of nutrition. It's okay, I just eat a lot. Fatty Lee's words made Yi Fan choke. The latter paused and said after a long time, that's okay. Early the next morning, Pan Zhaolai gave the two of them 600,000 yuan rewarded by the principal, 300,000 yuan each, and sent them to the station. It was the first time that Fatty Lee saw so much money. At that time, his eyes widened. He was scolded by Pan Zhaoyitong for being useless and told several times not to spend the money carelessly after returning home. Soon, the car drove away. On the platform, Pan Zhao looked at the speeding car and sighed leisurely. These two brats should be able to calm down more when they go home. After saying this, Pan Zhao turned around and walked towards the school. But before he had gone far, a long-winged bird flew over his head at high speed in the sky, chasing the direction in which the car was driving. It's broad daylight. Didn't you know that Pingcheng prohibits the use of flying beasts? I don't understand the rules. Pan Zhao curled his lips as he watched the long-winged bird fly by. Every city has its own rules. Some cities do not prohibit the use of flying beasts to fly in the city, while others prohibit the use of flying beasts. Every month, there will be several beast masters from other places who do not know the rules because penalties apply for violating city ordinances. For things like this, the city has a special law enforcement team. Within an hour, the beastmaster who uses the long-winged bird to fly around the city will be caught and given a lesson. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seemed a little unhappy. There are people like this everywhere, especially beast masters. If you have a flying beast master, you have to show off. Mom, I'm back. Yi Fan, why are you back? Teacher gave us a holiday. Looking at the slightly older Ning Qingxia in front of him, Yi Fan didn't say anything, put down his things, stretched out his hand, and hugged her. Mom, thank you for your hard work. Ning Qingxia was a little overwhelmed by Yi Fan's hug, but subconsciously patted Yi Fan on the back. What, you were wronged at school? No. Yi Fan shook his head, let go of his hand, and took out the money given by Pan Zhao from the backpack on the side. Li Yu and I performed very well in the school's secret realm. The principal rewarded us with a reward of 600,000 yuan. Li Yu and I each have 300,000 yuan. Here, Ning Qingxia was a little nervous when she saw the stacks of money being taken out. She quickly put the money away, her eyes a little panicked. So much money. Not much, I am a beast master now. Yi Fan smiled. Can a beast master get so much money? Ning Qingxia didn't believe it. She pulled Yi Fan and whispered, don't lie to me. Is this amount of money really rewarded to you by your principal? Quote, no, if you don't believe it, you can ask our teacher. Yi Fan replied. Then let me ask. Ning Qingxia was a little worried and took out her mobile phone to dial Pan Zhao's number. Yi Fan didn't say anything. 300,000 is indeed a lot for an ordinary family. It's normal for my mother to be worried. It might as well let her confirm. Hey, Teacher Pan, I'm Yi Fan's mother. The call was quickly connected. After asking a few questions and getting confirmation, Ning Qingxia put down the phone with a touch of joy on her face. Yi Fan, are you so powerful? I heard teacher Pan Zhao say that you are the best in this class. The most powerful beastmasters among the freshmen. Absolutely. Regarding his mother, Yi Fan completely let down his guard, with a smile on his face and said slightly proudly, Mom, don't underestimate me, I am now a bronze-level beastmaster. Quote. So powerful, Ning Qingxia was a little surprised. Obviously, she also knew the level of beast control. Definitely, you don't have to worry about life in the future. Yi Fan replied, I can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Is my son so good? But the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous, so it's better to go less often. Ning Qingxia said, her face full of joy, you, just study hard and get into a good university. I don't have to worry about you at home. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll go find your dad and tell him the good news. Okay, Yi Fan nodded without saying much, looking at Ning Qingxia walking towards the kitchen with a smile in his eyes. According to the usual situation, Dad should be out in less than 3 seconds. What, bronze level, and gave him 300,000 yuan as a reward. Snap, snap, snap. Sure enough, there was an exclamation, and soon, Yi Fan's father, Yi Lincheng, walked out of the kitchen with a spoon in his hand. Dad, looking at Yi Lincheng, Yi Fan spoke. Good boy, that's awesome. Yi Lincheng walked up to Yi Fan in a few strides, a little excited, quick, 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 let me see what your bronze-level beast master looks like. Okay, Yi Fan nodded and summoned the hell dog. Oh, such a big one. Looking at the hellhound that appeared in front of him, Yi Lincheng exclaimed, this must be several times bigger than our little Bai. Almost. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. Dad used to be a beast master, but his level of beast control was relatively low. Xiao Bai was his father's beast master. He was a white-haired dog among the canine masters. He was a very ordinary beast master and was his father's first beast master back then. A beast of control, probably around the Black Iron 3 stars now, very humane, and was assigned by my father to guard the house. You boy, not bad, not bad. After looking around the Cerberus for a long time, Dad was amazed. Then, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and sighed. If Dad had your talent, he would have done it back then. It's not like I won't be able to get into college. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, pulled his father over, and said somewhat mysteriously, Dad, do you still want to become a powerful beast master? Become a powerful beast master. After hearing this, Yi Lincheng was stunned, glanced at Yi Fan, and lowered his voice, do you have any idea? Yes, read M. Yi Fan nodded, glanced at Yi Lincheng, and winked. After all, the two are father and son, and there is still a tacit understanding. Yi Lincheng raised his head and shouted to the back, Qingxia, I'll take Yi Fan to buy some good things. I'll be back soon. Go ahead, the store isn't busy anyway. Bridget Lin replied, don't go there all day, come back early. Okay, Yi Lincheng nodded and pulled Yi Fan, who carried the package, walked out the door, got on the tricycle and headed home. Without much time, the two returned to the old house. As soon as they opened the door and saw Yi Fan, Xiao Bai rushed towards him. Yi Fan hugged Xiao Bai and made love for a while, then opened the package and took out an iron bone fruit and gave it to Xiao Bai. Good boy, tens of thousands of iron bone fruits. Yi Lincheng said, but before he could say more, Yi Fan opened the package. So many. Yi Lincheng was shocked when he saw a package full of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Dad, I have a great opportunity now. It will be easy for you to become a good beast master. Yi Fan replied, deliberately lowering his voice, I met a peerless strong man who won him his whole life. All the skills and experience were passed on to me. How strong is the peerless strong man? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was stunned. A mysterious smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he leaned into Yi Lincheng's ear, Dad, have you ever heard of King Level? King Level. These two words made Yi Lincheng tremble immediately, and his face suddenly changed. The one above the glory. Yes, Yi Fan nodded, but Yi Lincheng quickly closed the door without saying a word, and pulled Yi Fan into the inner room. Entering the back room, Yi Lincheng was beaming with joy and quickly said to Yi Fan, don't tell anyone that you have obtained the king level inheritance. Definitely. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Yi Lincheng, and spoke again, Dad, you haven't said it yet, do you want to become a strong man? I definitely want to. Yi Lincheng nodded, it's just that you don't know that my father is not talented at controlling beasts. Like you, he is both D-level and can deal with ordinary people. Plus, he is already past that age. Talent of beast control cannot determine everything. As long as there are enough opportunities, even if you don't have the talent of beast control, you can still become a strong person. As for age, there are many late bloomers. Yi Fan replied without saying much, and sat down next to Yi Lincheng. On the seat, Dad, I am going to teach you a breathing method. You must write it down. Breathing method. After hearing this, Yi Lincheng's expression became serious. He quickly adjusted his posture, and then said seriously, you say it. Don't be so serious. Yi Fan smiled. Dad should know the school's breathing method. What I'm telling you below is to change the trajectory of the operation, starting from the heart. In the following time, Yi Fan slowly spoke and taught Yi Lincheng the breathing method. Soon, Yi Lincheng completed the operation of the breathing method. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath. The breath was dark, like impurities. What kind of breathing method is this? It's so magical. I feel like my body feels a lot lighter all of a sudden. After exhaling this breath, Yi Lincheng's energy and spirit seemed to be much better. He looked at Yi Fan and said in surprise, this breathing method is called the bright mirror method. It can remove impurities from the human body. There are 7 levels in total. After practicing it for many years, it can prolong life. The body is as light as a swallow and the eyes are as bright as an eagle. When it reaches a high level, it can be immune to all poisons and avoid the heat and cold. Yi Fan replied, with a smile in his eyes, Dad, you can find a reason to teach this breathing method to your mother. You work in a fume environment all year round, and you must have a lot of excess in your body. Practicing this breathing method is the best way to teach it to your mother. Excellent. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded repeatedly, stood up, and when he moved, a crackling sound came from his body. This breathing technique must be extremely good. It's okay. Just don't let others know. Yi Fan shook his head. The mirror method is not actually the top breathing method, but he thought for a long time. Many of the top breathing methods need to be practiced at a young age and most of them there are special requirements. Dad and the others are old, so the effect of practice may not be good. This should be the most suitable breathing method for Dad and the others to practice. It is easy to get started. Most importantly, it can prolong life and be immune to all poisons. It can ensure their safety to a large extent and avoid the mischief of some young people. Dad, the breathing method is only one step. To become a strong beast master, the level of the beast master is also extremely important. After saying this, Yi Fan opened the package and put it in front of his father. These are the things I have learned in the secret realm. Although Xiaobai is relatively old among white-haired dogs with the spiritual grass and spiritual fruit obtained from it, the appropriate spiritual fruit can still greatly enhance its potential. Quote, give it to Xiaobai, why not keep it for your beast control? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng shook his head, spirit fruit and other things are too precious. In this way, after hearing this, Yi Lincheng hesitated and looked at Mark, are you telling the truth? Of course, Yi Fan replied, Dad, I am already a bronze-level beast master now. Such spiritual grass and fruit are not difficult for me to obtain. Dad, it's not like you don't know that in a place like Pingcheng, a bronze-level beast master can already live a very good life. That's true. Yi Lincheng nodded, and this time, he put away the spiritual fruit. I will be at home these days. When Dad has nothing to do, you can go to Silver Moon Forest with me to practice. Outside the forest, I am 100% sure to ensure Dad's safety. Yi Fan was a little serious. Said, by the way, it would be nice for Dad to improve his beast controlling skills. That's no problem. Yi Lincheng nodded. He once dreamed of reaching the top of the beast master. Now that he has a way, the heart of a strong man is beating again. But how do you tell your mother? She will be worried if you go. If I take Xiaobai to go with you, she will never let me go. Can this still trouble Dad? Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a smile on his face. Dad, you usually make up excuses to secretly drink, isn't it quite easy for you? Let's go secretly first. After a while, Dad, you will become stronger. Then you can't hide it anymore and then tell Mom. It will be a surprise for her. You brat. After hearing this, Yi Lincheng cursed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, I'll try to go with you when I have time soon. That's okay. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, glanced at Yi Lincheng, and suddenly said, Dad, I will definitely go to university in Kyoto in the future. You'd better prepare yourself and give your mother a vaccination in advance. We all go over. I can reach the silver level next year at most. Then I can save some money while practicing and buy a house in Kyoto after graduation. It should be no problem. No problem. Yi Lincheng smiled. Your mother was thinking about traveling to Kyoto a few days ago. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, but his eyes were a little complicated. He was originally worried that his father and the others would not be willing to go. In his previous life, he had mentioned this topic when he was in college, but his mother rejected it, saying that going would be a drag on him. His father also said that living there was not as comfortable as here. It turns out that Dad and the others are willing to go to Kyoto, but they don't have the conditions. In this life, if he shows enough things for the family to stand on, everything will be different. Thinking of something, Yi Fan nodded. Isn't that what he wants? Everything can go to a good place. What he didn't have before and what his family didn't have, he can have now. It feels so good. Yi Fan nodded. He did not tell his father everything. Instead of telling his father that he had become a king in his previous life and was reborn, it would be better to tell him directly that he had received the inheritance of a king-level powerhouse. You know too much will not only make it difficult for them to accept, but also make them more worried. I feel like I haven't been here in years. Read M. At an entrance to the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Lincheng looked at the forest in front of him and sighed. Pingcheng is not big. It is considered a small city in the 18th tier. It takes less than an hour from the school to Yi Fan's home. It's just that the school requires accommodation on campus for the convenience of management. The actual distance from his home to Silver Moon Forest may be longer than the school. Come closer here. There is really a huge difference between beast masters and ordinary people. The entire Pingcheng has a population of 300,000, but the number of students in the entire Pingcheng High School does not exceed 1,000, which is less than 1 in 300. And even among the beast masters, there are many who have no talent and no opportunities. Ordinary families cannot afford the price of a beast master's promotion. To upgrade an ordinary beast master to bronze, it takes money, hundreds of thousands or hundreds of dollars. One must be there. How many can bear it? Just like those students in Yi Fan's class who can't even compete for the top 10, there is no secret realm to go to, and Silver Moon Forest is extremely dangerous. If you rely on beast control to grow by yourself, you may still be in black iron after a few years, or even be unable to gain access to it for a long time. Even if you don't get enough nutrition, you will still go backwards. In the previous life, they were able to grow up, and even Fatty could reach the bronze level. A large part of the reason was because Pan Zhao secured these 10 places for them. In previous years, students in the ordinary class really had nothing. This is also the reason why the gap between beast masters and ordinary people and weak beast masters is so big. For a strong beast master, just one hunting trip is the income of an ordinary family for several years. The strong ones get stronger, and the weak ones stay weak. In addition, many people are not able to focus solely on controlling beasts in their lives. If they fail to get into college, they have to start thinking about family life. If they are tired of making money all their lives, they may not get very far in their lives. Dad, this is just the first time. There will be more times in the future. With a smile in his eyes, Yi Fan looked at Xiaobai, who was obviously much older than the Black Iron 5-star next to his dad, and nodded. The spiritual fruits he prepared for Xiaobai were all based on muscles and bones, and the future evolution direction is expected to be the same. The fruits of the inferior fruit have been planted, and it won't be long before the inferior fruit can be produced for Xiaobai to use. For this kind of beast that has no chance to control the elements to attack, size and strength are the biggest advantages. Has Mom learned the breathing method? Yi Fan asked as he thought of something. I learned it. Yi Lincheng nodded, with a smile on his face. I said your grandfather told me in a dream and said it would only be passed on to us. I have already passed it on to you. It's very clever. My grandpa entrusted me with a dream. Dad really has you. Hearing Yi Lincheng's words, Yi Fan laughed dumbly, but he didn't say anything more and summoned his hellhound. Xiao Huo, come out. Wang. The hellhound came out and was stunned for a moment when he saw Yi Lincheng. Then, He seemed to smell something and rubbed towards Yi Lincheng affectionately. Then he saw Xiaobai beside him and lowered his head to smell it. Xiaobai also sniffed the Cerberus. This is a habit of dogs, and they will become familiar with it soon. Sure enough, after a while, the two canine beasts were fighting together. On the side, Yi Fan watched them play for a while, and then reminded them, "Okay, we should get down to business." Upon hearing this, Cerberus stood up immediately, and Xiaobai also looked energetic. "Dad, let's go." Yi Fan waved to Yi Lincheng. The two entered the beast control forest. At this moment, Yi Lincheng's shock had just begun. Yi Fan's Cerberus is too strong, and with Yi Fan's presence, it is almost crushing the entire forest. Ordinary beast masters cannot even withstand a bite from it. But soon, Yi Lincheng also became familiar with it, and eagerly directed Xiaobai to fight. Soon, he gradually gained a posture. The afternoon passed quickly. Under the guidance of Yi Fan, Yi Lincheng commanded Xiaobai to kill a wild beast with 3 stars in black iron for the first time one-on-one. I hunted a wild beast with 3 stars of black iron alone. Looking at the fallen white wolf on the opposite side, Yi Lincheng took a long breath and looked at Yi Fan. Great. Yi Fan showed a smile on his face and waved his hand to Dad. "Dad, we are here today. It's already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go and sell the meat and go home. Otherwise, if so, my mother will ask." Okay. Yi Lincheng agreed with some hesitation. After all, he was once a beast master. It felt so good to command the beast like this. Yi Fan naturally saw Yi Lincheng's expression, and a smile appeared on his face. This is the world of beast masters. If you can choose to become a powerful beast master, who would be willing to be trapped in daily necessities for the rest of your life? In the city butcher shop, the shop owner smiled happily when he saw Yi Fan arriving. In recent times, Yi Fan has been here many times, each time more diligent, and the beasts he brought have become stronger each time. The store owner is not stupid either. He knows that this ordinary-looking boy is definitely no longer an ordinary person, and will most likely become something grand. "Little brother, long time no see." The boss greeted enthusiastically, but when he saw Yi Lincheng next to Yi Fan, he was stunned for a moment. "Old Yi, why are you here too?" Harmful. Yi Lincheng didn't expect Yi Fan to come to this meat seller. He owns a restaurant and buys meat from this store. He just buys ordinary meat, pork, chicken, and animal meat. After more than 10 years, too, they are also old acquaintances. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Lincheng, with a smile on his face, and said to the boss, "This is my father. He happens to be free today and goes hunting with me in the Silver Moon Forest." Ah, hearing this, the boss was shocked and said to Yi Lincheng, "Good guy, Lao Yi, this little brother is your son." Yes. Yi Lincheng nodded, looking calm on the surface, but looking at the boss's expression, he felt happy in his heart. "Your son is incredible. He can hunt bronze beasts at such a young age." Then came the boss's compliments, and Yi Lincheng also went from holding back at first to speaking out. Laughing, the two chatted happily. "I want all these beast meats today. They are all old acquaintances. I will charge you the highest price." In the end, the shop owner was so kind that he couldn't resist. He escorted Yi Lincheng all the way to the intersection. Before leaving, he stuffed a pack of good cigarettes into Yi Lincheng's pocket and complimented him again. "Dad, this feels good." At the intersection, Yi Fan looked at Yi Lincheng, who couldn't close his mouth, and said with some ridicule, "It's not bad." Yi Lincheng replied, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The butcher shop owner said that, but in fact he was quite rich. He was very happy to have such an attitude toward himself. It's just ordinary people who are like this now. In the future, there will be beast control masters who will compliment you like this. Yi Fan said, "It's best for Dad to become stronger himself. In the future, others will respect you like this when I'm not around. It's necessary." Yi Lincheng nodded repeatedly. "Wait for tomorrow, we will come again tomorrow." Tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. "You come out every day, aren't you afraid that my mother will know?" "Oh, as long as you get stronger, it doesn't matter if your mother knows." Yi Lincheng replied, looking at Yi Fan, and both of them laughed. The relationship between Yi Fan and his father has always been very good, and there is no barrier between them. Honey, that Li Dian said that he is moving today. At the dinner table in the morning, Yi Lincheng picked up a piece of meat and pretended to be casual while eating. You know, we have always had a good relationship. I am going to take Yi Fan there today. Help me. Moving again. Upon hearing this, Bridget Lin frowned and looked at Yi Lincheng with a little scrutiny. All your good friends have become rich recently, why are they moving every now and then? I don't know, maybe. Yi Lincheng felt guilty. Do you want to go out for a drink again? Bridget Lin seemed to have seen through something. No, why should I take Yi Fan while I'm drinking? Yi Lincheng defended and looked at Yi Fan aside. Yi Fan understood and quickly raised his chopsticks. It's true. We happened to meet Uncle Li when we went shopping for groceries. He told Dad. Isn't Li Dian living in the east of the city? How did he meet you? Lin Qingxia was a little suspicious, but she didn't continue to ask, just nodded. Okay, you go and come back early, don't come back late at night. Okay. After hearing this, Yi Lincheng hurriedly finished the rice in the bowl, stood up and walked outside. Yi Fan, leave quickly. Don't go too late to help. Okay. Yi Fan agreed, quickly took a few big bites, wiped his mouth, and stood up. These two gentlemen, looking at the hurried backs of Yi Lincheng and Yi Fan, Bridget Lin shook her head. She didn't believe in moving, so she just thought they were going out for a day. After all, Yi Fan has now reached the bronze level, at least his future life will be fine, and Lin Qingxia feels a lot more relieved. It's okay to let them relax. There won't be anyone in the hotel all day. Thinking about it, Bridget Lin picked up the bowl and was about to pick up the vegetables. When she saw Xiao Bai, who was sleeping on his stomach at the door, he shook his head and followed him out, with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Have I been dazzled lately? Why does this little guy feel like he's getting bigger day by day? A few days later, on another morning, Yi Lincheng was eating quickly. He just put down his chopsticks, and before he could speak, Bridget Lin took the lead and said, Today is your uncle's birthday, aren't you going? My uncle has passed away. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was stunned for a moment, but soon he said with some embarrassment, Why don't I just stop going? Why don't you go? We are relatives after all. Lin Qingxia replied, glanced at Yi Lincheng, and seemed to know what he was in trouble for. She added like a supplement, I heard that they will go out of town next year and will not see each other again. Now Yi Lincheng, if you are promising, you might gain a lot of face if you go there. Hearing this, Mark Yi's ears suddenly rose. Why didn't he remember that he had an uncle? That's true. Yi Lincheng hesitated, but took one last look at Yi Fan and nodded. It's okay to take Yi Fan to have a look. After all, Yi Fan and his cousin have a good relationship with us. Last time he expressed my brother even came to our house to play for a few days. Then you go early today and buy some decent gifts. Bridget Lin stood up. Don't worry about the store. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, stood up, and hooked his hand at Yi Fan. Yi Fan followed suit when he saw this. At the door, looking at Yi Lincheng's sad face, Yi Fan asked curiously, Dad, do you have an uncle? Of course. Your uncle is very powerful, and he treats us quite well. It's just that when we went abroad a few years ago, our family treated us. Yi Lincheng said, seeming to remember something from the past, and shook his head. Forget it, let's go buy something. Hearing this, Yi Fan became more and more certain that something was going on. Then, he suddenly thought of what Fatty Li said that day about his cousin who was Long Tong. Combined with what Dad and the others said before, about having a cousin, could it be that the fat man was right and that he really had a cousin who was Long Tong? There is a family with dragon pupil, so this family has something special. In the previous life, my father made so much money, but he did not rise in the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan seemed to have figured out some of the coherence. He looked at Yi Lincheng and suddenly said, Dad, are the people in the uncle's family not treating you well? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng's face froze, and then he smiled helplessly. You brat, could you please stop being so blunt when you speak? That's it. Yi Fan smiled and patted Yi Lincheng's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, Dad, now that I'm here, we have face. Of course. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng nodded and showed a sad face. It's just that the gifts they give are a bit precious, so what should we buy? You don't know that the last few times I went there, the gifts given by others were all spiritual grass and spiritual fruits. I carried a bag of fruits, which made me feel embarrassed. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. After hearing this, Yi Fan pondered. Soon, He had a plan, waved his hand, and hailed a taxi. Come on, Dad, let's go to Lingsao Hall. Linkaotang. Yi Lincheng was a little confused. Are you going to buy spiritual grass and fruit? I have them at home. You can just bring some there. The spiritual grass and fruit at home are for beast control. The one I want to buy must be different and high-end. Yi Fan said. High-end. After hearing this, Yi Lincheng was stunned and hesitated. Isn't that a bit expensive? I don't bring much money with me when I go out. You don't have to spend money to buy spiritual fruits. You can also barter. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. It happened that the inferior fruits he planted in the beast control space this morning had matured. There were 6 in total, and each one was worth around 500,000 yuan, is more than enough to buy a spiritual fruit for birthday celebrations. With that said, Yi Fan got into the taxi. Yi Lincheng hesitated, but still followed Yi Fan. The taxi sped along and stopped at the entrance of Linkaotang in not much time. It's the boy's sister, Shui said. Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the receptionist at the door recognized Yi Fan and quickly went in to inform him. Then the little brother is here. Ning Shui, who was bored in the store, was slightly surprised when she heard the news. It had been more than 10 days since Yi Fan last came to Linkaotang, and she thought the little guy wouldn't come. Snap. Just as he was thinking about it, Yi Fan walked into the house with Yi Lincheng. Ning Shui smiled and greeted him with a smile. Little brother, long time no see. Good boy, you know everyone here. Yi Fan didn't explain anything to Yi Lincheng. He looked at Ning Shui in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, Do you have longevity fruits here? I want the highest quality. Shouten fruit. Ning Shui was stunned when she heard the name of this spiritual fruit. The longevity fruit is not a fruit for beasts to eat, but is specially eaten by people. It can prolong life. Outside, it is often used as gifts for those strong and elderly people. It is quite popular. One piece, worth millions. Little brother wants birthday fruit. There are elders in the family celebrating their birthdays and giving gifts. Yi Fan answered very briefly. Ning Shui didn't ask further questions, but thought about it in her heart. Just as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy really has a big background in his family. There are elders in the family who are given birthday fruits, which is such a big gesture. Wait a minute, I'll go up and ask our hall master. He calmly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and spoke to Mark. Yi Fan nodded, and Ning Shui quickly went upstairs. At this time, Yi Lincheng came over and said, Yi Fan, what is the longevity fruit? A blown spiritual fruit. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile, but giving birthday gifts to people is very prestigious. This sentence is true. The longevity fruit is really popular. It looks better, tastes better, and has some aura. For people, the effect of taking it is almost the same as that of excellent beast meat. As for the longevity extension, it's completely blown by others. If it really had such an effect, it wouldn't be placed in the top mortal level. At least it would be the spiritual level, and it would still be the kind to be robbed. Little brother, it's my birthday, let's talk upstairs. Soon, Ning Qinghai came down with a smile on his face. Yi Fan nodded to Yi Lincheng beside him, and the two went upstairs. This time it is not on the 2nd floor. Please go to the 3rd floor. It is a separate compartment. Tea is still served. Soon, the waiter brought the birthday fruit. The shape of the longevity fruit is like a big peach. It looks plump and crystal clear. It has a fragrant aroma when placed there. Little brother, this is the most effective birthday fruit among our batch. Looking at Yi Fan, Ning Qinghai smiled and said, if you are giving birthday gifts to elders, it is definitely the best choice. In terms of price, I'll also give you the best one, 880,000 yuan, auspicious price. Okay. After hearing this number, Yi Fan nodded. He didn't seem to be too surprised. He looked at Ning Qinghai and said, we can barter. Hearing this, Ning Qinghai was a little surprised, but he quickly smiled and nodded. Of course, little brother, if you have extra suitable spiritual fruits, just bring them out. This should be enough. Yi Fan responded and took out 2 bad fruits. There were 6 bad fruits in one set, leaving 3 for Xiao Bai. The extra ones were of little use. Inferior fruit. Seeing the fruit, Ning Qinghai's eyes changed slightly, and then he nodded repeatedly, that's enough, that's enough. In terms of rarity, the inferior fruit is completely rarer than the longevity fruit. Changing the bloodline, even if it is changing the inferior bloodline, are two completely different concepts. Take it away. Instructing the waiter to put away the bad fruit, Ning Qinghai looked at Yi Fan, his eyes completely changed. If he just guessed that there was a strong person in the other party's family before, now it was almost certain. Ahem. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai said with some hesitation, I haven't asked my name yet. Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied. Hearing this, Ning Qinghai pondered, then seemed to remember something. His face changed, and he quickly said, it turns out to be Yi Xiaoyu. You're welcome, Hall Master Ning. Yi Fan replied, picking up the birthday fruit on the table. My father and I are busy attending the birthdays of our elders, so I won't bother Hall Master. Young friend Yi, please. Ning Qinghai stood up quickly. This time, he almost respectfully escorted Yi Fan out of the Lingsao Hall, and then let out a long breath. Hall Master, Yi Fan, seems to be the most powerful one among the freshmen of Pingcheng High School. I heard he is already bronze. Ning Shui said from the side. Lingsao Hall was well informed and soon learned about Yi Fan's identity, information. Compared to his family, bronze is nothing. Ning Qinghai shook his head and looked at Ning Shui, seeming to be a little lucky. This time, we may have made the right person. Is there a big family named Yi in Pingcheng? Ning Shui was puzzled when she heard this, but soon she thought of something. Her face changed drastically, and her voice suddenly dropped. It can't be that person. After saying this, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai. Isn't Yi Fan's background a bit too tough? Hard, and so hard that it's scary. Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head, don't tell others about this, so as not to get into trouble. Putting away the birthday fruits, Yi Fan and the two headed towards the place where their uncle lived. Read M. The location is in Morrowind Village, which sounds like it really is a village in the city. But after arriving, Yi Fan was stunned when he looked at the vast medieval palace-style buildings in front of him. How can this be a village in the city? Isn't this at least a prince's castle? What does my uncle do? Looking at this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but look at Yi Lincheng beside him. He must be a strong person among beast masters. I don't know how strong he is. Anyway, he is very strong. He belongs to the military. Yi Lincheng replied. A strong man in the military. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. He knew many strong men in the military, but they were all active in his time. Let's talk about it when we meet. Yi Fan did not dwell on this issue and followed Yi Lincheng with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I will move next year and return to my hometown. My surname is Yi. I live in Pingcheng. I have the bloodline of Longtong. With so many clues connected together, I still don't have a relevant candidate in my memory. It shouldn't be. Yi Laoshou, please don't let anyone in without permission. At the door, two people who looked like guards blocked the way. Please show me your pass. Pass. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was a little embarrassed. Well, I am Mr. Yi's nephew, Yi Lincheng. Mr. Yi's nephew. After hearing this, the guard hesitated and took out a roster on the side. Soon, he found Yi Lincheng's name at the bottom of the roster, and then nodded and got out of the way. Please come in. Quote. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, and then took Yi Fan through the door. Dad, you're so happy. I see you are at the bottom of the list. Yi Fan said with a smile. You brat, I'm on the list after all. Yi Lincheng retorted, but before he could say anything more, a man walked towards him with an imposing manner. Not surprisingly, it must be Mr. Yi's son, who came to greet the guests. Brother. Seeing this person coming, Yi Lincheng greeted him with a smile. Lincheng. Seeing Yi Lincheng, the other party seemed a little surprised and frowned slightly. However, he didn't say much, he just waved his hand and said, go in. Two very simple sentences, no other words, and he did not look at Mark. With this action, Yi Fan had already felt the other party's attitude towards their family, and his dislike for the family suddenly rose. Yi Lincheng didn't say anything, just nodded and pulled Yi Fan inside. Soon, a hall appeared in front, and Yi Lincheng pushed the door open. Inside, the large living room was already full of guests. A group of people were brightly dressed and it was very lively. Hearing the door open, many people turned their eyes over, but after seeing it was Yi Lincheng, many people turned their heads and continued to get excited. It seems that Dad is really not well received. This scene made Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Dad, let's find a place to sit down. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, searched around the table for a while, and found a seat in a corner to sit down. On the seats, everyone watched Yi Lincheng and the two people sit down, but they all said nothing, and some people looked a little contemptuous. Yi Fan noticed such an atmosphere, looked at the person opposite, and vaguely saw the golden light flowing in his eyes. Dragon eyes. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly, he really had dragon eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly fell silent and looked up. Among the guests present, under the lights of the hall, there was a golden light flowing in the eyes of many people while they were talking enthusiastically. There are so many dragon slayers in the family with dragon eyes. How can there be so many dragon-eyed people in the next generation? Yi Fan was secretly shocked. The blood of dragon-eyed people will become more and more indifferent, and the number of descendants will become smaller and smaller. But here, there are no less dragon-eyed people, 30. How could such a quantity be possible? Dad, are all the Yi family here? Yi Fan looked at Yi Lincheng and asked suddenly. Yes, but there are not many people from your uncle's lineage. There are others. Your grandfather is the youngest, ranked 28th. He is almost 20 years younger than your uncle. Yi Lincheng replied, you are the youngest. Zhu is more passionate, and has married 7 wives. Your uncle and your grandfather have the same mother, and we are still very close. 28. Hearing this number, Yi Fan felt helpless. That's okay. Mr. Yi is here. Soon, as the guests became noisy, an old man walked onto the stage. The old man has fair hair and a childish face. Although he looks older, he is very energetic. He walks on the stage with a very steady pace and a sharp eyebrow, which carries some power. Compliments kept coming, and soon, someone took the lead and walked up to the stage one by one carrying gifts. A receptionist on the side shouted loudly who gave gifts and what, and some of the people who went up called them uncle, and some called them old. Ancestors each have their own names. Mr. Yi also chatted with these people one by one before moving on to the next one. This scene immediately made Yi Lincheng's face look a little unnatural, as if he had thought of something. On the side, Yi Fan felt a little sorry for his father. Such a big scene can be regarded as attracting everyone's attention. He came on stage carrying fruit. No wonder his father couldn't come. He is an ordinary person and can already live in another city. It's okay, Dad. Patting Yi Lincheng's shoulder, Yi Fan smiled and took out the birthday fruit in the box. I won't be embarrassed this year. Okay. After receiving Yi Fan's comfort, Yi Lincheng felt reassured and hugged the birthday fruit box. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, and after almost everyone in Yi went up, he stood up, holding the box and walking over with Yi Fan. When I got on stage, many people paid more attention to me, and many of them had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they also want to see what the descendant of the Yi family who gave fruit last year will give this year. As soon as he came on stage, Mr. Yi paid attention, glanced at Yi Lincheng, nodded slightly, and then waved to the waiter on the side, as if he was saying something. When the waiter heard this, he nodded, came over and took what was in Yi Lincheng's hand, and quickly put it aside without saying anything. Hey, looking at this scene, Yi Lincheng felt a little helpless. He already knew what Mr. Yi had said. He was probably worried that he would make a fool of himself, so he asked the waiter not to open the box and report the gift. Just come here. Mr. Yi's voice sounded. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyes and saw the look in Yi Lao's eyes towards Yi Lincheng. The look was very soft and loving. No matter what I give you, you are all my relatives. The words were spoken in a very soft voice, and Yi Lincheng couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the kind-faced Mr. Yi, he nodded subconsciously. Read M. Mr. Yi's eyes were focused on Yi Lincheng. For a while, he seemed to notice something different about Yi Lincheng and nodded slowly. You've changed a lot this year, which is good. Uncle, thank you. Yi Lincheng nodded and pulled Yi Fan aside. Say hello to the uncle. Hello, uncle, Yi Fan said. Okay. Mr. Yi nodded. His eyes moved to Yi Fan. His eyes changed slightly. Fanur, you have changed a lot. I heard about you in Pingcheng High School. You are very good. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't have much dislike for this kind-faced old man. You, like Lincheng, look like your grandfather. Mr. Yi seemed to sigh a little, and said rarely, it's a pity that he was too reckless back then, otherwise he would have left something for you. After saying this, Mr. Yi seemed a little uncomfortable and coughed violently. Mr. Yi, you talked too much today and I'm tired. The waiter on the side came over quickly, but was pushed away by Mr. Yi, who said rather forcefully, I don't need anyone else to dress me up. I know best how my body is. As he spoke, Mr. Yi was not angry but had anger in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw the golden light in Yi Lao's eyes. The golden light was much brighter than everyone present. At a glance, it looked like a pair of glowing eyes. A faint sense of majesty arose. At this moment, the waiter on the side was frightened and quickly retracted his hand. This dragon eye. On the side, Yi Fan was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. With such blazing dragon eyes, the blood ratio of dragon relics in the body seems to be very high. I'm old, I'm feeling a little unwell. Mr. Yi quickly became gentle again. The golden light in his eyes disappeared. He looked at Yi Lincheng and asked, we will move to Kyoto with our family next year. Do you want to come with me? Go together. This. Yi Lincheng was stunned, then glanced at Yi Fan and shook his head. Yi Fan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Mr. Yi spoke up again. This time, Yi Lincheng choked and didn't know how to speak. Yi Fan on the side said, Uncle, I will be admitted to a university in Kyoto by myself in the future and take our family with me. After saying this, a smile appeared on Mr. Yi's face and he praised, you are quite ambitious, kid. In that case, we will wait for you in Kyoto. After saying this, Mr. Yi waved his hand, and Yi Lincheng also said goodbye in time and walked towards the audience. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but when he finally stepped off the stage, he couldn't help but turn around, walked up to Mr. Yi, and lowered his voice and said, Uncle, have you been feeling very unwell lately? Whenever you exert force, your whole body feels like. Is it as painful as being pricked by countless tiny needles? Huh. Mr. Yi, who was still confused at first, changed his expression when he heard this. He looked at Yi Fan and lowered his voice, you know about my secret disease. Most people with dragon pupil have this symptom. I just noticed that the dragon pupil is much richer than the ordinary second generation. It should be that some adventure has increased the concentration of his own bloodline. Yi Fan opened his mouth, seeming to be sure, but dragon blood is extremely poisonous. Except for the first generation of dragon slayers, once the blood concentration of the next generation exceeds a certain limit, they will be counterattacked by this relic blood. Quote, the uncle should have suffered a backlash. If this situation is not saved in time, the uncle's body will deteriorate until he is completely eroded by the dragon's blood and dies. When these words came out, Mr. Yi's expression changed again. Golden light loomed in his eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan and whispered, do you have any idea? Yes, but there are a lot of people at this time. If you are free soon, please come to my house to find me. Yi Fan spoke, then resigned and followed Yi Lincheng back to the banquet. I said I know how to cure uncle's disease. Yi Fan said casually without paying attention. Sick. Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng's expression also changed, is your uncle sick? Absolutely, otherwise why would we retreat from the front line? Yi Fan curled his lips. Then how do you know it can be cured? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Yi Fan responded, glanced at Yi Lincheng, and suddenly said, it's not you who treats the problem. Tisk. Yi Lincheng choked at these words. After a while, he cursed in a low voice, you brat, now I don't even give you my father's face. No. Yi Fan shook his head, thought of something, and suddenly asked, didn't Dad say that he has a cousin who has a good relationship with us? Didn't she come? Your cousin. Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng lowered his voice again and leaned into Mark's ear, it's not like you don't know that your cousin doesn't like your uncle and the others. I guess she didn't come today. My cousin is not popular with my uncle either. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a little surprised. His cousin was not a dragon pupil. How could it be possible? After all, your uncle is now the head of the family. This kind of family with a big business is prone to conflicts. In addition, my cousin has married away to Beihai, and the family has no status. If you don't come, it's normal. I probably said hello to your uncle in advance. Yi Lincheng explained, looked at the dish that was served, took a piece, and said, your cousin is also very miserable. She married alone in Beihai and has no acquaintances. I heard that her life is not good there. That's it. Yi Fan nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the banquet ended and the guests left one after another. It was obvious that most of these people were not from Pingcheng. Outside the banquet hall, the sound of helicopters sounded one after another. Yi Fan and the others also went to say goodbye to Mr. Yi, smiled and waved before leaving. They didn't have a helicopter, so they had to leave on foot. This kid from Lincheng, it's a pity that he is almost 40 years old before finally getting some opportunities. Looking at the two people leaving, Mr. Yi sighed and said something, and frowned as he thought of something, but my grandson seems a bit extraordinary. No matter how extraordinary he is only D level, and he doesn't even have the Dragon Eye bloodline of the Yi family. A middle-aged man's voice sounded from the side. He is Yi Guihai, the eldest son of Mr. Yi who was out greeting guests. He has always had a bad impression of Yi Luncheng for so many years. Dragon eyes are not necessarily a good thing. Mr. Yi shook his head and did not continue. Instead, he looked at the end of the gift and said, "Show me the gift from Lincheng. What good things can they give? The last time they gave me watermelon, this time, maybe it's pineapple." Yi Guihai said, seeming to see what Mr. Yi was thinking, "Father, it's better not to look at it. You haven't been in good health recently. Okay, it's not appropriate to get angry. I think the things my family gave me, even if they are stones, are very good." Mr. Yi said and shook his head, "What's more, it's the youngest son. My little dad will lose all his glory back then." Yi Guihai said. Seeing that Mr. Yi insisted, he didn't say anything more. He picked up the box given by Yi Lincheng and brought it to Mr. Yi. "Open," Mr. Yi said. Yi Guihai heard the sound and opened the box. When the full birthday fruit appeared, he was stunned. He seemed a little unbelievable when he said, "That guy from Lincheng, where did his family get the money to buy this longevity fruit?" Mr. Yi was also slightly dazed, as if he thought of the previous conversation, with a meaningful expression on his face. Sending birthday fruits on birthdays is not a popular etiquette in Pingcheng. Dad, why are you so depressed? Walking on the road outside the door, Yi Fan looked at Yi Lincheng who looked depressed and asked with a smile, "Because I spent a lot of money to buy something and the uncle didn't read it." Quote, "No, 880,000 is more than enough to buy a house in Pingcheng." Yi Lincheng replied, shaking his head, "Your uncle just means well, and I don't blame him. It's just a bit painful." "Okay, Daddy, you're not paying, it's my money." Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and took out another bad fruit like a magic trick, "And the fruit I spent today is mine, besides more." Yi Lincheng was shocked when he heard this. "Of course, I have too many spiritual grass and spiritual fruits here," Yi Fan replied, and as he spoke, he took out another corrupted fruit. "Good boy." Seeing this, Yi Lincheng quickly took a bad fruit. "This thing is incredible. It can improve the blood of the beast, it is not an ordinary thing. If an ordinary family works hard all their life, they may not be able to buy a few." After watching it for a while, Yi Lincheng handed the bad fruit back again. "This is for your dad." Yi Fan shook his head, took out another corrupted fruit again, and stuffed them all into Dad's hand. "There are 3 in total here, used to improve Xiaobai's bloodline level." To Xiaobai, this. Yi Lincheng waved his hands quickly, but Yi Fan spoke first. "My beast master is already at elite level, so it's useless to bring it." Yi Lincheng was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly put away the bad fruit. "You brat, you have all the good things now." "That's for sure." Yi Fan nodded, and then, thinking of something, he asked, "Dad, do you know the history of our family?" "Family history?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lincheng showed a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Quote, "Dad, if you don't know next time, just say you don't know. There's no need to pretend to think." Yi Fan had no choice but to respond, and then asked, "Then there is a strong person in the family and what he does, this Dad must know." Chapter 41. Strong Man. "There are many, your eldest grandpa, second grandpa, fourth grandpa." Seeing that Yi Lincheng was about to start reading, Yi Fan waved his hands quickly. "Read M. Anyway, the Yi family of their generation are quite strong." Yi Fan concluded. "I just heard from the uncle that something seems to have happened to my grandfather, so did he not take care of us?" "Yes, I haven't even met your grandpa a few times. He was said to have gone to the front line since I was born. Later, when I remembered, your grandpa was already dead. Speaking of this, Yi Lincheng sighed, your grandma was originally in poor health. Unfortunately, I cried every day after hearing the news, and he passed away not long after. I was only in my early teens when I became the head of the family. Didn't other Yi family members help us during this period? Yi Fan asked. Yes, your uncle's family was very good to us at the beginning. They helped me study, go to school, and support my daily life. Yi Lincheng replied, sighing, it's just that I didn't live up to expectations. I became a D-level student and didn't even have a high school diploma. After reading some name, we gradually became less and less frequent. It's just that your cousin's family has always been nice to us. So that's it. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. What it generally means is that the uncle and the grandfather are brothers. After the death of the grandfather, the people in his family took care of the father at first, but as the father gradually became mediocre, such care became less and less. Now, it has gradually changed. It became indifference and ridicule. Dad, it's okay. Yi Fan patted Yi Lincheng's shoulder and said, we will become more powerful in the future and everyone will be impressed. I think it's nothing, we're just one family, and it's like this. Yi Lincheng replied, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't continue and just sighed. At night, when I returned home, it was already very late. Bridget Lin had already laid down in the bedroom, and Yi Fan went back to the room. Crunch. In the bedroom, when he saw Yi Lincheng coming back, he asked, how was it? The same. Yi Lincheng replied, it's just that today my uncle said that I have changed a lot. He praised me and also praised Yi Fan. That's still good. Has Lena gone? Lena didn't go, we are having a banquet at eldest brother's house today. Yi Lincheng shook his head, looked at Bridget Lin who was looking forward to it, and suddenly said, Qingxia, I want to continue to be a beast master. Continue to become a beast master. After hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Xiao Bai through the window, who was lying at the door with someone knee-high. Could it be said that Xiao Bai? Yes, I fed a lot of spiritual fruits to Xiao Bai. Now Xiao Bai has reached the Black Iron 6-star level. Yi Lincheng replied, taking out the inferior fruit, this is the inferior fruit given by Yi Fan. It can make inferior people a level beast becomes an elite level beast. At this moment, maybe because of something at the banquet, Yi Lincheng suddenly showed off his cards, looked at Bridget Lin, and said with serious eyes, Fanner has the inheritance of a peerless strong man, and the breathing method I told you before was given to me by him. Quote, he is very strong. I have been following him out to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest while I have been looking for excuses for you to go out. Upon hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned. Qingxia, I don't want to be ordinary anymore. Yi Lincheng said in a deep tone, going to the banquet today, do you know how I feel? What? I failed to save face for my son. Instead, I still need him to comfort me. Yi Lincheng said, shaking his head, it would have been fine if I was alone in the past, but Yi Fan shouldn't be looked down upon by others because of me. Quote. These words made Lin Qingxia a little silent. After a while, she said, have you thought about it? Yes. Yi Lincheng nodded. Beast control was once my dream, but now Fanner has opened a path to becoming a strong person for me. If I don't catch it, I will regret it. I've thought about it, that's fine. Bridget Lin nodded and hugged Yi Lincheng. When the rent of the store is due this month, we will close the store and I will accompany you. Ever since we got married, it seems like I haven't seen you control the beast for a long, long time. In the bedroom on the other side, Yi Fan naturally didn't know what his parents were talking about, and he didn't expect that today's banquet would touch his father so much. In terms of state of mind, as a centenarian old man in his previous life, he had long been indifferent to the opinions of others. Therefore, regarding the behavior of these people, he just felt that his father was a bit miserable. For himself, it was really nothing. He was just curious. This family. Which family is it? On the bed, Yi Fan once again showed a thoughtful expression, Longtong, Kyoto, Pingcheng. Wrong. After a while, something suddenly occurred to him. Yi Fan sat up from the bed, and the memory of a huge accident emerged in his mind. Dragon Eye Chaos. No way. As soon as this word came out, Mark was a little unbelievable. There was a great turmoil in Kyoto in the previous life. About 4 years later, this turmoil almost spread to the core of the government. The specific reason was that a group of troops led by Dragon Eyes launched a rebellion. It was so powerful that it even occupied the city. Several key positions in Kyoto, and later several strong men from Kyoto returned urgently from the frontline secret areas to suppress this rebellion. Kill all those with dragon eyes. All rebels are exiled. This news was suppressed at the time. It happened that Yi Fan was studying at a university in Kyoto and witnessed the rebellion with his own eyes. Later, it was announced by the government that it was deliberately instigated by the dynasty organization, so he didn't think much about it. But now, all the clues are piled up, and the only one that fits this feature is that rebellion. The Dragon Eye Rebellion actually started from the Yi family. After saying this, Yi Fan took a breath and thought of the kind-hearted old Yi at the banquet. He was a military leader who retired from the front line. Such a person, who has devoted his life to the people of a country, would never launch such a rebellion. Unless, old Yi died. Although old Yi's hidden illness is serious, he will not last less than 4 years. Yi Fan speculated, but the more he speculated, the more frightened he was. Someone killed old Yi and joined the dynasty organization. This is almost a shocking news. The ancestors of the families with Dragon Eye bloodline are all the first-generation dragon slayers full of glory. They are pioneers and practitioners of this era. No one would doubt that their descendants would join the dynasty organization to restore the feudal ancient dynasty, and this is precisely an extremely dangerous sign. I must tell my uncle to be careful of the people around him when I have the chance. Yi Fan decided secretly, looking out the window, and suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, like a huge bird flying low. Wong, Wong. The little white at the door stood up and barked at the sky with some vigilance, as if there was something. Yi Fan frowned immediately, turned over, and got out of bed. As soon as he went out, Yi Lincheng, who was opposite the room, was also about to open the door, but Yi Fan pressed the door and said in a low voice, "Dad, you and Mom stay in the room, and don't come out unless I call you." In the room, Yi Lincheng, who didn't think there was anything, became nervous when he heard this and wanted to push the door out, but Yi Fan spoke again, "You must listen to me." Okay. Yi Lincheng was silent and let go of the hand that pushed the door. Outside the door, Yi Fan walked out of the yard with light steps, and did not look up like Xiao Bai. He did not stay in the yard, opened the door, and walked towards the remote street. Soon, under the moonlight outside, Yi Fan gradually came to an alley. Facing the dead end in front, Yi Fan stopped and spoke. "Come out, is it interesting to stay in the sky?" Dong. The voice fell, and the sound of birds flapping their wings sounded, and then a man in a black robe landed opposite Yi Fan. "You are very bold." Yi Fan spoke, his eyes swept to the long-winged bird next to the black-robed man, and frowned. "The elite-level beast of bronze 5 stars can still fly." After a little thought, Yi Fan raised his hand. "Pingcheng is a no-fly zone, don't you know?" "I know, but it's nothing more than a fine. It's late at night. How many law enforcement officers are still awake?" The man in black robe spoke, looking at Yi Fan with a slightly teasing smile. "You have a heart to protect your family, bringing me to such a remote place." "Yes, read M." Yi Fan nodded, looked at the man in black robe, and suddenly said, "Is there no one left in the dynasty organization? Just send you here." Hearing this, the man in black robe's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Boy, do you know about the dynasty organization? Then why would I ask Deng Li to tell you?" Yi Fan replied, his eyes calm. "You are also good at choosing the right time to come when I return to my hometown. Why, you don't dare to do anything in school. Are you provoking me, kid?" The man in black robe said, his eyes focused on Yi Fan, "I know your background clearly. The son of the most useless person in the Yi family, no one will help you. I suggest you take this sentence back." Yi Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. Angry. The man in black robe joked, "But that's the fact. You are very bold." Yi Fan spoke again, and the next moment, the hell dog appeared from the beast control space. Beast control. Ascension. Yi Fan raised his hand, and the light condensed. When he saw the hell dog in front of him, which was taller than a human, the man in black robe was slightly surprised. 2 bronze stars. But then, the man in black robe laughed again. "Boy, I'm not a rookie in your school." As he spoke, the man in black robe also raised his hand, and the light condensed. Beast control. wild wind. After saying this, the light did not envelope the beast but spread around. The wind suddenly roared, blowing their hair. The wind was so strong that at the other end of the alley, a barber shop sign was blown away like a ball. One of the few talents in sea level that can change the weather. Yi Fan stayed on the spot, feeling the changes in the weather nearby, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is also a relatively special beast-controlling talent. If such a character enters the front line as a warrior, he can play a very good range interference role. Logically speaking, he is a rare military talent. But now, this talent is used as a distracting sound to cover up people's ears when killing people. Is the restoration of the dynasty really that attractive? Yi Fan spoke, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated. If the other party comes to kill me, I will never hold back. Little fire, pounce, roar. A low roar sounded from the mouth of the hell dog. It moved quickly and pounced on the long-winged bird in almost the blink of an eye. The man in black robe reacted quickly and turned over on the bird. The long-winged bird flapped its wings. With a wave of his hand, he flew into the sky again. Boy, you can't beat me. The man in black robe did not fly too high. At least, Yi Fan could hear what he said clearly. Long-winged bird, use fallen leaf feather. The voice of the man in black robe sounded, and the next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings again, spread its wings, and its feathers seemed to be pulled, like small swords falling from the sky. Coupled with the dense number, which only covered a few meters around Yi Fan, this scene was frightening. Obviously, the man in black robe also knew not to get entangled with Yi Fan, so he used the long-winged bird's beast-controlling skills as soon as he came. Once it's launched, it's a killer move. His speed was very fast, obviously beyond the expectation of the man in black robe. The blow missed. In the sky, the man in black robe looked at Yi Fan, who exited the killing range unscathed, and was a little stunned. What you just said is right, you are not the rookies in the school. Yi Fan's voice sounded, but unfortunately, I am not a rookie either. I'm tired of using methods like directly attacking the Beastmaster in beast control duels. On the ground, Yi Fan, standing in the strong wind, patted the Cerberus beside him and sneered. He had experienced countless beast-controlling duels in his previous life. Some were just fighting beasts, some were fighting life and death, some were plotted against others, and some were plotted against others. He had so much combat experience, how could he not be able to see through a young man? As for this black-robed man in his 20s, even if he moved his eyes, he knew what he wanted to do. Skills like Rain of Fallen Leaves cannot be used for a second time in a short period of time. Looking at the silent black-robed man in the sky, Yi Fan said jokingly, now, if you want to kill me, it seems you can only pounce down from the sky. Quote, when a bird is hunting, it is also the time when the other party is most likely to kill it. Do you dare to come? When these words came out, the man in black robe's eyes changed a little. Looking at the young man on the ground who was not only not afraid but also mocking him, he felt strangely panicked. From a young boy who had just fledged, he actually had the strange feeling of being scolded by his teacher when he was studying. He is so confident. When my long-winged bird kills him, can he kill me back? In the sky, the man in black robe who was determined to win the mission hesitated for the first time. Obviously, he also knows this. In the sky, the long-winged bird is in an invincible position, but if it continues to be delayed, he will be exposed before long. The most effective and fastest way is to kill him. Once you choose to cull, it is equivalent to choosing to gamble that Yi Fan will not be able to seize this opportunity. Why, you don't dare. Yi Fan didn't wait for the other party's answer for a long time, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I suggest you go back early. If you haven't killed me for such a long time, I'm afraid it will be easily investigated by the law enforcement team. Come on. I know you're afraid of death. It's okay, I don't blame you. Asshole. Hearing this, even though he knew that Yi Fan was provoking the general, the man in black robe still got angry and waved his hand. Long-winged bird, bite him. Call out. The next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, its huge body shaped like a glider, and headed straight towards Yi Fan. This rushing momentum was quite scary. Come, the voice of the man in black robe sounded, with a hint of anger on his face. He didn't believe that AD-level boy, with a bronze 2-star hellhound, could kill his long-winged bird in the strong wind. This blow is also a sure kill. Phew, a whistling sound sounded in the sky. Yi Fan looked at the long-winged bird coming straight and suddenly smiled. After saying this, Yi Fan's eyes changed and he suddenly spoke coldly. Xiaohuo, choke. As the voice fell, Yi Fan stepped back, and the same thing happened, the Cerberus opened its mouth and pounced out. At this point, the long-winged bird hasn't even arrived yet. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the face of the man in black robe changed. He had fallen into the trap. This Yi Fan is waiting for such an all-out fight. The long-winged bird coming straight away couldn't turn around in such a short time. Roar. The roar sounded, and this scene seemed extremely weird. The next second the Cerberus pounced, the long-winged bird seemed to put its throat into its mouth. Thump. Being locked at the throat, the huge momentum caused the long-winged bird to struggle, and the dog and the bird flew straight out. The man in black robe rolled to the ground, looked at the long-winged bird whose throat was locked, and rushed forward with a fist. At this scene, Yi Fan, who was not far away, smiled and shook his head again. You don't even know my beast controlling skills, how dare you say you know me clearly? After the words fell, Yi Fan raised his hand again. Small fire, use, superheat combustion. Roar. The roar sounded, and magma-like red appeared on the Cerberus' body. Terrifying flames brewed and spread like a bomb in an instant. No, looking at the flames coming towards his face, the man in black robes stared hard, and the next second, the flames swallowed him up. Yi Fan stood there, and the wave of fire that came towards him finally stopped at a distance of less than 5 centimeters in front of him. This is the limit distance of overheating combustion, and it is also the reason why he chose to retreat just now. From the moment the man in black robe chose to kill, Yi Fan had already thought about everything that followed. It was not the man in black robes must kill, but his must kill. Even if the Beast Master can survive the superheated burning at such a close range, the Beast Master will definitely die. Tisk tisk. Soon, the flames disappeared, and not far away, a black corpse and the remains of a black bird were placed there. Xiaohuo, you did a great job. Yi Fan walked over, patted the weak Cerberus, and casually took out a spiritual fruit to give to it. Wong. The hell dog made a docile voice, but did not go to take the spirit fruit from Yi Fan's hand. He nodded his head toward the ground, signaling Yi Fan to put the spirit fruit on the ground. This is a habit he has recently learned from Xiao Bai. He does not go to the table to eat, and he does not eat things from other people's hands or with chopsticks. He has very clear etiquette. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan shook his head with a smile, rubbed the Cerberus's head, and fed the spirit fruit into the Cerberus's mouth. You are my beast master. In my eyes, you are my most important beast. Good mate, you're welcome. Wong Wong, Cerberus said, nuzzling Mark again. Yi Fan squatted down, looked at the dark man in black robe, curled his lips, and said as if he was delivering a eulogy, in the next life, remember not to take your parents with you when provoking others. Snapped, snapped, snapped. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of applause sounded from behind Yi Fan. What an amazing Beast Master showdown. As soon as the voice came out, Yi Fan stood up like a thunderbolt and quickly made a defensive posture. His body tensed up in an instant, he clenched his fists, and the veins in his arms popped. Someone approached him without him knowing it. This is definitely a strong one. But as soon as he turned around and looked at the person opposite, Mark was stunned. Uncle, why is it you? As he spoke, Yi Fan's prepared punch stopped in the air. This scene seemed a little embarrassing. Didn't you ask me to come to you? Mr. Yi replied with a smile on his face. I just happened to see this person and wanted to see how good you were at controlling beasts. Unexpectedly, it surprised me. After saying this, Mr. Yi paused, with golden light flowing in his eyes. Fanur, your beast controlling ability doesn't seem like that of a new beast controlling master. I'm so impressed, Yi Fan replied, still maintaining respect for Mr. Yi who has been on the front line for many years. I've had some incredible adventures. An adventure? That's no wonder. After hearing this, Mr. Yi nodded slightly and did not ask any questions. Instead, there was some joy in his eyes. It is something to be happy about when your children and grandchildren have adventures. It's good to have adventures, so you should seize the opportunity. Understood. Yi Fan nodded and pointed to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who the person who came to fight with me today is? Who is it? Hearing this, Mr. Yi looked towards the corpse, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw what seemed to be an iron badge left on the corpse's burnt clothes. On the badge, there was a pattern with the word, Wang, spread out. People from the dynasty organization. Frowning slightly, Mr. Yi thought for a moment and said, I will ask the superiors to pay attention to Pingcheng. I don't suggest you do this. Yi Fan shook his head. This person can appear here at this time. What does it mean? I should know. Since the emergence of beast masters, various places have strengthened the control of beast masters. No matter how backward Pingcheng is, it will never be possible for a beast master with flying beast masters to easily appear here at this time. 20 minutes have passed since just now. Even with the strong wind of the man in black, it was enough for someone to notice. But until now, there is still no movement. It was obvious that in Pingcheng, at least near Yi Fan's home, the law enforcement agencies deliberately concealed and ignored the appearance of this black-robed man. These words made Mr. Yi ponder again, but soon he seemed a little angry. Pingcheng's law enforcement agency actually colluded with the dynasty organization. How dare they? Mr. Yi, we underestimated the dynasty organization. Yi Fan spoke from the side. According to my previous understanding, the dynasty organization has gathered all the underground gangs in Pingcheng. They are not just in the open as we thought. The rebellion was organized with great fanfare and deployed in many places at the same time. It's okay in big cities. In a place like Pingcheng where precautions have been neglected, not surprisingly, many law enforcement agencies should have been infiltrated, and even some local families have participated. The man in black robe today is the best example. It's unbelievable, Mr. Yi replied, with some surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yi Fan again and suddenly asked, Fanur, how do you know about the dynasty organization, and you seem to know it very well. I happen to have some personal enmity with Yizi from the dynasty organization. Yi Fan did not hesitate and replied, I accidentally found some clues on this Yizi and found something. That's it. Mr. Yi nodded and glanced at Yi Fan, whose eyes didn't look fake. He didn't suspect too much, but continued to ask, then how did you know that the dynasty organization had gathered all the underground gangs in Pingcheng? Quote. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, looked at Mr. Yi, and said with a hint of meaning, Old Yi, we are at different heights now, and the things we see are also different. What you see is the commanding heights of the upper part of the dynasty organization, but what I see is the root of the cancer that is the dynasty organization. These words made Mr. Yi pause a little, but soon, he showed some smile again, nodded with a smile, looked at Yi Fan, and said with some praise, Fanur, you have such an opinion, it's good. So your advice is for me not to alarm them? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. You should know how cunning and difficult the dynasty organization is. Once they sense danger, they will quickly shrink. 1 or 2 eradication operations are not painful at all. If you want to hurt them, you have to find opportunities and follow the clues. I can follow the clues from the underground gangs I know and lead them out bit by bit. I'm just a bronze beastmaster, and since Mr. Yi is sick, they won't take me too seriously. They will test and provoke me again and again. By the time they react, we already know who Pingcheng is and who they are. The organization colludes with the remnants of the dynasty. Speaking of this, Yi Fan's voice was a little cold. He glanced at Mr. Yi and whispered, when the time comes, we will catch them all and eradicate them all. These words were cold, and the iron-blooded will in them made Mr. Yi slightly moved. He glanced at Yi Fan and clearly noticed the amazing change in his grandson. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. But how do you ensure your safety? This time it's a bronze 5-star. Next time, maybe it's silver. In the end, Mr. Yi didn't ask anything, but replied seriously, do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly? Mr. Yi can send someone to protect my family. The dynasty organization has always been despicable, and they might take action against them. Yi Fan replied, as for me, Mr. Yi, don't worry, our teacher is a well-known strong man in Pingcheng. I am in school, he will protect me. In this case, it's okay. Mr. Yi is not a hesitant person. Since Mark's words touched him, he will naturally be decisive. Within 1 year, you will get a specific list and give it to me. I will handle it, Mr. Yi said, glanced at Yi Fan, his face was a little cold, and said, I am still in Pingcheng, the dynasty organization they all dare to extend their tentacles here. In this case, let them pay a sufficient price. Okay, Yi Fan nodded, with a slight smile in his eyes. With Mr. Yi's help, his plan to eradicate the Pingcheng dynasty organization will be much smoother. Uncle, now it's time to get down to business. Business. Mr. Yi frowned slightly. About the treatment of your hidden illness. Yi Fan said with a smile in his eyes, isn't it because of this that the uncle came to me? Hearing this, Mr. Yi was also startled, and then subconsciously said, Fanur, do you really know how to treat my hidden disease? Of course, I happen to know some ways to treat the backlash of dragon eyes. Yi Fan looked at Mr. Yi, but Mr. Yi needs to tell me first, how did you replenish the blood of the legacy, causing the concentration of your own blood to exceed the limit? Of this, Mr. Yi hesitated, but did not hide it, saying, I got a precious dragon relic blood in a secret realm, and I just got a piece of information about how dragon pupil users can improve their bloodline. The secret recipe was the blood of the dragon species. Hearing this, Yi Tong remained calm, but secretly felt a little frightened. The level of the secret realm that can obtain dragon blood must be very high. Being able to enter such a place and obtain dragon blood, Mr. Yi's strength should be quite good among the top military officials. It's just okay. The method of replenishment is direct replenishment through blood. Yi Fan nodded. Generally speaking, for descendants of special ancient relics like dragon eyes, the bloodline is replenished with the blood of dragon relics. Of course, there are other ways, such as some special treasures of heaven and earth, and some special royal treasures. Beasts, and even some special ancient weapons are possible. Since this is the case, it's easier to handle. Yi Fan nodded and stretched out his finger. There are two methods, one is quick but will lose some strength, the other is slow but has basically no impact on strength. There are two other ways. Hearing this, Mr. Yi was slightly startled. He has been suffering from backlash for quite some time, and has consulted many doctors, but has been unable to find a solution. What's more, the more treatment he gets, the worse it gets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retired from the front line so quickly. Yes, Yi Fan was confident. Both of these two methods can guarantee the treatment of dragon eye backlash. It depends on what Mr. Yi chooses. These words made Mr. Yi hesitate. After a while, Mr. Yi said, what is the quickest way to get results? Bloodletting. Yi Fan answered simply and clearly. Use special means to replace the dragon relic blood in Yi Lao's body with the blood of ordinary people. If the blood concentration drops below the backlash line, there will be there's backlash and damage. Special means. Mr. Yi frowned slightly and did not ask any questions, but said, if this is the case, will my strength be greatly reduced? Of course. Yi Fan nodded. Dragon eyes men rely on their own strength, and the basis of this strength is the relic bloodline in the body. If the bloodline is lost, the strength will naturally not be as good as before. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Yi shook his head decisively. Which one is the one with the slowest results? This one is more complicated and needs to be combined with the prescription, and the breathing method needs to be modified. Yi Fan answered. Change the breathing method. Hearing this, Mr. Yi frowned again. The breathing method is equivalent to the foundation of the Beast Master. The Beast Master's space and the strong fighting ability of the Beast Master are basically due to the attainment of the breathing method. When the breathing method reaches a high level, there will be many abilities, such as Ma Dafei before. The obtained thunder breathing technique reaches the final level, and the attack can even carry a weak thunder. If you modify the breathing method, your own combat ability will be unable to use these abilities and will be greatly reduced. This damage seems to be greater than the damage caused by exchange transfusion. No, this is the best treatment plan. Yi Fan shook his head. Dragon pupil users do not rely on beast control. Most modern dragon pupil users use similar breathing methods to grow as ordinary beast control masters. This growth plan it's just wrong. What I told you to do with the medicine and modify the breathing method is to let you change and become a true dragon eyes user. The strength will decline in a short period of time, but when the uncle adapts, he will be even stronger than before. The real dragon pupil. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi's eyes shrank a little. Obviously, he knew what the real dragon pupil meant by Yi Fan's words. The first generation of dragon pupil practitioners specialized in their own cultivation. Their body was like a dragon, and they could split Washan Mountain with strength. I choose the second one. Read M. Soon, Mr. Yi nodded. Which of the two methods is better can be seen almost at a glance. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Mr. Yi across from him, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, Uncle, I now need you to use the blood of dragon eyes to swear an oath of origin, and you cannot reveal in any way the breathing method I passed on to you today, and cannot harm me and my family in any way. Oath from origin. These words made Mr. Yi pause. An oath of origin is equivalent to an oath directed at the ancient relics and those with the blood of the ancient relics. The ancient relics are considered the darlings of God, and as darlings, they are naturally powerful and will have corresponding constraints. The oath of origin is 1. Once the ancient relic uses the origin of blood to swear an oath, the oath will be condensed in the blood. If it is violated, the blood will explode, and those who violate it will die. At first, this kind of oath was used by the first-generation beast masters to restrain and subdue those ancient relics after they were accidentally discovered. However, it has evolved into modern times. Except for the ancient relics and people with the blood of the ancient relics, few people know about it. After all, neither the bloodline beasts nor the humans will tell you that there is such a thing as an oath of origin. Mr. Yi, what I'm going to tell you next is enough to make all the dragon eyes in this world go crazy. Yi Fan replied, looking at Mr. Yi and saying, It's not that I don't believe Mr. Yi, it's that I have to ensure that I am the safety of my family. Okay. After hearing this, Mr. Yi didn't say anything more and closed his eyes. Soon, a dragon roar sounded, and a dragon-shaped shape appeared in his heart. I, Yi Mo, swear by my bloodline that I will never do anything in any way. As Mr. Yi's oath was completed, soon, the dragon's roar subsided, and the dragon-shaped pattern in the heart turned red and then disappeared. This means that the oath is established. After the oath was established, Yi Fan also exhaled and said to Mr. Yi, It's not convenient here, go back to my house and talk. Okay. Mr. Yi nodded and looked at his grandson leaving in front of him, with some doubts emerging in his eyes. A breathing method that makes all dragon eyes go crazy. What is it? Uncle, why are you here? In the room, Yi Lincheng was stunned as he watched Mr. Yi follow Yi Tong into the room and sit upright in the hall. I have something to do with Fenner. Mr. Yi coughed and looked at Xiao Bai next to Yi Lincheng with an awkward expression. Mom and Dad, it's okay. You go back and rest first. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Fan saw Mr. Yi's embarrassment and said with a smile to Yi Lincheng and Bridget Lin. Oh, okay. Yi Lincheng agreed, turned around and walked towards the room, but Bridget Lin stayed behind and said politely, Uncle, please talk to Fenner slowly. There is fruit on the table. Okay. Mr. Yi nodded with a smile on his face. The door closed and the two entered Mark's room. At this time, Yi Fan's face gradually became serious. Uncle, the technique I am going to talk about next is the technique practiced by the first generation of Dragon Eye practitioners, and is specially created for people with the blood of dragon relics. This technique is called the 9 transformations of the true dragon. It has 9 levels in total. With each level practiced, the dragon's blood in the body will become stronger, and the body brought by the relic bloodline will become stronger and stronger. When you reach a high level, you can even exert your power. Comparing the power of dragon relics. 9 transformations of the true dragon. Upon hearing this name, Mr. Yi's face changed slightly. He had heard the name of this breathing method before, and it was indeed the breathing method practiced by the first generation of Dragon Eye practitioners. Is this kind of technique also included in your adventure? You don't need to ask me in detail. Yi Fan replied, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes that was difficult to detect. In his previous life, he had killed a real dragon pupil person and obtained the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Because of this, he didn't care much about the so-called dragon pupil person. He still believed in Mr. Yi, but he was still not completely reassured, so he asked Mr. Yi to make an oath. The higher the level of the beast master, the more excited he will be about the things he can take out. No one, except parents, must be unprepared. As he spoke, Yi Fan began to describe the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Yi Lao concentrated and moved in sync with Yi Fan's words. As time passed, Mr. Yi suddenly groaned, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This is a small backlash for his modification of the breathing method. After all, people at their level have high attainments in the breathing method. If they want to specialize in it, there will be some small price. After this mouthful of blood spilled out, Yi Lao's breath soon calmed down. Not long after, he suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. In his eyes, golden light circulated and lingered for a long time. I have successfully entered the first of the 9 transformations of the true dragon, Mr. Yi said and stood up. A majestic momentum rose from his body, and then, Mr. Yi raised his hand, with a faint smile on his face. This comfortable feeling has not appeared for a long time since I suffered the backlash. Quote. Congratulations, Uncle, Yi Fan said with a smile, your strength is there. Although your strength has dropped a little now, after you enter the second and third changes, you will soon recover and even surpass before. Quote. I feel it. Mr. Yi nodded and looked at Yi Fan, who was always neither humble nor arrogant, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. I also have a medicine list here, which is specifically for blood energy. Yi Fan said, took a pen and paper, wrote down the medicine list, and handed it to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi took the medicine list and read it for a long time before looking up. I won't take such a precious technique and such a rare prescription in vain. Fanur, if you need anything, you can tell me. When my strength is restored, even in Kyoto, they still have to give me some face. I can satisfy you with most of the things you want. I promise you, within the allowed conditions, I can find 3 things for you. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm still too weak now, and I can't use many things at all. When I get to Kyoto in the future, if necessary, I will bother you. No problem. Mr. Yi agreed happily. At this moment, he also understood why Yi Fan made him make that oath before. For those with dragon pupil, this 9 transformations of the true dragon have a fatal attraction. Even if it is me, I will definitely be tempted. Fanur, are you really not going to Kyoto with me? After thinking for a while, Mr. Yi asked again, there is still more than a year before we can eradicate the dynasty organization in this place. You must have great fortune. You can't use it in a place like Pingcheng. I will go to Kyoto in the future. Yi Fan shook his head. Pingcheng, I still have some bonds. After that, I can go to Kyoto with peace of mind. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Mr. Yi nodded and stood up. In the future, I will send someone to protect your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you in case of encounter. What? There is a backup plan. Hearing this, Yi Fan did not refuse. He took the communication talisman from Mr. Yi and put it in his arms. Before leaving, Yi Fan saw Mr. Yi to the door. Yi Fan hesitated, but finally said, Mr. Yi, be careful about the people around you. These words made Mr. Yi stop walking and turned around with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He was naturally thoughtful, and looked at Yi Fan with a slightly incredulous expression. You mean, the Yi family also? Shish. Yi Fan made a silent gesture, his eyes a little deep. It's just a guess, Mr. Yi should pay more attention. Black is black and white is white. You can't disguise it. There will definitely be something different. Yi Fan, uncle is gone. Yi Lincheng walked out of the room looking at Yi Fan walking back alone. Read. Let's go. Yi Fan replied, looked at Yi Lincheng, and asked, Dad, I just went out and asked you not to come out. Why are you waiting in the living room with Xiaobai? Aren't we afraid that something might happen to you? Yi Lincheng replied, who knew you were the uncle looking for you? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, and did not say anything about the dynasty organization. It's good to keep them in the dark about some things, and it's good to worry less. With the uncle's guarantee, I don't have to worry about the safety of my parents. In this way, in the next period of time, I can concentrate on fighting with the schoolman and the dynasty organization in Pingcheng. Dad, give Xiaobai the bad fruit to eat and see how far Xiaobai can evolve. Thinking of something, Yi Fan called to Xiaobai who was guarding the door again. Xiaobai ran over quickly, and Yi Lincheng also took out the bad fruit. Soon, 3 bad fruits were eaten by Xiaobai, and the light rose up and enveloped Xiaobai. Not long after, a beast with steel-like hair appearing all over its body appeared in front of the 2 of them. Iron Hound. Looking at the little white dog in front of him, which was almost the same as a hellhound, Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. It is considered a relatively powerful type of beast control among the elite-level beasts. Iron Hound. Hearing this brand new name, Yi Lincheng was slightly surprised, but then he looked at Xiaobai and called out, Xiaobai. Ooh. Xiaobai made a low voice, lowered his head, and rubbed Yi Lincheng who was sitting there. The relationship between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster will not change due to changes in the Beastmaster's strength. Yi Fan said from the side, Dad, from now on, you will be considered a good Beastmaster in Pingcheng. Okay. Yi Lincheng nodded, looked at Yi Fan, and suddenly said, by the way, your mother agrees that I will continue to be a Beastmaster. Really? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, isn't Mom worried about you? I'm worried, but I still agreed. Yi Lincheng replied, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously, your mother said to accompany me. Mom said she was worried that you would go out drinking every day. Yi Tong said, with a smile on his face. In my memory, my father and mother were a couple who got along very well. Although their previous life was ordinary and even difficult, they still loved each other. Very enviable love. Dad, when you become a powerful Beastmaster in the future, don't marry 7 or 8 wives like your ancestor did. Yi Fan said jokingly when he thought of something. How dare I? Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Luncheng quickly replied, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, hesitated for a while, shrank his head, leaned close to Yi Fan's ear, and whispered, I want your mother. Enough. In Chenfang village, looking at the old man walking from a distance, Yi Guihai showed a somewhat surprised expression. Father, it's so late, where have you been? Just taking a walk. Mr. Yi replied and glanced at Yi Guihai, feeling a little worried. Guihai, what kind of organization do you think the dynasty organization is? A dynasty organization. After hearing this, Yi Guihai was stunned, and then quickly said, with the purpose of restoring the ancient dynasty, it is a cult organization that poisons the people. Well, it is indeed a cult organization that poisons the people. Mr. Yi nodded, and then sighed leisurely, but why are so many people willing to join it? This question made Yi Guihai hesitate. Those martyrs finally overturned the system of the ancient dynasty that was oppressed by the ancient beasts and the royal family. In order to stop those ancient beasts who were expelled from the territory but still wanted to return all the time, I don't know how many generations of people died generously. Until now, we are still their successors. I know this. Yi Guihai nodded, looked at Mr. Yi, and seemed to notice that Mr. Yi was in a bad mood, and whispered, Father, what happened to you today? Did you see anything when you went out? I saw the corruption of a local law enforcement agency, and I heard an unexpected advice. Mr. Yi replied, turning to look at Yi Guihai, and suddenly said, Guihai, the Yi family will not allow anyone to betray the honor of our ancestors. People show up. Recently, you sent some trusted confidants to thoroughly check the detailed dealings of everyone in the Yi family in the past year. If there are any abnormalities, write down the list of them all and check them one by one. I will confirm whether these people have any connection with the dynasty organization, association. As long as we find out, we will kill them on the spot. Yi Lao's voice was not harsh, but his words contained thunderous murderous intent. This murderous intention shocked Yi Guihai, who was standing beside him, and then his expression changed drastically. Obviously, what Mr. Yi means is that there is a traitor in the Yi family and a traitor who has joined the dynasty organization. I will definitely find out about this matter. Yi Guihai responded, frowning. As the eldest son of this generation of the Yi family, he has the obligation to urge the glory of the Yi family not to be discarded. Go. Mr. Yi waved his hand and watched Yi Guihai leave. He seemed to suddenly think of something and said, Guihai, when you have time in the future, spend more time with Lincheng and the others. Yi Guihai was stunned for a moment by these words, but soon, he responded stiffly and left. Looking at this scene, Mr. Yi shook his head slightly. He could tell that Yi Guihai didn't have much ill will towards Yi Lincheng, but Yi Guihai's heart was full of protecting the honor of the Yi family, and he couldn't bear to see such cowardly descendants of the Yi family. In particular, Yi Lincheng is the only fire left by his famous younger brother. In the future, everything should change. I don't know what he thought of, but Mr. Yi said something, put his hands on his back, and walked towards Chenfang village. Under the old figure, there seemed to be some regretful sighs drifting away in the wind. The following time passed very peacefully. Except for the fat man's father who brought him to thank Yi Fan for taking care of him in school, no one else visited during this period. The dynasty organization also collapsed after the last defeat. No more news. Dad, while I'm at school, don't go to Silver Moon Forest alone. Before leaving, Yi Fan told Yi Lincheng, if you don't know the habits and territory of those beast masters, accidents may easily occur if you go to fight. Usually you can go to the Colosseum in the center of the city, where you can have a beast master duel. You can not only improve the beast master's level, but you can also get rewards if you win. I know. Yi Lincheng nodded, accepting Yi Fan's instructions. Also, the breathing method given to you should be practiced more often. It is good for the body. Eat more good food. Don't worry about money. It is completely enough. Xiaobai should have enough spiritual grass and spiritual fruits during this period. I put them all in my room. You can just feed them according to the list I wrote. Don't show off your wealth, try not to let anyone know about our little white, but you don't have to worry about the beast master being seen by others. Although Pingcheng is small, the system is still complete, and the beast master and ordinary people are protected. Yes, most people don't dare to provoke you. If you have any trouble, you can call me. Quote. Before leaving, Yi Lincheng and Bridget Lin didn't have time to say a few words. Instead, Yi Fan gave instructions from the oldest to the youngest, and talked for a long time until the car was about to drive away, then he said goodbye to the two of them. Let's go, pay more attention to your health. I will come back to see you when I have time. Yi Lincheng and Bridget Lin were at the station. They looked at the car driving away, exhaled, and then looked at each other in confusion. Finally, Yi Lincheng spoke. Why do I feel like our identities as my son have been interchanged? Why does he talk more than us? At the school gate, Fatty Li, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Yi Fan arriving slowly and hurriedly stepped forward. Yi Fan, why are you here just now? Didn't you agree to meet at 10 o'clock? Read M. Fatty Li came back 2 days early. Yi Fan was not here these 2 days because Pan Zhao scolded him until late. Normally when Yi Fan was around, at least Pan Zhao wouldn't stare at him all the time. Something happened on the way. Yi Fan replied, with a smile in his eyes. Even if the dynasty organization took action against him, he would not really wait like a fool to wait for the other party to come to his door. As soon as he got off the car, he found a secret place and summoned Ma Dafei to learn about the current situation of the dynasty organization. Ma Dafei didn't know much. He only told Yi Fan that the dynasty organization would send silver-level beastmasters to carry out some new plans in a while. It was said that the adults sent a few days ago were secretly killed. As for the adult they were talking about, if there were no accidents, he was the bronze-level beastmaster who came to assassinate Yi Fan before. What's wrong? Looking at the fat man, Yi Fan asked. Nothing, just asking. Fatty Li on the side nodded when he heard this, and did not ask any questions. Instead, he pulled Yi Fan and said softly, Yi Fan, what level is your beast control now? Quote. 4 bronze stars, what's wrong? Yi Fan asked, turning to look at the fat man. The A-level one from the elite class has returned to school. Fatty Li replied and whispered. The first one is a bronze-level beast, and there are 2 of them. One of them is a peak elite-level beast. Jia is back. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised the corners of his mouth, and then nodded, that's good. Yi Fan. Fatty Li originally wanted to say a few words of caution, but when he saw that Yi Fan seemed to be interested, he stopped talking. After a while, he hesitated and said, he is very strong. He broke you yesterday. The previous record of 300 was a score of over 370 points. Yes, Yi Fan nodded. After all, he is A-level. He has no strength at all, and he is not worthy of the name A-level. Aren't you worried? Fatty Li said, I feel like he will become your strong enemy. There's nothing to worry about. Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty with a deep look in his eyes. Fatty, this Pingcheng is too small. It will be boring if there is no suitable opponent. After hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head, looked at Yi Fan's expression, and said thoughtfully, it seems that my pattern is still not open. Haha, you will open it later. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Fatty Li, and asked slightly inquiringly, what are the strengths of your 2 beasts? Both of them are black iron 8 stars. Fatty Li quickly replied, they were fed spiritual grass and spiritual fruit according to your plan. 8 black iron stars, then you are almost bronze. Yi Fan nodded and took out the bad fruit. This is the bad fruit I got. I used it for your purple snake. Your strength it should be on another level. The bad fruit. Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the bad fruit in Yifan's hand. Why do you still have? There's no need to ask any more questions. Yifan replied, stretching, let's go to the practice instrument first. Get my records back, In the school, as Yifan came to the practice room, many people came after hearing the news. When the bronze 4-star Cerberus appeared, there were screams of exclamation. How is it possible that in 1 month, he has achieved 4 bronze stars? It is 2 levels higher than Gigia's beast control level. And he has a new beast, so he can control 2 beasts. No, this hell dog should have evolved from his previous fire dog. This Yifan is pretty fierce. Is he ready to beat Gigia's score? It's not that easy to jump to the bronze level. Whether he can still score 300 points is one thing. The higher the level, the harder it is, but you still have to get that level. How difficult can it be to master a bronze level beast? What's more, he spent a lot of effort to train his own hellhound. Xiao Huo, show me. Looking at the Cerberus not far away, Yifan said with a smile. Roar. A low hoarse roar sounded. The hell dog opened its mouth, and flames overflowed from its mouth. Looking at the elite beast evolved from the evolution device opposite, it opened its mouth, and the flames spurted out like rays. The beast seemed to be down. Facing the flames, it did not dodge. The moment it was covered by the flames, it was enveloped in an instant. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving only a burnt exercise instrument beast. There was some silence in the air. After a while, the score of 100 was slowly revealed on the instrument. Many people were shocked by this hand. What's going on? That was the Cerberus's skill just now. Fire breathing. This skill is too valuable. Before the voice could finish, the next training instrument beast appeared. The hell dog opened its mouth again, and the same flame spray still simply destroyed the beast. At this time, many people's expressions changed. Be able to use skills continuously. What is this? Isn't it said that most of the bronze level beast controlling skills can only be used once in a short period of time? Why can he let the beast controller use them all the time? And soon, the third beast appeared, with the same result. The fourth head is still the same. 400. Looking at the score on the drill, Yifan nodded, did not continue the challenge, and waved to recall Fatty Lee. Looking back, everyone was stunned. Today is 400 points. If anyone can break this score, I will come again. Looking at everyone, Yifan slowly opened his mouth, said a sentence, and walked off the stage. Pan Zhao didn't know when he came here. Looking at Yifan walking off the stage, his eyes also changed slightly. This stinky boy has another adventure. As a mentor, his vision is naturally different from these students. Obviously, the fire breathing is not a skill of the hellhound at all. This is why it is said that silver is the starting point. Only when it reaches silver, the blood shackles of the beast will be opened. At that time, you can start to use the power of different attributes, such as fire, water, thunder, falling rocks, etc. What did he give the beast to eat to stimulate the power of the fire in the beast's blood, so that the hellhound can break the blood shackles of the beast at the bronze level? Pan Zhao was a little judgmental and a little frightened. There are spiritual fruits that can break the bloodline shackles of the beast in advance, at least they are spiritual grade. This kid is only bronze, where can he get spiritual grade spiritual fruits? Teacher Pan. When Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already come to him, greeted him, and said with a smile, how is it? Teacher Pan is satisfied with this performance, right? Not bad. Pan Zhao suppressed his emotions and said calmly on the surface, but still couldn't help asking, how did you do it? I got some good things. Yifan replied with a smile on his face. He also successfully achieved the ability of the hellhound to exert the attribute power in the bloodline in advance a few days ago. This is something he had planned for a long time, and he realized it very early. He prepared the fiery fruit, and later, he also prepared the white jade fruit, flame mushroom and other spiritual fruits specifically for the hellhound to be planted in the beast's face. These spiritual fruits can accelerate the growth of the beast. Although for the bronze level, the improvement of ordinary level natural materials and treasures is not great, the key point lies in the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spiritual fruit it eats loosens the shackles, and with the flow rate of 30-1 in the beast control space, such a long time is enough to open the shackles in advance. The strength has not increased much, but the activation of the flame is real, and the lethality it brings is also obvious. With this ability, your hellhound is considered extremely strong before the silver level, Pan Zhao said, with a hint of joy in his eyes. He also saw Jijia's beast control battle here a few days ago. The former's performance made him worry that Yi Fan would be left behind after he came back. But this time, Yi Fan directly showed him the ability to cross levels. The bronze level has things that the silver level can use. Even if the flame power at the bronze level is not strong, it is enough for him to run rampant in the bronze level beast control duel, not to mention the terrifying combat experience of Yi Fan, the monster himself. What if you have the A-level horror bonus and the elite peak beast control? Every attack of mine is like using the beast control skills, how can you fight? After all, the monthly secret realm will begin in a few days. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. I hope to have a bigger harvest. Secret realm. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the 400 points on the stage with some understanding. As soon as Yi Fan came back, he went straight to the training instrument. What he said and did must be that he knew about Jijia's arrival. He wanted to suppress this A-class that Pingcheng had not released in decades. Jijia will also enter the secret realm this time. He has 2 beasts to control. If you face him, be more careful. Understood. Yi Fan nodded. Looking at Yi Fan, Pan Zhao was a little worried and said hesitantly, the A-level beast control talent is terrifying, don't do it because of a momentary dispute. I will not compete with him because of a dispute of temper. Yi Fan shook his head, but his eyes were a little cold. Okay. At this point, Pan Zhao did not continue. He looked at Yi Fan leaving with Fatty Li with a somewhat surprised expression. He clearly felt Yi Fan's hostility towards Jijia. This hostility did not feel like a competition between 2 students. Instead, it felt a bit like the hostility between himself and Zhang Hong, which suddenly made him feel familiar. His growth trajectory probably has nothing in common with Jijia's. How could he have such great hostility for nothing? Boss Ji, what do you think? This strength is appropriate. In the elite class, Jijia was sitting on his seat. Next to him, a loser was squeezing his shoulders diligently. This fool is not an ordinary guy, his family background is quite good, and his talent in beast control is also outstanding enough, but in front of this genius who has not appeared in Pingcheng for decades, he still keeps his attitude low enough. The man in front of him was terrifying not only because of his talent, but also because of his huge family background. He should have been allowed to study in Kyoto, but for some unknown reason, he came to Pingcheng to study in high school. It's okay. Jijia replied calmly from his seat, looking at the many people surrounding him, and shook his head. Pingcheng was too young and backward. These people were all known as the most talented beastmasters in Pingcheng's generation, but they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. The children of the big families in Kyoto, no matter how talented they are, will not lose at the starting line if they are beaten with spiritual fruits or spiritual herbs. But in Pingcheng, at this stage, there was not even a bronze-level beast master, so he couldn't arouse any interest. What about Yi Fan? Has he returned to school? Jijia suddenly asked as he thought of something. I don't know. I should be back soon. The secret realm is about to be opened. One person replied. Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. Evan is back. He broke Boss G's record in the practice room and scored 400 points. He also said that if anyone can break this record, he will do it again. 2 voices sounded like thunder, and some people stood up, with surprise in their eyes. 400 points, bronze level, how could anyone possibly score 400 points? 400 points. Jijia seemed to be a little surprised in his seat, but soon he asked, how was the battle? It's very easy. The man replied in a hurried tone, he has a hell dog, which seems to have evolved from the previous fire dog. It can continuously use beast controlling skills such as breathing fire. The beast controlling skills practiced by the training device cannot be recognized. They were all killed in one blow. Continuously using fire breathing. Jijia frowned slightly after hearing this. However, after all, he is a person with a big family background, so Jijia's vision is naturally not low. It should be that he chose the fire dog, used the spirit fruit to adjust the best evolution direction of the fire dog, and then used a special spirit at the bronze level. As a result, the blood shackles of the Cerberus were opened in advance. In this way, the fire element ability of the Hell Dog is released, which has a huge advantage among bronze-level beasts. Quote. This mark is quite courageous. Someone should be guiding him. As expected of a direct descendant of that person, even if he is in such decline, he can still put some pressure on me. That person's direct descendant. After hearing this, a student next to him had a strange expression. Then Yi Fan, isn't he a student from an ordinary family? I heard that his parents opened a restaurant in Xicheng district, Pingcheng. What do you know? After hearing this, Ji Jia snorted, and then stood up. Get ready, maybe we can meet in the secret realm. You are all geniuses in Pingcheng. Don't be worse than the fat guy next to Yi Fan. Others already have 2 beast masters, and they are all black iron stars. Yi Fan, how have you been at home recently? In the dormitory, Fatty Li looked at Yi Fan and said helplessly, you don't know, after I went back, since my dad knew that I was good at controlling beasts, I pulled him every day. He takes me around to visit relatives and blows on everyone I meet. If I hadn't been there, they would have given me a banquet. Quote. After all, your family hasn't had a beast master yet. It's normal for your father to be a little happy. Yi Fan nodded and said with a hint of teasing, don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people. You are a beast master. I know, there must be a pattern. Fatty Li said. Hey, you've learned how to answer quickly. Yi Fan replied, with a smile in his eyes. He glanced around the fat man and said, how is your practice of Teodi method? You should open the 3rd beast control space. Yi Fan, your eyes are too poisonous. Fatty Li replied, scratching his head, originally, I planned to show off to you. Then remember to tell him earlier next time. Yi Fan replied, nodding slightly. At this time, the advantages of the Teodi method slowly began to become apparent. Many beast control masters had not yet opened the 2nd beast control space at this stage. Fatty had already opened the 3rd one, and it should be within a few months. Open the 4th. Winning by quantity, this is the essence of the Teodi method. In a few years, Fatty Li should have 7 or 8 beasts to control. It will not be easy to pass the high school entrance examination. Go to the beast taming forest tomorrow and contract a bronze-level snake-like taming beast to you. Yi Fan replied, said something, and then said, just in time, I also want a new taming beast. Yi Fan, have you also opened a 2nd beast control space? Fatty Li was a little surprised. It's open. Yi Fan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. His space is not layer by layer, just such a large area. There is no limit on the number of contracts, but Yi Fan will definitely not make random contracts. He wants the best quality, the most suitable combination, and everything must be done step by step according to the most perfect combination. It's such a good relationship. You don't even know it. You haven't been here these days. I went to Silver Moon Forest alone. I encountered bronze-level beasts several times and were chased for several kilometers. Fatty Li spoke with a hint of light in his eyes. With a puzzled expression, why did I feel that when I went with you and Yi Fan, the beasts were so docile and would not attack people randomly at all? When you are completely familiar with the smell of various beasts, the territory, habits, and various attack habits of the corresponding beasts, you can do it. Yi Fan replied. How is this familiar? Encyclopedia of Beast Control. Yi Fan said, patting Fatty Li, a book costs about 50 yuan. You just write down the content on it, and that's basically it. Encyclopedia of Beast Control. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head. It seems that what we studied in junior high school was the content in that book. That book is thousands of pages thick, my brother Yi. Fatty Li snorted, is there a simpler way? There are simple ones too. Yi Fan nodded, just try more. Once you've been chased and stabbed by the evil rhinoceros a few times, you'll probably become familiar with it. Good guy, isn't this the version of Shen Nong's Taste of Herbs and Beast Master? Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly, glanced at Yi Fan, and said, I'd better follow Yi Fan, it's safe and reliable. You can just follow me. Yi Fan smiled, then you have to work harder and don't live up to my expectations of you. I hope we are partners fighting side by side, you should understand, right? Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly, looked at Yi Fan and said, look, it would be great if Pan Zhao could talk like you, Yi Fan. It would sound nice. He points at my nose every day and scolds me for being like a piece of shit when it comes to handling beasts. He scolds me every day. This makes me doubt my life. I scold you for your own good, Yi Fan said with a helpless smile. I know he means well, but he scolded him so harshly, as if he was afraid that I would thank him. Fatty Lee said, suddenly, in a low voice, Yi Fan, you said that Pan Zhao's tone of voice is so bad, is it because he still has such a bad tone? The main reason for being single. When he was young, he must have been a straight man, and probably not many girls liked him. At the door, Pan Zhao, who was about to knock on the door, froze his hand in the air, and the veins on his arm gradually popped out. There are other reasons why I am single. Who said that no girl liked him when he was young? I was so popular back then. The next day, the two got up early and headed to Silver Moon Forest. Fat man, what has your purple-striped snake evolved into? Yi Fan asked on the way. Ghost snake. Fatty Lee summoned his beast, a black snake, small in size, with some red spots on its body. Not bad. Looking at the beast, Yi Fan nodded. The ghost snake is one of the most difficult beasts to deal with. The fangs are very long and the poison is very violent. Those at the bronze level will probably understand that kind of beast. Assault-type skills. The toxicity of silver level skills will be exaggerated after breaking the bloodline shackles, and even the toxins produced by the fangs can be collected to make top-notch poisons. What about my black flame snake? Fatty asked. The bronze level has a high probability of understanding stealth skills, or strengthening one's own defense skills. Yi Fan nodded. At the silver level, after breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can simply use some flame attribute skills, which is not bad. Listening to what you said, I feel like the black flame snake is easy to catch. Fatty Lee had no choice but to ask again, what are bloodline shackles? It's very complicated to be specific. Just understand that once you reach a certain level, you will have more abilities to control beasts. Yi Fan replied. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, thought of something, and looked behind him. Fat man, what are you looking at? I'm checking to see if Pan Zhao is following. After saying this, Fatty Lee touched the big bump on his head. This was the price he paid for being caught secretly scolding Pan Zhao in the dormitory yesterday. I always feel that Pan Zhao is spying on us. Every time I scold him, he knows it. Didn't I tell you last time that I will be stronger than Pan Zhao in the future? I also told him to follow Pan Zhao's example and tell him to let my grandma compete with him in a beast fighting duel. Every time he scolded me after I went back. Go and call your grandma. Tell me, is Pan Zhao a bit perverted? Does he have any special hobbies? Fat man, please stop talking, Yi Fan said, his eyes full of helplessness. It's no wonder that Pan Zhao always scolded Fatty. Usually Pan Zhao would secretly protect them when they went out. What Fatty said all day long was clearly heard. Just these two sentences were enough for Pan Zhao to scold him for a week. Fat man, third beast, what do you think? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yi Fan observed the surrounding forest, looked at Fatty Lee at the same time, and asked. Fatty Lee had a big bag on his head at the moment. Hearing Yi Fan's question, he hesitated for a while and said to Yi Fan, just help me choose. I can't help you choose your whole life. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said slightly seriously, you have to go out in the future and have your own world. You must learn to think about problems by yourself. Start judging for yourself. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Fatty Lee was stunned, and then nodded. I have two beasts, a black flame snake, which has good defense but average attack power, and a ghost snake, which is highly poisonous but fragile. Now, I need a beast with strong frontal attack power. The frontal attack power is very strong. What exactly does it mean? Yi Fan asked. It means you are very powerful, and it is best that you are also very large. Fatty replied. What kind of snake beasts fit this type? I don't know the specific species. Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head, but I think pythons are the best. They don't have to be poisonous, as long as they can enhance my combat power. Most of the two beasts in front are it all depends on the Cerberus when you are around, Yi Fan. If I can have a beast that can stand in front of me, my beast will be ready, with attack and poison defense. After hearing these words, Yi Fan nodded and said to the fat man, look, when you think about your beast control, will you gradually become clear about your future beast control path? I seem to understand a little bit. Fatty Lee scratched his head. So, when I conquer the beasts in the future, I will follow this structure. Yes, you can add it appropriately. Yi Fan replied. For example, whether we should add an aerial type like the winged snake, or whether we should add a beast that specializes in treasure hunting but has no combat effectiveness. All of these things depend on it. How do you think about it? You practice the Teodi method. The sufficient number of beast masters is enough for you to make up for all your shortcomings. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and looked at Yi Fan, but it's difficult to find python-like beasts in this forest. Fine, Yi Fan replied. Following the hell dog, he walked quickly forward. Fatty Lee followed behind, and the two snake-like beasts swam quickly in the grass next to them. As they grew up, their hunting cooperation became better and better. Along the way, they would hunt some royal beasts guarding the spiritual grass from time to time. Nowadays, they can move freely around the outside of the forest, and even in the inner areas, they are rarely blocked by beasts. Soon, I walked through a bush and pushed aside the weeds in front of me, and a long river appeared. The underground river in the Silver Moon Forest. Looking at the river, Yi Fan nodded secretly and turned to look at Fatty Lee. There is a kind of python in the Silver Moon Forest that likes to live on the bank near this underground river. Let's follow this. It's an underground river, it should be easy to find. Is it that kind of python? Fatty Lee said from the side, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Yi Fan looked along and saw a gray python hovering on a big rock above the river, seemingly resting. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the rock python coiled up like a big tire, Yi Fan nodded. This kind of beast is an elite level, with a very tough body, huge size, and powerful attack power. He is so powerful that he can tie up a gray rhinoceros that is bigger than him at the same level. He is the kind of beast you want. Quote. It looks so scary, Fatty Lee said, but he still quietly summoned the two beasts. The level of this rock python is not high, and the black iron 7 stars obviously haven't grown up for long. It's up to you to tame this beast. Yi Fan didn't take any action, watching Fatty Lee direct his two beasts to attack the rock python. The two elite level black iron 8-star beasts are not inferior to their opponents in terms of level and rank. It is not difficult for Fatty Lee. No problem, Fatty Lee replied, obviously very confident. However, when the battle started, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee's flawless command of the beast and shook his head. Either of these two beasts could compete with the rock python individually, but together, they could barely tangle with the rock python. Although the rock python has the advantage of size, the fat man's command. It really stinks. No wonder teacher Pan Zhao scolds him every day. Yi Fan was a little helpless. He usually didn't realize it, but after letting Fatty fight alone, this shortcoming became obvious. His ability to control beasts and his awareness of fighting beasts are indeed very poor. But at least we are still making progress. Thinking of the way Fatty's tongues were fighting when he commanded two beasts for the first time, Yi Fan smiled again. It doesn't matter if you're bad at controlling beasts now. Human beings all need time to grow. Boom. After a while, the rock python fell to the ground under the siege of the two snake-like beasts. Facing the fat man's beast control contract, it did not resist too much. Defeat the opponent and then conquer them. This is the conquering with the highest success rate. Because beast control is also intelligent. When you subdue it with your mouth, it chooses whether to follow you to gain more benefits. But when you beat it to the ground, its choice is life or death. I'm so tired. After finally subduing the rock python, Fatty Lee took a breath and came to Yi Fan's side, with a smile on his face. However, I finally have my third beast. With that said, Fatty Lee summoned the rock python. When the huge rock python appeared next to Fatty Lee, Yi Fan nodded. In the future, you can properly differentiate the spiritual fruits you cultivate to control beasts. Those that strengthen defense or have fire attributes are given to the black flame snake, and those that strengthen the size and weight are given to the rock python. Boa constrictors are kings in size. The stronger they are, the bigger they are. The stronger, the bigger the body. Fatty Lee nodded. How big is the dragon python? Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a smile on his face and pointed to the underground river in front of him. This underground river is twice as wide and 3 times as long. Good guy, how big is that? Looking at the river in front of him, Fatty Lee was a little surprised. If it shows up, it won't be able to crush a building casually. Of course, Yi Fan nodded, not knowing what he thought of, and said solemnly, it's just that a beastmaster of that level will never have the opportunity to appear in the world of ordinary people. Why? Fatty Lee asked. Read M. It's said in history books. Yi Fan replied, before modern society, there was an ancient feudal dynasty. The rulers of the dynasty believed in those powerful beasts. The two together ruled ordinary people, and oppression and exploitation were miserable. Further on, the emergence of the first generation of beastmasters broke this balance and set off a wave of resistance. Later, the dynasty fell, and those ancient beastmasters were either expelled from the territory or hid in ancient secret realms. This was a long tug of war. To this day, the front lines are still at war with those ancient beasts. No powerful ancient beasts can overcome these defenses. Only then can we have a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a little lost in thought. So we rarely see strong beast masters, is it because those strong ones have gone to the front line? Most of them, there are also many who became stronger by exploring secret places. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, since the recovery of the economy for thousands of years, the world has changed like this. We are all fighting to get a piece of pure land. It sounds like he knows some secrets. Fatty Lee scratched his head. Have you been unable to completely annihilate the ancient beasts outside the territory despite so many strong men appearing in such a long time? The beasts will also reproduce. When they were expelled, the human pioneers had already exhausted all their strength. If they could, they would have killed them completely as early as the first generation. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, not to mention that humans always it is difficult to work together. Not everyone is willing to go to the front line. There are still many people with evil intentions who want to subvert the world. The internal strife is serious and the external war is stalemate, which is detrimental to the human side. Quote, 500 years ago, we pushed thousands of kilometers outside the territory, but now, we are pushed back and can only be pulled around 100 kilometers away from the border. So, are we still regressing? Fatty Lee heard this and said thoughtfully, with this trend, will one day those expelled foreign beasts come back? No, the top management is also working hard. Yi Tong replied, eradicate the internal conflicting cult organizations, discover talents, and vigorously encourage the development of beast masters. It will be fine. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded, in the future, I will also go to the front line to fight. Then you have to become stronger first, Black Iron level, you are not even cannon fodder on the front line. Yi Fan said with a smile and waved his hand. Okay. It's time to find the beast I want. What kind of beast do you want? Fatty Lee showed an expression of interest. You'll know once you go there. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously and walked towards the forest. Fatty quickly followed, and the two of them quickly shuttled through the forest, picking up some spiritual grass and spiritual fruits, and killing some royal beasts. Yi Fan, if you go further, you will be close to the core of the forest. Looking at Yi Fan who was still moving forward, Fatty Lee said with some worry. When you reach the core area, there will be silver-level beasts appearing. It's okay, it should be around here. Yi Fan nodded, stopped, walked along the bushes, and slowed down. Fatty Lee followed suit and slowed down his pace. In the jungle, there were only the chirping sounds of some insect-like beasts. Call. At a certain moment, a gust of wind came from the jungle, and Yi Fan's voice also sounded at this moment. Fat man, get out of the way. Hearing this voice, Fatty Lee was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a needle-like feeling on his back. He didn't have time to think about it, and he swooped towards the grass next to him. Chirp! The attack failed, and the eagle quickly rose up, and in a blink of an eye, it was up in the air again. Sure enough, it's here. From the side, Yi Fan's voice sounded, Storm Eagle, 6-star bronze, a beast master at the peak of the elite level. Fat man, hide aside. I want to have a good fight with this wind eagle. Peak elite, 6-star bronze. Upon hearing these two keywords, Fatty Lee immediately felt like he was dead and rolled on the spot into the bushes. Yi Fan, do you need support? In the bushes, Fatty Lee revealed his eyes. No need, this Gale Eagle is very difficult to deal with. Your level of beast control is too poor and your beast control strength is not strong enough. Just hide away. Yi Fan said something to Fatty Li, raised his head and looked into the sky, and faintly saw a figure flickering in the forest. It's observing me, trying to find my flaws. Yi Fan stood there and gently moved his fingers. The hellhound came to Yi Fan's side, his ears raised and his face alert. Call. The next moment, the wind moved again, and the swift wind eagle rushed towards the face, its wings spread out like a large shadow, and the huge momentum crushed it down. This blow was obviously not an ordinary attack. Yi Fan stood there, and the weeds around him were pressed to the ground by the strong wind pressure. Attack without sacrificing your life. After reading the name of the beast controlling technique used by Gale Eagle, Yi Fan quickly turned his body. Wow! A pair of radiant claws came from in front of Yi Fan in an instant, grabbing a large piece of ground from the ground. Xiao Huo, use flames to attack it. Yi Fan's voice sounded the moment the swift wind eagle jumped into the air. Roar! The Cerberus opened its mouth, and flames spurted out, but the flames had no effect. The Gale Eagle was very fast, almost dodging the attack in one move, and took off again. Soon, the Gale Eagle swooped down again. This time, it knocked down a small tree next to it, leaving a deep claw mark on the bark of the tree with its claws. If this catches too long, not to mention Yi Fan, even a hell dog will be choked. It's a bit difficult. Seeing that the Cerberus's attack failed again, Yi Fan gritted his teeth secretly, but his eyes could not stop the excitement. This Gale Eagle is a flying beast with extremely fast speed, strong attack power, and a huge cordon field of vision, which is perfect for me. I must capture this swift wind eagle. Ground to air, again, when the opponent dives, it is the best opportunity to kill. Xiao Huo, follow me and step back a little. Yi Fan said, moving his steps and looking directly above himself. The Cerberus on the side was also very obedient. Obviously, facing such a powerful beast, it also felt the pressure. Right here, stopping next to a stone, Yi Fan stopped. Suddenly, he made a weightless movement and fell backwards. Of course, the Gale Eagle would not let go of this opportunity. Almost a second later, it galloped down from the sky. This time, its claws went straight towards Yi Fan's head. Here we come. Looking at the eagle claws that were rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yi Fan took a big breath, and his heart seemed to stop at this moment. Less than a centimeter away, the eagle's claws grazed Yi Fan's throat, and at this moment, Yi Fan raised his fist and punched the storm eagle hard on the head. There was a muffled sound, and the power of this punch was not small. During this month's night of training in the beast-controlling space, Yi Fan's physical strength was at least 7 or 8 stars of black iron. He hit the wind eagle on the head and immediately knocked it down. It hit the side and hit the rocks on the side hard. Now, Xiao Huo, choke. Yi Fan's voice sounded, and the hell dog roared, jumped up suddenly, pounced on the back of the wind eagle, and bit it. This was obviously not fatal. The swift wind eagle was struggling, its wings opened, and a faint light began to emerge on its wings. This is a sign that you need to use your innate skills. Beast-controlling innate skills are often very powerful. Once used, they are basically terrifyingly lethal. I advise you not to continue. Yi Fan's voice sounded at this moment, as if interrupting the spellcasting of the Storm Eagle. The movement of the Storm Eagle stopped abruptly, which seemed a bit abrupt. And all this is because the fire in the mouth of the hell dog biting its throat is gradually becoming more intense. Before you use your special skills, my hellhound is enough to melt your throat. Yi Fan spoke, squatted down, looked at the Gale Eagle who stared at him closely, and praised. You are a natural jungle hunter with outstanding speed and attack power, but there is one thing that you cannot ignore as a hunter. That is, the strength of the prey. There is never a real hunter in the jungle. Maybe one moment you are the opponent of the prey, and the next moment your identity will be reversed. Read. Saying something again, Yi Fan stretched out his hand, and in his hand, a magic circle of the beast control contract appeared. Submit, you have no other choice. Chirp. Gale Eagle scratched his neck and stared at the opponent with his eagle eyes, but he was still unwilling to sign the mark. Until the fire from the hell dog's mouth overflowed, it finally gave in and let out a cry. The next moment, the magic circle contract was successful, and it was instantly taken into the beast control space. A smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, he raised his hand, and the Gale Eagle was summoned. At this moment, there was a trace of human shock in the eagle's eyes. Obviously, it saw a large piece of spiritual grass and spiritual fruit in Yi Fan's beast-controlling space. It lives in the Silver Moon Forest and fights for life and death for prey. It has never seen such a place. Following me is not an insult to you. On the contrary, it is your future glory. Yi Fan spoke and raised his arm. The storm eagle hesitated in the air, but it didn't take long before it quickly descended, folded its wings, and stood on Yi Fan's shoulders. Yi Fan raised the corners of his mouth, called the Cerberus to his side, touched its head, and then looked at Fatty Lee in the bushes. Fat man, come out. Yi Fan, you are too fierce. Fatty Lee's face was dull. He saw the whole battle between Yi Fan and Gale Eagle. It was so thrilling that the fat man was terrified. As long as Yi Fan made a mistake in one of his attacks, he would be directly penetrated by the swift wind eagle. But from the beginning to the end, Yi Fan stood there, with no obstacles around except the last stone. Even in the end, it was his fatal punch that won the victory. Confidence is terrifying. The more powerful the beast is, the more you have to show your strength if you want to conquer it. Yi Fan replied, patted the wind eagle on the shoulder, and waved to Fatty Lee. Let's go, today our beast collect them all, get some spiritual grass and spiritual fruits, and then you can go back. Oh, okay. Fatty Lee nodded and walked beside Yi Fan in a daze. He glanced at the Gale Eagle on his shoulder from time to time, but he still felt a little unreal. A month ago, Yi Fan just got the fire dog, but a month later, such a powerful beast was defeated by Yi Fan head-on, and he didn't even use his natural skills in the end. The pinnacle of elite level, this is already the best beast control that ordinary people can have access to. When will I be as strong as Yi Fan? Walking behind Yi Fan, Fatty Lee sighed and said, why do I feel the gap between us is even wider than before? Don't worry, your path is different from mine. Yi Fan would reply, maybe you think I'm strong now, but in a few years, you might think I'm nothing more than that. Looking forward, you are the first person in this class of freshmen to have 3 master beasts. At this point, you are also the top genius. Don't underestimate yourself. But it's because of the skills you gave me. Kung Fu is part of it, but the one who can determine your future will always be you. Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty Lee, and said with some seriousness, if you give others the same Kung Fu to practice, they may not learn it for a lifetime. That you can achieve such an achievement in such a short period of time also proves your potential. Look at Deng Chang, he was able to step on your chest and humiliate you, but now, you still take him seriously. Be confident. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, clenched his fists, and encouraged himself, I can definitely become a strong person. That's right. Yi Fan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Lee's current strength is really not weak among the freshmen. He has just been a coward since he was a child, and his character has become a bit timid and unconfident. And Dad, tell him about this theory of the strong when you get back. Thinking of something, Yi Fan showed a smile on his face and walked towards the forest. Whether it's Fatty Dad or the Dynasty organization, he is planting some seeds, and maybe it won't be long before these seeds take root and sprout. This kid is too confident. In the forest behind, looking at Yi Fan holding Huang Qingkang on his left and Qingkang on his right, Pan Zhao's brows were furrowed. In the battle just now, he almost couldn't help but take action several times. The swift wind eagle was extremely fast and extremely lethal. With Yi Fan's fighting style, as long as he made the slightest mistake, he would die on the spot. Although Yi Fan finally succeeded in conquering the storm eagle, Pan Zhao was a little dissatisfied with this fighting method. He knew that this boy had terrifying combat intuition, but intuition was not always accurate, and the battle was changing rapidly, and any unstable factors might change the outcome of the battle. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? If you risk yourself like this every time, are you not taking your own life seriously? I have to say a few words to him when I get back. After saying this, Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise Mark. This kid is really, I feel like his progress every day is terrifying and astonishing. A hellhound that unlocked the shackles of his bloodline at the bronze level, plus a wind eagle with peak bloodline at the elite level. This configuration is much better than the one from the Ji family. No need to give in too much, kid. He even has a higher level of beast control. He also has a beast control like the Gale Wind Eagle with extremely strong aerial combat power. With its combat power, it is entirely possible to overwhelm the opponent. Speaking of this, Pan Zhao was a little surprised, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. That fool Zhang Hong thought that having an A-level kid would crush me to death, but if he saw a D-level kid, it would he suppress the A-level that he was proud of, and I don't know what his expression is. Oh, by the way, Li Yu is also pretty awesome. He actually opened 3 beast control spaces. I asked him a few days ago and he still didn't tell me that this idiot doesn't even trust his mentor except Yi Fan. At nightfall, Yi Fan and Fatty Li finished their day's hunting. At this level, their hunting basically revolved around bronze-level beasts. There are also many 7 or 8 bronze low-star heads, 5-star and 6-star ones. Fat man, you also hunted the bronze beast alone today, how do you feel? Looking at the fat man counting the harvest, Yi Fan asked teasingly. Fortunately, I feel like the bronze level is no more than that. Fatty Li scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, it's just that I am 3 against 1 after all, so I feel a little unruly. In the world of beast control, there is no martial ethics. As long as you can win 20 against 1. Yi Fan replied, with a smile on his face. Stepping in the forest, stepping on fallen leaves, there is a slight echo. But the next moment, there were suddenly more echoes. Yi Fan stopped and grabbed the fat man beside him. He looked at the dense trees ahead and suddenly said, come out. We are all traveling together. What can we hide? These people all wore leather armor, held muskets in their hands, and had knives on their waists. Obviously, they were all beast hunters who made a living by hunting. Little brother, you have good eyesight. The one who spoke was a one-eyed man with a big knife at his waist and a very ferocious-looking white wolf next to him. Not bad, Yi Fan replied, glanced at the big man, and suddenly said, a member of the lone wolf group. As soon as these words came out, the big man in the lead was stunned. You know our lone wolf group? The most famous beast hunting mercenary group in Pingcheng, how could I not know this? Yi Fan replied, but his eyes were a little cold. Beast hunters do not necessarily work alone. There are also many beast hunters who form teams and hunt together. Such teams of beast hunters are often mercenary groups, taking orders from some employers, or coming to the forest to hunt on their own to make a living. There are many such beast-controlling hunter groups in Pingcheng. Among them, the Lone Wolf group is the most notorious. It was founded by a man who called himself Lone Wolf. He is a beast control master and his strength is very good for ordinary people. The one in his hand Bailang has eaten all the things he had to spare from robbing families for so many years, and he also has the strength of a bronze 3-star. Fighting gangsters, robbing passers-by, and even killing people to silence them are the things that the Lone Wolf group likes to do the most. However, the special nature of Silver Moon Forest prevented the law enforcement team from collecting evidence, which instead encouraged the other party to become arrogant like a bandit. When you meet a lone wolf, you will work in vain. If you have no money, your life will be in danger. This saying is widely circulated among peers. In the previous life, Yi Fan worked in a mercenary group to make money after school for a while. He had heard about it a long time ago and also encountered him, of looting. Since you know it, you don't need to tell me everything. As he said that, the leader of the lone wolf took out the big knife, pointed at the fat man and said, I just heard this fat man say that you can harvest a lot this time. Take them all out, so I won't embarrass you too much today. Otherwise, you should understand. You're thinking shit. Fatty Li cursed in a low voice on the side and raised his hand. In his hand, the light of the beast-controlling light lit up. Click, 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 but at the same time, on the opposite side, the sound of muskets being loaded also rang quickly. This scene made the fat man stunned, and turned to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this musket. It's okay. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Yi Fan shook his head, as for within 7 steps. Understood. Fatty Li took the lead and nodded. The light in his hand lit up again. It's just a musket, how bold. We are about 70 steps away from them. Yi Fan's voice sounded, if you rush over, you will probably be beaten into a sieve. This. Fatty Li, who was already ready to take action, felt a little embarrassed. He retracted his hand, looked at the lone wolf opposite and said, hey, don't worry, brother, I was just joking. Chapter 51. Ha ha ha, you kid is a bit brave. Read M. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lone Wolf grinned and stuck his big knife on the ground. I, Lone Wolf, am also a person of good faith. If you keep your things, I promise not to touch you. Fat man, give it to them, Yi Fan suddenly said. On the side, Fatty Lee was stunned when he heard this and looked at Mark with some surprise in his eyes. He understands Mark's temper, and he will never suffer such a loss. It's 70 steps now, Yi Fan said in a deep voice, took the bag in Fatty Lee's hand and walked towards the Lone Wolf. Soon, Yi Fan stopped a few steps in front of Lone Wolf and stretched out his hand. The thing is here. If you want it, come and get it. After hearing this, Lone Wolf's eyes changed slightly, but soon, when he saw Yi Fan's childish face and the uniform of a regular class student, he lowered his guard. How could a teenage ordinary class student, even a beast master, do anything to him? Okay. Lone Wolf raised his sword, and beside him, White Wolf followed him and walked towards Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, the Lone Wolf stretched out his hand, grabbed Yi Fan's pocket, and pulled hard, but the pull had no effect, and the bag was still tightly held in Yi Fan's hand. You brat, you dared to play tricks on me. Lone Wolf reacted, looked at Yi Fan, and without saying much, raised his sword. Not only do I want to play with you, I also want to kill you. Yi Fan's cold voice sounded. The next moment, in the Lone Wolf's incredible eyes, Yi Fan raised his arm and hit the blade squarely. Clang! The blade of the knife tilted. Yi Fan put down his pocket, picked up the eagle's claw with his other hand, and grabbed the Lone Wolf's throat. Roar! On the side, the lone White Wolf roared and prepared to rush out, but at the same time, the light came on, and the Hell Dog also roared and knocked it down. The difference in size and strength allowed Cerberus to instantly lock White Wolf, who was pinned down. On the other side, Yi Fan grabbed Lone Wolf's throat and blocked Lone Wolf's blade with his other hand. Superior. You are so bold. At this moment, Lone Wolf's expression changed, and he spoke with some stern expression. Having been hunting in the forest for so many years, don't you know that you can never let down your guard at any time? When you knew that I was a student of Pingcheng High School, you should have been on the highest alert, but with your musket, you not only did not avoid me, but also came into close contact with me. Yi Fan opened his mouth, stared at the Lone Wolf, and raised his face. Hand over the gun, otherwise, you will die. Hearing this, the Lone Wolf gritted his teeth. During the stalemate, an eagle's cry sounded, followed by a panicked voice from one of his men. Lone Wolf turned around and saw a swift wind eagle grabbing one of his men and carrying him into the sky. At the same time, a subtle snake breath sounded, and in the surrounding grass, the huge rock python, the black flame snake hidden in the grass, and the ghost snake hunched over and spitting out snake messages all appeared at this moment. You two actually have 5 beast masters. Seeing this scene, even the Lone Wolf realized that these 2 students wearing the uniforms of ordinary class students were tough rivals. Thinking of something, Lone Wolf trembled, looked at the cold face in front of him, and said with a slight trembling, You are Mark. As he spoke, Yi Fan increased the strength on his hands, and black iron goushing strength instantly squeezed Lone Wolf until his face turned red. Put down the musket. He struggled and waved, and all his men surrendered their guns. Yi Fan nodded at the fat man, and soon, Fatty Lee gathered all the guns. 15 in total. Fatty Lee walked over with the musket in his arms, looked at Yi Fan, and smiled. He knew that Yi Fan had always refused to give up an inch of ground. He was seeking death by blocking roads and robbing. Let me ask you, how do you know me? Nodding to the fat man, Yi Fan's eyes returned to Lone Wolf again. Lone Wolf hesitated, but the next second, a force came from his neck, making him almost speechless. I won't ask you a second time. You can try lying in front of me, Yi Fan said, his eyes seeming to penetrate people's hearts. As long as I think what you said is false, I will not give you a chance to appeal. Quote. Yes, it's the adults above, Lone Wolf said, his body trembling slightly. Sir, Dynasty Organization, Yi Fan asked. Quote. Yes, as mentioned above, as long as I can kill you, I will be rewarded with $1 million. Lone Wolf replied. So, you came to me for the bounty. I'm not here to find you. I'm just robbing you. Lone Wolf replied, with a twinkle in his eye. If he had known earlier that this was Yi Fan, he would not have said so much and would have just covered it with a long-distance gun. The robbery happened to hit me. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyes slightly. That's really a coincidence. Besides you, what other mercenary groups have also joined the dynasty organization? Dawn Mercenary Group, Brother Chang's mercenary group. Lone Wolf spoke, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, also, Dawn Mercenary Group. Shiguang is here too. Yi Fan was slightly startled when he heard this. In his previous life, he had joined the Dawn Mercenary Group for a period of time. The leader of the mercenary group was a believer in the Holy Light. He was gentle and kind to his subordinates. Because of this, the Dawn Mercenary Group was almost a member of the Shiguang Mercenary Group, the largest mercenary group in Pingcheng. He actually joined the dynasty organization. Yi Fan's face was slightly cold. Sure enough, he knows people but doesn't know their hearts. After saying this, Mark was a little silent, but soon, he just shook his head and smiled. Even the descendants of dragon slayers with dragon eyes can betray the honor of their ancestors. It is not so hard to accept that a hypocritical and righteous gentleman. Can I leave now? On the side, Lone Wolf said cautiously, I have told you everything I know. Do you think you can leave? There was a hint of coldness in Yi Fan's eyes. After hearing this, Lone Wolf's expression changed, and he raised his sword high with all his strength. I will fight with you. Click. The sound of broken bones sounded, and Lone Wolf's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he watched Mark fall to the ground. Yi Fan crushed his throat. Fat man, do it. Turning his head, Yi Fan waved his hand and looked at the fat man. On the side, Fatty Li was trembling slightly, looking at Yi Fan with cold eyes. Yi Fan, are we going to kill someone? Each of them has the lives of many innocent people on their hands, and they deserve to die. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Fatty Li, and spoke slowly, never be merciful to your enemies. If you want to kill, just cut them off and leave no trace behind. A little trouble. This. Fatty Li hesitated, and finally nodded. Roar. In the jungle, hellhounds rushed towards everyone, wind eagles galloped down in the sky, and three-headed snake-like beasts were also swimming quickly in the grass. Wails resounded in the forest. When these ordinary people without muskets faced 5 ferocious beasts, the outcome was already doomed. Clean the battlefield. After a while, Yi Fan's face remained calm as he looked at the scene ahead. On the side, Fatty Li was obviously killing someone for the first time. He was feeling slightly uncomfortable. He looked at Yi Fan and hesitated for the first time. Yi Fan, we just killed a lot of people. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Do you still remember what I told you before? The world of beast masters is always inseparable from internal strife. With this kind of cancerous mercenary group, I don't know how many people will die in their hands. Fan answered and patted Fatty Li on the shoulder. Don't be too narrow-minded. The strong are naturally happy with their grudges. If you feel guilty for killing a bad person, then do you have to wait for the other person to kowtow on your grave? Quote. Understood. Fatty Li nodded, endured the discomfort, came to the corpses, and collected the contents of their packages. Obviously, they have not only been working here for a day today, many people's packages are full, and the total amount of items is even larger than what Yi Fan and the others received. How many people have been robbed? Looking at the packages full of packages in front of him, Fatty Li spoke up. Then he opened a pocket and found the bruised body of a woman. Obviously, this was a poor person who had been tortured by this group of people and even tortured to death. These guys really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Fatty Li couldn't help turning his head and took a sip. What a bunch of beasts. It's okay to see a beast like this at a glance. At least you know he is a beast. Yi Fan replied. In his mind, a gentle and tall figure appeared and snorted coldly, that kind of beast wearing human skin. What's really troublesome is that if you don't notice, you might even treat the other person as a human being. After saying this, Yi Fan was a little angry and couldn't imagine that such a believer was actually doing such dirty things behind his back. In his previous life, he had regarded him as a brother. Shiguang, the mercenary group named after Shiguang, is actually the biggest darkness before dawn. Yi Fan said, shook his head, and looked at Fatty Li aside. Fatty, when you have the ability, we must eradicate these cancers as much as possible. Understood. The fat man replied. looking at the corpse not far away, and nodded heavily. Go back. Yi Fan nodded, picked up the bag on the ground, and walked toward the exit of the forest ahead. Fatty Lee followed closely, and soon, a bunch of wild beasts that smelled of blood came into the forest. Except for some mottled blood stains on the ground, the forest became calm again. Snap, snap. Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived here. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes changed slightly. He saw the whole process and Yi Fan's response, but at this moment, he didn't feel that Yi Fan was adapting to the situation or being decisive, but he found a sense of resonance with the other party. The resonance of hatred towards the dynasty organization. This kid. Looking at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes were slightly deep. There was not much conversation just now, but it was obvious that this kid seemed to be dealing with the dynasty organization, and he had already attracted the attention of the dynasty organization. What a huge organization the dynasty is. How dare you provoke this kid, who is only at the bronze level? After saying this, Pan Zhao seemed to have thought of something, and a sneer appeared on Pan Zhao's face. This group of people from the dynasty organization really deserve to die. In Pingcheng, you want to kill Mark. Have you asked me? A few days later, the secret realm was opened again. Yi Fan and Fatty Lee were naturally selected for the list. But this time, what was a bit surprising was that Ma Xiaoshui was not shortlisted. It is said that he was seriously injured while hunting in the beast control forest a few days ago and was sent to the hospital, while Deng Cheng and others were deprived of their quota by Pan Zhao on the grounds of fighting. As a result, there are many more ordinary class members who entered the secret realm this time, and they are all new faces. Teacher Pan is so tough. He deprived Deng Cheng and the others of their quota just by fighting. Aren't you afraid that Deng Cheng will find someone to make trouble? Fatty Lee spoke while queuing up to enter the secret realm, thinking about Deng Cheng's almost incredible expression before, somewhat funny. No, that's Pan Zhao. How many people can suppress him in Pingcheng? Besides, other teachers teach students, why are you making trouble? Yi Fan replied, shaking his head, such a teacher is rare, give everyone a chance, and we will not allow those who form cliques to occupy resources. It's rare, but it's just that his mouth is too poisonous. Fatty Lee was talking when he looked at Pan Zhao's sharp sword gaze and hurriedly closed his mouth. Let's go, let's enter the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder. Get more good things, and try to hide them as much as possible this time, so as not to suddenly give out some awards later. Awarding awards is also pretty good. You get money and it's a lot of face. Do you understand that it's unwise to expose your own strength and gains for that little money? Quote. The two of them entered the secret realm with each other. At the door of the secret realm, Pan Zhao watched the two of them enter and moved his eyes to the other side. At this moment, Zhang Hong happened to be looking at Pan Zhao. The two people's eyes met in the air, and the smell of gunpowder suddenly arose again. Brother Zhang, the weather is nice today, let's go drink tea. Brother Pan, someone at my place recently gave me a bottle of fine fruit wine. Come and try it. Pan Zhao, who was still thinking about how to confront Zhang Hong, was interrupted. The anger he had accumulated was only half saved. He glanced at Zhang Hong and saw that the other party had no intention of speaking, so he stopped talking. Now it doesn't matter 1 or 2 trips to the secret realm. In 2 months, after the freshman secret realm trial starts, the freshman competition and the teacher competition will follow. This is the highlight. You can disgust others with your loud talk for a day, but if you win a big competition head-on, you can disgust others for half a year. Before the change, Zhang Hong would not be angry no matter what Pan Zhao said. On the contrary, he would occasionally make Pan Zhao very angry with his strange words. But since Pan Zhao won the teacher competition last year, Zhang Hong would get angry with just a casual provocation. He couldn't stand it any longer and often scolded Pan Zhao. The reason is also very simple, I feel aggrieved after losing. I'll prepare myself well. When the time comes, not only will my students beat you to pieces, I will beat you to pieces as well. Glancing sideways at Zhang Hong, Pan Zhao muttered something, looked at the teacher in front of him with whom he had a good relationship, and suddenly opened his arms. Since there is good wine, let's go drink and relax today. Hearing this, the teacher was a little surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, and this was the first time that he agreed. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Pan Zhao didn't care, patted the teacher's shoulder, and said to another person next to him, Zhao Ji, let's go together. Zhao Ji, who was called out, was a little surprised and nodded flattered. Pan Zhao had always been a loner, so why did he suddenly ask him to join him? Well, after a moment of confusion, Zhao Ji nodded. He would speak for Pan Zhao. Naturally, he wanted to have a good relationship with this person. He was eager for such an opportunity. Last year, I had some luck before the teacher competition. I was lucky enough to beat me once. No one really thinks they have this shitty luck every year, right? Pan Zhao left, but where he was, Zhang Hong watched the other party leave coldly, cursed, and snorted coldly. Let's go have some tea. After saying this, he walked away directly with his hands behind his back. The teacher who spoke and the other two people also looked at each other and followed him. Snap, snap, snap. In the secret realm, Fatty Li watched the people in front of him exploring individually, and turned to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what are our plans this time? I'll get spiritual fruits in the inner area for the first 2 days, and after your beast control is all bronze. Yi Fan replied, with a smile in his eyes, let's go into the core of the secret realm. Core, there is a silver level beast master in the core. Hearing this, Fatty Li was shocked and said quickly, Yi Fan, don't be too reckless. The strength of the silver level beast master is real. Let's go in. Definitely not an opponent. When I say go to the core, I don't mean to fight against silver level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head, there are many good things in the core. Although they are basically protected by silver level beasts, we just have to find some ways. What can I do? Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little confused. What else can we do? Yi Fan replied, patting the fat man on the shoulder, secretly infiltrate Chenkang, surround Wei and rescue Zhao, divert the tiger away from the mountain, drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Fatty Li was stunned for several idioms in succession, but soon, Fatty Li scratched his head and seemed to have some understanding. Yi Fan, you probably mean deceit and abduction. Almost. Fatty Li was shocked, can the silver beast be deceived as well? People can be tricked and deceived, why can't they control beasts? Not to mention silver level beasts, even gold level eternal ones can do it. Yi Fan nodded, as if he was confident, summoned 2 beasts, and headed towards the secret realm. Walk inside. Behind him, Fatty Li looked at Yi Fan's back and felt like he was sweating profusely. It must be a joke, he wouldn't really want to deceive a silver level beast master. The hunting on the first day was very easy. With the Wind Eagle and Cerberus, plus 3 snake-like beasts that were close to the bronze level, Yi Fan and Fatty Li launched a sweeping hunt on the outskirts of the forest. Read M. In addition, Yi Fan was already familiar with the environment of this secret realm, and the two of them made a lot of money in one day. It feels so easy to hunt now. Beside the bonfire at night, Fatty said with a smile on his face while roasting meat, nowadays, those bronze-level beasts, as long as they are not 8-star or 9-star ones that are close to silver, feel very good. It can be won easily. It's normal to beat bronze and black iron, and most of these beasts are ordinary. Yi Fan replied, after all, the upper limit of elite-level beasts is too low, and only elite-level beasts at the peak can perform at this stage. Some strength. Hey Yi Fan, I always hear you talk about the levels of beast-controlling bloodline, but I seem to have only heard you talk about inferior, elite, and peak elite. Fatty Li scratched his head, what are the bloodlines above the elite level? Is the elite level going up? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, the higher level is the outstanding level, and the higher level is the extraordinary level. If you want to go higher, it will be the direct descendants of some ancient relics, who can be it's called the legacy level. Is there anything special about these bloodline level beast masters? Fatty Li asked, those at the top of the elite level have innate skills. Do the outstanding extraordinary relics above have more innate skills? It's useless to have too many natural skills. The higher the bloodline of the beast master, the stronger the natural ability. Yi Fan replied, glanced at the fat man, and said, look at my hell dog, it has a lot of spiritual skills. Only if they are at the bronze level can they barely open the bloodline shackles. If they are excellent level beasts, their bloodline shackles will be opened from birth, and they can use various elements of wind, fire, thunder and lightning that correspond to their attributes from birth. Quote, Isn't it black iron that can compete with bronze? Fatty Lee was shocked. It's not that exaggerated. Yi Fan shook his head. After all, the growth of beast control is there, it just doesn't take too much time. Besides, the stronger the bloodline of the beasts, the more powerful they may be. Most extraordinary beasts are born with bronze and silver. It can only be said that most beast masters start with black iron. Bronze opens the first skill, and silver opens the bloodline shackles. However, the stronger the bloodline of the beast masters, the more they can ignore these things that may have been nature's attack on the beast masters. Limit. The elite peak level comes with its own innate skills. Excellence ignores the shackles of blood, and extraordinary birth is not too weak. As for the relic level that is higher, it can summon the phantoms of blood ancestors, which is very strong. In this way, Fatty Lee nodded. So, it may be easy for us to deal with a master beast of peak elite bloodline at the bronze level, but if it is the excellent level or the extraordinary level, it will be difficult. It can be understood that way. Yi Fan nodded, thought of something, and said to the fat man, that's why the college entrance examination now tests the actual combat ability of the beast master. At the same level, it is actually very difficult for most beast masters to defeat a wild beast whose bloodline level is higher than that of the beast in their hands. However, if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For example, 2 days ago, I defeated the Storm Eagle with Cerberus. From then on, the minimum standard of the beasts I conquered became the elite peak. When this number is accumulated, if one day I can defeat the excellence of the same level beast controlling, will my beast controlling quality make a qualitative leap in the future? I see. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. What about the affinity you told me before? Affinity is also included. In fact, it is to increase your success rate of conquering high-level beasts in the future. Yi Fan replied, not all beasts will surrender after defeat. The more powerful the beasts, the more powerful they will be. Being difficult to conquer and having a high degree of affinity means a higher chance of being accepted. Then Yi Fan, why don't you specialize? I don't need to specialize. Yi Fan shook his head. I can win the second time if I can surpass the level once, but I can't change this one. That's true. Fatty Lee nodded, looking at the Gale Eagle on Yi Fan's shoulder with some envy. Your Wind Eagle is so handsome. Not to mention it's fast. What's the name of its innate skill? Halfway through, Fatty Lee got stuck. Yi Fan looked up at him and said, the divine bird is attacking, right? Yes, it suddenly disappeared for a while, and then suddenly appeared that skill. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, it was like a flash of light. It's not a flash. That talent skill is equivalent to increasing its speed for a short period of time. If the speed exceeds a certain range, it looks like it suddenly disappeared. Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's envious eyes, and said, you can also make a flying snake in the future, like a winged snake, I told you. Definitely, the flying beast is so handsome. The fat man said in a loud voice. Hearing this, Mark showed an imperceptible smile on his face. To be honest, most of the flying snake-like beasts have some abnormality in their bodies, with something like wings bulging out. They are actually quite ugly. Chirp. Several beasts raised their heads instantly, showing alert eyes. In the line of sight, a small beast came into view rubbing its hands. It's this guy again. Looking at the beast that appeared, Fatty Lee was a little surprised. Is this the little badger from last time? Probably. On the side, Yi Fan smiled and nodded. A month has passed, and the level of this little badger has not grown much, reaching bronze 2-star. Chirp. Obviously, this little badger also recognized the two of Yi Fan. He was startled in a humane manner, looked up, and saw the Gale Eagle on Yi Fan's shoulder. This is considered its natural enemy. The swift Wind Eagle is extremely fast and can easily penetrate its leather armor or find its weak defenses. This time, the little badger hesitated. Looking at the fire in front of Yi Fan and the others, he could only rub his claws on the spot. That look looked a little pitiful. Come here. Yi Fan smiled when he saw this scene and waved to the little badger. At the same time, he patted the Wind Eagle on his shoulder to signal it to be quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, after realizing that the two were not hostile, it came to the fire. Eat meat. Mark cut off a piece of meat and threw it to the little badger. The little badger held the meat and glanced at the Gale Eagle on Yi Fan's shoulder. Seeing that the other person was not looking at him, he started eating. This little thing is also good at reading people's faces. On the side, Fatty Lee also found it interesting. When he came back last time, he acted like a little bully. This time, people who didn't know thought we were bullying him. Quote, "After all, it's normal to have natural enemies." Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, stretched out his hand and touched the little badger's head. This kind of beast-controlling character often makes them die with other beasts. In the battle, coupled with the presence of natural enemies, the number is actually quite small. For example, in the Silver Moon Forest, there are basically no small badgers. Quote, Kai, touched by Mark's big hand, the little badger paused, but then it didn't seem to pay much attention and continued to eat the meat in his hand. In the small fire at night, the little badger had a full meal. After the fire was full, he stood up and called to Yi Fan and Fatty Lee respectively. Then he turned around and went into the jungle. It has learned to say goodbye. Looking at the small figure, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes. I think it's quite evil. On the side, the fat man felt this and looked at Yi Fan and said, otherwise, there will be room for beast control in the future, so take this little badger. It won't accept your subjugation. 2 meals like this will stop it from flirting with you when it meets you. Yi Fan shook his head, his tone was a little deep, and a beast like a little badger, the jungle is actually its best home. It has become accustomed to a life of fighting and fighting with other beast masters every day. If you take it away to live a life controlled by a beast master, it may not necessarily be good for it, it may even be counterproductive. Quote, some beasts are born for endless battles, not for anyone but themselves. After saying this, Yi Fan stood up, moved his body, and walked towards the tent. It knows us. Next time it comes, you can give it more food. If there are too many spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits, you can feed it some of anything. It might be interesting to say that one day it will fight back and forth and become the overlord in this secret realm. In the sky, there were still the 2 guardians from last time, overlooking the ground. When they saw the 2 people setting up a campfire, eating barbecue leisurely and entering their respective tents to rest, the male guardian showed a look of helplessness on his face. Read. This Yi Fan and Li Yu are quite leisurely. Others are still fighting for a beast and hunting at night. They are good at both. They go to the mountains to sweep during the day and barbecue and sleep at night. It's like going on vacation in a secret place. That Yi Fan is too strong. With the hell dog that unlocked the bloodline shackles, and the wind eagle somewhere, there are no beasts that can restrain him in the forest. The female guardian said, unable to bear it. He said, this kid can't really be from that family. Isn't this rate of progress too fast? The geniuses of the same generation in Kyoto may be at about the same progress as him. It's not necessarily true. The male guardian nodded. At this moment, he, who was a little scrupulous, couldn't help but said, I checked this kid's background, but I couldn't find anything at all. Someone has encrypted everything from his father onwards. Family information. His father is up there, isn't that the one? Probably not. That person's grandson is basically studying in Kyoto. Information about his children, including his illegitimate child, has also been announced. I have never heard of such a one. The male guardian replied, thoughtfully, is it possible? They will be the descendants of that brother, and their family is very powerful. Brother, isn't that brother in Pingcheng our army commander back then? At this point, the female guardian was a little surprised. Didn't he go to the front line at the age of 20? I haven't heard that he has any heirs. I'm not sure. The military commander was under a lot of pressure at that time. How many people wanted to harm him? Even if he had children, they probably wouldn't let others know about it. The male guardian replied, but his eyes became a little deeper, isn't it the same for the military commander back then? Class D, but at the age of 22, he counterattacked hundreds of kilometers from the outer territory. If he hadn't led our heavenly war army to attack, the defense line in the outer territory would have been breached because of that turmoil 40 years ago. Quote, 40 years. Calculate the time. If the fire was left in exactly which year, then Yi Fan's father should be 40 years old now, and Yi Fan was born at the age of 25. The female guardian reasoned, this data should be able to check it out. Do you want to go take a look when you have time? Quote, let's see, okay. The male guardian nodded slightly. His eyes moved in the forest, and said with a hint of complexity, if this is really the case, then there is some cause and effect between Mark and you and me. Storm Eagle, use the divine bird to attack. In the forest, the figure of the swift-winged eagle flashed over. The sharp hawk's cry made the giant brown bear not far away temporarily lose consciousness. The next moment, the swift-winged eagle suddenly appeared with its sharp claws piercing through. This was a decisive blow. The swift-winged eagle rose into the sky and the giant brown bear fell to the ground. This is too strong. Looking at the performance of the Gale Eagle, Fatty Lee was a little surprised. Without saying much, he picked up his pocket and knife and walked towards the giant brown bear. This kind of cooperation is already a familiar one. At this moment, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts have all arrived at the Black Iron 9 stars. With the help of the spirit fruit, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts will all come to bronze within a day or 2 at most. Nowadays, they can display very strong strength. At the bronze level, it is almost impossible to meet their opponents. Snap, snap. While picking up the remains of the giant brown bear, suddenly, there were some footsteps in the jungle. Fatty Lee immediately stood up alertly, with 3-headed snakes surrounding him. Yi Fan also raised his hand, with Cerberus and Wind Eagle each protecting his side. The jungle was being stirred, and soon, a man ran out in embarrassment. When he saw this man, Fatty Lee exclaimed, "Wang Lingxi." Wang Lingxi, who rushed out of the grass when he heard Fatty Lee's voice, was also stunned. "Yi Fan, Li Yu, why are you here?" "Hunting," Yi Fan said, looking at Wang Lingxi and the people behind her. "Did you encounter Jijia?" "It's not Jijia, it's Jijia's subordinate, Long Wu, who transferred to Pingcheng High School with him." Wang Lingxi quickly answered, and then said, "He is leading a group of people to sweep the entire outer area of the forest, asking everyone to turn in the weapons in his secret realm. Reward." Long Wu. Yi Fan frowned slightly when he heard the name. He had some impression that this man was the son of a servant in the Jijia family, who came to study with him. He was like a beast, but he was very powerful, and 3 or 5 ordinary people couldn't get close to him. Jijia is as cautious as ever this time. He is afraid of being expelled by the guardian when he does it himself, so he asks his slaves to help him. Hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Lingxi. Where are the men and horses? Where are the people from the Lingxi regiment who swore to protect you?" Quote. They. After hearing this, Wang Lingxi gritted his teeth and seemed to have an ugly look on his face. "Your own strength is the last word." Wang Lingxi opened his mouth, and behind him, a burly figure gradually walked out of the jungle. "Wang Lingxi, you can run really well." Footsteps sounded intensively, and 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. "This big man is really brave. At first glance, he is probably about 2 meters tall. He is as strong as a yak and is very strong." A group of people came out. Wang Lingxi tried to run but was grabbed by the other party and carried up like a chicken. "Where are the things? Hand them over," he yelled at Wang Lingxi, but Long Wu saw Yi Fan and Yi Fan standing in the forest and narrowed his eyes. "What class are you 2 from? Have you turned in your income?" "Brother Long." "Then, those are Yi Fan and Li Yu." On the side, the person following Long Wu spoke softly. "Oh, it turns out it was the 2 of them that my young master was talking about." After hearing this, Long Wu nodded, casually threw Wang Lingxi aside, and instead came towards Yi Fan and the other 2. Yi Fan. On the side, Fatty Lee saw this and whispered, "Do it better." At this time, Fatty Lee was different from before. Faced with such a situation, he no longer wanted to escape, but instead felt eager to try. Of course, Yi Fan would not give in. He nodded slightly, looked at Long Wu who was walking towards him, and suddenly said, "Your name is Long Wu." Long Wu was stunned when he heard a question that seemed to be knowingly asked. "Why, you have an opinion." "I don't have any opinion." Yi Fan shook his head, looked at Long Wu, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't it said that the blood of your ancestors comes from Kui Niu? Why is it called Long Wu? It should be called Niu Wu, right?" "You." Hearing this, Long Wu suddenly choked, staring at Yi Fan with his big copper bell eyes, and said incredulously, "How did you know?" Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled slightly. Of course he knew that this was Ji Jian's loyal fool, and he was quite familiar with it. He could also be considered a clansman with a legacy bloodline, but the bloodline was relatively remote and not that powerful. "I've always been curious about what the Ji family can give you. people with indifferent Kui Niu bloodline to make you so determined? Yi Fan seemed thoughtful, looked at Long Wu, and smiled slightly. The ancestors once slaughtered the ancients. As descendants of great men who are the remnants of great men, don't you feel that you are dishonoring the honor of your ancestors by working as slaves for others? You are looking for death. Upon hearing these words, Long Wu became angry. He had heard a lot of gossip, but the one he couldn't hear the most was this. I'm going to beat you to a pulp today. Boom. With a punch, Long Wu's physical strength was well demonstrated, and the muscles all over his body bulged. The momentum of this punch made many people's expressions change slightly. Snapped. But the next second, Yi Fan firmly caught the punch. In Long Wu's shocked eyes, he spoke again, seemingly pitifully, the clansmen with the blood of the relics are so weak. No wonder they are now being attacked by Ji. Treated like a slave. Shut up. Long Wu punched again, but Yi Fan still caught it firmly. The two of them quickly exchanged fists, and after dozens of fists, Yi Fan pushed hard with both hands, pushing Long Wu out and almost falling. Long Wu was a little annoyed when he was repelled head-on with force. He was about to charge forward again with a fist, but Yi Fan's voice rang out. You are no match for me. If you continue to fight, you will die. When these words came out, Long Wu was stunned. He looked at Yi Fan, who was still calm, and his hands trembled unconsciously. Read. He was actually completely suppressed by his peers in terms of physical strength. Do you also have the blood of the relic? Looking at Yi Fan, Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. Me, I shouldn't have. Yi Fan shook his head. Now that he knows his life experience, it is impossible to say that he does not have any legacy blood. However, in his own body, it can only be said that he has not inherited it. If he had the Dragon Eye bloodline and cooperated with the breathing method, his physical strength at this moment would probably be at the bronze level. How can your physical body be so strong without blood? Long Wu spoke again. I have a breathing technique. Didn't your master give you descendants of Kui Niu blood a suitable breathing technique? Yi Fan asked. These words made Long Wu stunned. Can we practice the breathing method? Why not? Those with dragon eyes can practice it, and those with phoenix wings can practice it. Are you, the Kui Niu clan, more special than them? Yi Fan replied, with a smile in his eyes, whether you can practice the breathing method is up to you. Haven't you tried it? Long Wu was speechless. He looked at his trembling fists and seemed to have thought of something. Then he looked at Yi Fan beside him, and finally shook his hand. Let's go. After saying that, Long Wu took the lead to leave. A group of people stayed there and looked at each other. If the eldest brother left, it was impossible for them to deal with Yi Fan. They also hurriedly left with Long Wu. In the jungle, only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there, as if he had just been picked up and dropped by Long Wu, without any relief. Yi Fan, what is the Kui Niu bloodline? From the side, Fatty Li came closer. Is it similar to the Longtong bloodline? That's right. They are also descendants of the first generation of beastmasters who inherited the bloodline of ancient relics through special means. People with this bloodline are often like copper bulls and have infinite strength. Those with strong bloodline will have horns growing out of them. Characteristics. Yi Fan nodded, but it may be a curse of blood. The people of the Kui Niu bloodline are not very good at using their brains. No wonder that Long Wu looks like a big stupid guy. The fat man nodded, as if he was a little envious. These people who are born with blood feel so strong, and they are born to be better than others. It's equivalent to someone else's ancestors fighting for them. If one person achieves the Tao, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, it's normal for the descendants to have some advantages. Yi Fan nodded, and then commented, but that's it, most bloodlines have restrictions and it doesn't necessarily mean they are powerful. Even if they are the descendants of dragon-eyed ones from the bloodline of the most powerful dragon species, they still have to worry about the backlash of dragon blood. If they were really that powerful, would descendants of relics like Long Wu still need to be slaves for others? That's true. Fatty Li nodded. Let's go and hunt the next beast. Yi Fan shook his head and took a step forward. Yi Fan. Wang Lingxi's voice sounded at this moment. Yi Fan stopped and looked at Wang Lingxi, who was still stunned, frowning slightly. Why, aren't you leaving yet? No. Wang Lingxi shook his head and looked at Mark, seemingly hesitant. Mark, thank you. It takes a little effort. Yi Fan waved his hand. By helping me, I'm hurting you. Wang Lingxi felt a little guilty, that Longwu is Jijia's confidant. If you block him back, maybe Jijia will notice you soon. He has a lot of manpower. This time, there may be almost 40 or 50 people under his manpower. They may come to trouble you then. Looking for trouble with me. Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered. He was just waiting for the other party to come and cause trouble for him. Now that he has Cerberus and Storm Eagle, he still presses the hammer even if he is below silver or a level. In my previous life, I had experienced countless open and secret attacks, and was finally betrayed and killed by this idiot who had been my brother for decades. Now, here, I could still express such bad breath. I'm just afraid that he won't come. Yi Fan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. I'll give you a piece of advice, don't think about starting any Lingxi group. A group of people with different ideas are just a bunch of loose sand. It falls apart when touched. After saying this, Yi Fan was about to refuse, and Wang Lingxi hurriedly added, I have Ling Kui who can help you hunt for treasures. It was because of me that you provoked Jijia this time, even if I repay you. I don't want payment. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly, but soon, he waved his hand and turned around. Follow me. The things you get are points based on your efforts. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Mark and the two who were about to leave, with a smile in his eyes. Good, Boss G is so awesome. The 4-star bronze phantom deer is like a little chicken in your hands. This combat power is incredible. Who among the same level can be stronger than our Boss G? Following the sudden fall of a phantom deer, compliments from a group of people rang out in the forest. Jijia was in the middle of the group, listening to the compliments with a smile on his face. 4 bronze stars are nothing. After saying that, Jijia waved, and his beast came to him quickly like a cheetah. He took out a piece of meat and stuffed it to the beast. Jijia raised his head and asked inquiringly, Where's Long Wu, why are you still here? Didn't come back. It took a long time to collect protection fees from more than a dozen people. On the side, a person said earnestly, the only ones left today are the Lingxi group. They may have encountered some resistance. Lingxi group. Jijia snorted coldly when he heard the name. A woman from a small Pingcheng family. If it weren't for the ancestral Lingkui of their family, would I have let her stay in the secret realm until now? Yes, Wang Lingxi doesn't know that the sky is high, but he should take care of it. The loser on the side quickly replied, Brother Long Wu will definitely catch that woman back in a while and let her apologize to Ji Laodao. Snap, snap, snap. At this time, a group of people came out of the jungle, and the leader was Long Wu, who had been beaten up by Yi Fan. Young master. Seeing Jijia, Long Wu knelt down on one knee without saying a word. Long Wu didn't do his job well, please punish him, young master. Not doing things well. Hearing this, Jijia frowned. Seeing Long Wu's fists and some scars on his body, he said in a deep voice, then someone in the Lingxi group defeated you. It's not from the Lingxi regiment. The Lingxi regiment was defeated by me. Long Wu shook his head, it's Yi Fan. I met him when I was chasing Wang Lingxi, and I lost after fighting him. Yi Fan. Jijia was slightly startled by these words. He took action to protect Wang Lingxi. No, I took the initiative to challenge. Idiot. Jijia suddenly became angry when he heard this. Then don't you know that Yi Fan has bronze strength? I know, but, Long Wu said, wanting to explain, but before he could say anything, Jijia snorted again. I was beaten when I was beaten. It just so happened that I couldn't find any trace of them in the past 2 days. They bumped into me. It just so happened that it gave me a reason. Jijia said, looking at Long Wu, who said coldly, remember where you met them. Remember, the eastern part of the forest is not far from the big silver fir tree. Long Wu replied quickly. Let Long Wu take the lead and follow where they left to find their traces. When Jijia spoke, a group of people responded one after another, all of them seemed to be eager to attack Yi Fan. Young master. This sentence made Long Wu hesitate a little, that Yi Fan is very difficult to deal with. He has 2 beasts, both of which are very strong. No matter how strong he is just a person. I don't believe he can do anything else. Jijia replied, his eyes a little cold. Hitting a dog depends on the owner. How can it be possible without paying some price? Yes. After hearing this, Long Wu could only nod his head. While leaning forward to salute, the expression on his face changed slightly. Yi Fan, there is a spiritual grass under the stone 15 meters in front. Read M. In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, she was turning on Lingkui, with a faint blue light in her eyes. GG. As her voice fell, a golden squirrel quickly ran back from the jungle. Yi Fan heard the sound and moved, and sure enough, he found a mid-grade mortal concentrating grass under the stone. This. On the side, Fatty Li choked when he looked at the spiritual grass. This is the 14th spiritual grass and spiritual fruit they found today. It basically took no effort. Except for 2 plants that were guarded by beasts, the others were all in the wild. It's too exaggerated, Fatty Li said and looked at Yi Fan. There was also a hint of surprise in Yi Fan's eyes. His sense of smell for spiritual grass was very sensitive, but compared to the golden-haired rat, a royal beast known as the treasure-hunting rat, it was still far inferior. He didn't even expect to find so many spiritual herbs without any effort. The golden-haired rat can give full play to your spiritual power. Yi Fan said with a slight inquiry, this should not be the beast you chose in school. No, Wang Lingxi shook his head, they are specially domesticated in my family. My Lingkui is a talent that can be inherited. My father and grandfather both have this talent. Inherited talent for beast control. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. It is true that a small part of the beast-controlling talent is hereditary, but this kind of inheritance is not stable. It is a very rare example that the beast-controlling talent can be inherited from the previous generation for 3 consecutive generations. Your Wang family should be a family that makes a living by hunting treasures, right? After a pause, Yi Fan asked. Yes, we have a cooperation with Lingsao Hall, and basically provide a lot of Lingsao Linguo every year. Wang Lingxi replied, smiled, looked at his golden mouse and said, don't look at this little guy, it seems to be of no use. After the level is high, not only can you find spiritual grass and spiritual fruits, but you can also find their seeds and roots, which is very powerful. I know that. Yi Fan nodded, looking at Wang Lingxi with a smile on his face, but he thought of something else. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, the purpose of treasure hunting is to improve your strength, don't do it the other way around. Quote, your talent is indeed very useful, but it does not increase your own combat power. A black iron 6-star golden-haired rat. It is also AB level. Your strength seems to be far inferior to students of the same age. Quote, this sentence highlighted Wang Lingxi's Achilles heel. She was stunned, so, I'm going in the wrong direction. There was a problem from the beginning. Logically speaking, if you find so many spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits, you should have bronze strength even if you were a hard pile, but you create a spiritual stream group and distribute a large amount of your own resources to others. Yi Fan shook his head, there is nothing wrong with creating a team, but a good team should be able to help you, not drag you down. Quote. That's true. Wang Lingxi nodded slowly, then looked at Yi Fan with a smile in his eyes, so I think it is a great and wise choice to join you. You. These words made Yi Fan choke a little, but soon, Yi Fan just waved his hand. Let's go hunting closer to the core and try to get some good stuff. In the jungle, the hunt revolves around a giant brown bear with 8 bronze stars. This is an extremely powerful beast in the inner circle, and it can be called the king of the inner circle. But at this moment, it was burned by the hell dog's flames, and its body was scorched black everywhere. It was in a very miserable state. If it were just a hellhound, this giant brown bear would naturally not be in such a mess, but from time to time a ghost snake with poisonous fangs would appear next to it, with a body as hard as a rock python, and a black snake that occasionally pounced from the grass under its feet. These things are difficult to guard against, so that it can never escape the entanglement of the Cerberus. The most important thing is the wind eagle that is circling in the sky. As a beast master, its natural instinct tells him that the hunter from the sky is a fatal threat to it. Boom! The figure of the giant brown bear crashed to the ground. In the lair behind him, a Ganoderma-like spiritual fruit appeared, growing quietly on the cliff behind the lair. The spirit fruit had been half-eaten, and there were still some broken roots beside it. Obviously, this was the main reason why this giant brown bear could grow to the bronze 8-star. Blood Ganoderma lucidum is the best in the mortal level. It can even be compared to some low-grade ordinary spiritual level treasures. It is a magical elixir that can quickly increase the level of beast control. Looking at the half-eaten blood Ganoderma lucidum, Yi Fan's eyes light up. Good stuff, fatty, put it away quickly. With this half of blood Ganoderma and the many herbs in your backpack, it should be enough to lift your 3 beasts to bronze. Okay. After hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed repeatedly and quickly walked forward and picked off the blood Ganoderma lucidum. Yi Fan also walked over and pulled out some of the incomplete roots of the blood Ganoderma lucidum. On the side, Wang Lingxi consciously took a knife to collect the body of the giant brown bear. The 8-star bronze bear, the giant brown bear, died like this. Looking at the giant brown bear in front of her, Wang Lingxi's eyes were full of surprise. This was the first time she saw Yi Fan and Li Yuchu dealing with a beast with all their strength. It can be seen that the two of them cooperate very well, and they are very calm during the battle and can even chat and laugh. The Cerberus is responsible for the frontal firepower, the rock python attacks from the side, the black flame snake and the ghost snake are waiting for opportunities to attack, and the swift wind eagle is always ready to launch a fatal blow in the sky. With such tacit cooperation, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had hunted such a high-level beast. This is the beast master. Looking up at Yi Fan and Li Yu, Wang Lingxi was a little speechless. At the same time, he seemed to be eager for such a battle. I want to practice the breathing method well, and strive to have a second beast controlling space as soon as possible, and subdue a beast controlling one that can fight. Secretly making up his mind, Wang Lingxi had already put away the body of the giant brown bear and said to Yi Fan, what are we going to do next? What's next? After hearing this, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li and paused for a moment. Next, just look for spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits, and when Fatty's beast master mentions bronze, he's ready to do big things. Quote. A big thing. These words made Wang Lingxi a little confused. What big thing? Let the fat man tell you. Yi Fan said and walked in front. Wang Lingxi glanced at Fatty Li. Fatty Li scratched his head, leaned over and spoke in a low voice. You're going to the core. Hearing Fatty Li's words, Wang Lingxi was shocked. There is a silver beast in the core, which is completely different from the environment inside. That's what I told Yi Fan too. Fatty Li replied, but Yi Fan said we can go to the trap, we can use strategies to get what we want. What's the plan? I don't know. Fatty Li scratched his head, glanced at Yi Fan's back, and then said, but since Yi Fan said it can be done, it must be done. After saying that, Fatty Li chased after Yi Fan. Wang Lingxi stayed behind the two of them, looking at their backs, which was so abrupt that it felt a little unreal. Yesterday, she was being chased and beaten by people in a battle of wits with the black iron beast on the outskirts of the forest. Today, she was hunting the high-star bronze beast in the forest. Not only that, but she was also about to enter the core of the forest, looking for trouble with the silver taming beast. And this almost completely different treatment was simply because she joined Yi Fan. Who is this Yi Fan? Wang Lingxi Nanan said as she watched the two of them go away. This level of beast control is not even close to D level. Boss G, we found Yi Fan and the others. On the 4th day of reading in the secret realm, the news finally reached Jijia. Found them. After hearing the news, Jijia looked at the man with a sly look. Where are they? Boss G, they entered the core area of the secret realm. Where exactly they went, we have limited strength and dare not continue to investigate. The man replied. Wang Lingxi and Li Yu from the ordinary class are with him. Entered the core of the secret realm. Hearing this, Jijia frowned. Are you sure the news is reliable? It's sure and reliable. The man with the sly eyebrows replied. My talent for controlling beasts is meditative vision. I can detect the living bodies in an area in a short time. Near the core of the forest, I detected 3 of them. It's just that time passed quickly and I didn't see where they went specifically. As soon as these words came out, Jijia no longer doubted it, but there was some confusion in his eyes. There are silver-level beasts in the core, and they dare to go in. Boss G, maybe Yi Fan knew that he had offended Boss G and hid in the core area. One person answered. These words made Jijia dispel some of his doubts, but he was still a little wary and waved. Long Wu, take 20 people to search near the edge of the core to make sure they are in the core area. You go with Long Wu. After taking a look at the man with a sly eyebrow, Jijia added. Confirm the location and notify us with a signal flare. Understood. Long Wu nodded, bowed and left. The group of people quickly gathered and walked towards the forest. Jijia sat high up and looked at the people leaving, but there was a rare hint of caution in his eyes. At this stage, why does he dare to go to the core? Yi Fan, do we really want to pursue the idea of silver-level beast mastering? Walking in the jungle, Fatty Li kept his footsteps to a minimum and asked Yi Fan in a low voice. We're here now and you still ask me if it's true. With a smile in his eyes, Yi Fan looked at Li Yu and Wang Lingxi, who didn't dare to express their anger, and said, as long as you use the right method, you can control the beast with silver. It's not that difficult. With that said, Yi Fan stopped. Look, there are obvious signs of being trampled and trimmed on the weeds in front. Yes, Fatty Li nodded. That's right, there are beasts around here. Yi Fan said, look at the jungle in front, does it look like the entrance to a cave? This kind of entrance is usually a beast's lair. Wang Lingxi answered from the side. She had experience in searching for elixirs and herbs, and she felt inexplicably familiar with this kind of place. Yes, this is the residence of the silver-level beast controlling Clouded Leopard. The Clouded Leopard is the pinnacle level of the elite. It is very fast and has an excellent sense of smell. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Fatty Li, and said, Fatty, I asked you to prepare the stinky what a smelly fruit. Here it is. Fatty Li took out a small bag of light yellow fruits. The juice of this stinky fruit has a strong odor, and it has a very good effect on beasts with a sensitive sense of smell like the Clouded Leopard. Yi Fan opened his mouth and took the stinky fruit. So, we have to squeeze the juice on our body, so that the Clouded Leopard will not care about us if it smells the stench, and we will hide it from others. Fatty Li added. Part of it is right. Yi Fan spoke up, shook his head, and talked about his plan, sprinkle the stinky fruit juice in many places outside. We should also have it on our bodies. After a while, I will let the Gale Eagle rush in to provoke the Clouded Leopard. After the Cayenne Leopard chases my beast and runs out, we have to go in quickly to get the spirit fruit. The Cayenne Leopard is very vigilant and will not chase far. This time will not be very long. We only have a minute or two to get the spirit fruit, and after taking the spirit fruit, we have to run wildly, and at the same time keep throwing the smelly juice in the distance on the way to escape. Quote. Within half an hour, we must run close to the river to wash off the smell, otherwise the Clouded Leopard will sniff out the smell hidden in the stinky juice and lock on to the smell, chasing us all the way until we are sent out by the Guardian. Secret Realm. Is this so exciting? Hearing this, Fatty Li replied, so, we are equivalent to trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain first, and then keep throwing smoke bombs until we run away. Yes, Yi Fan replied, this plan is not complicated. The most important things are 2 points. Then what does this plan have to do with my beast control reaching the bronze level? Fatty Li suddenly asked. Save your life, Yi Fan replied, glancing at the fat man. If the plan fails, we can only try to kill the Clouded Leopard by force. Kill by force. Fatty Li was stunned. Will the plan still fail? There is no 100% successful plan. Everything must be prepared. Yi Fan replied without saying more, prepare the juice. The spiritual fruit guarded by this colorful Clouded Leopard is very special, and the benefits are definitely worth the risks we take. Good. Hearing this, the 3 of them acted quickly. Although they were prepared in their hearts, Wang Lingxi still looked a little ugly when faced with the juice of the green, slimy, stinky fruit. This stinks too much. After saying this, Wang Lingxi smeared the juice on his body without much hesitation. Yi Fan was no exception. Soon, the 3 of them were all covered in green, and then splashed the juice everywhere in the entire jungle, making it stink. It should be no problem. After clapping his hands, Yi Fan raised his hand and summoned the Storm Eagle. He patted the opponent's head. Yi Fan whispered in a low voice. Then he raised his hand and the Storm Eagle screamed and rushed into the Clouded Leopard's lair. Hide, Yi Fan said, and the 3 of them hid in the jungle next to them. Soon, the swift Wind Eagle galloped out, followed closely by a roar. Roar. In the midst of the jungle, in the mottled vision, I saw a colorful Clouded Leopard that was probably 3 meters high rushing out. With its huge size and ferocious appearance, it struck out with one claw and directly overturned a big tree by its roots. Then, just in the blink of an eye, he might have jumped more than 10 meters away. This scene caused some changes in the expressions of Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi. In just these few seconds, they could all feel how powerful this beast could be. How can you kill someone by force? Thinking about what Yi Fan said, Fatty Lee trembled a little. Don't be stunned. Now, hurry in and get the spirit fruit. Yi Fan's voice sounded dozens of seconds after the clouded leopard rushed out. He took one step forward, then jumped into the clouded leopard's lair. Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi were both stunned, but they hurriedly followed Yi Fan and rushed in. Holy shit, what is this? Fatty Lee was shocked when he looked at the 4 or 5 golden spiritual fruits next to the clouded leopard's lair. Harvest fruit, a low-grade spiritual level fruit. It bears fruit every 3 years. If you eat one, it will increase your level by 1 star if you eat one. Yi Fan grabbed the rhizome of the harvest fruit and pulled hard. Then, a large piece of the rhizome was pulled up and a few fruits fell to the ground. Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi hurriedly picked them up. The fruit must be stored in the beast control space. Don't leave any smell. With a hard shake, Yi Fan threw the root to the fat man, and then took out 7 or 8 stinky fruits and threw them around. The fat man was in a hurry. Before he could collect the spiritual fruit, Yi Fan's voice rang again. Run away now. Run away without looking back. Roar. The roar of the clouded leopard rang out in the jungle. Apparently, it seemed to have sensed the intruder in its lair and was rushing back. Oh my god, there's no time here, it's only a few seconds. At this moment, the fat man realized the seriousness of the matter. He pulled the roots back to the beast control space and ran out quickly, followed closely by Wang Lingxi. Yi Fan patted his tail, and after only a brief hesitation, he released the hellhound, a burst of fire spurted out, and the entire lair turned into a sea of fire. What's going on? Read M. In the sky, the guardian was stunned when he saw the fire that suddenly appeared in the forest. Are the fire-type silver beasts fighting in the core? The male guardian said. His eyes narrowed, and his expression changed drastically after his eyes focused. This Yi Fan, he burned down the Kaiyunbao's lair. What? The female guardian was also shocked and looked down. At this moment, the clouded leopard was at the door of his home, looking at the fire in the lair and the green and smelly juice around him, seeming to be lost in thought. But soon, it smelled something, its eyes focused on the place where Fatty Lee and the others escaped, and it roared. It didn't smell the scent of Yi Fan and the others at this moment. It just thought for a short time and found 3 large moving stinky fruits. Combined with the green juice at the door of its home, it came up with the result. It also said how come there is smelly fruit at the door of his house. He stole things and then burned down his house. Roar. The roar sounded, and the clouded leopard was seen taking steps, and there seemed to be thunderclouds rolling under its feet. The speed was extremely fast, with one breath covering tens of meters. Along the road, all the trees were knocked to pieces. The clouded leopard was filled with rage and wanted to tear these thieves to pieces. It's over, they were discovered. Seeing this scene in the sky, the female guardian became anxious. This Yi Fan is so bold. Last time he came here, he provoked the bronze level. This time he provoked the silver level. Next time, is he going to provoke the overlord of this secret realm? Don't worry yet. The male guardian's voice sounded at this moment. Yi Fan seems to have prepared a backup plan. Backhand. The female guardian was stunned. Suddenly, in the jungle, a series of roars of beasts were heard. The colorful clouded leopard was not sure whether it was because of the wind or something else. It not only overturned trees along the way, but also attacked irrelevant people. Surrounding beasts. Most of these beasts were high-star bronze. Although they were no match for the clouded leopard, their subconscious territorial awareness made them attack the clouded leopard. This Yi Fan is too annoying. After watching for a while, the female guardian seemed to see something different. He deliberately chose to pass by the beast-controlling nests and let the wind eagle spread the juice of the smelly fruit to the beast-controlling beasts. On their bodies, the colorful clouded leopards have not yet been able to distinguish their scents, and attack when they smell the moving stinky fruits. This is really a fire at the city gate that affects the fish in the pond. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This guy is really brave. Last time he was close to bronze, but this time he was several levels away from daring to provoke a silver-level beast. Quote, he should be doing it for the harvest fruit. The female guardian said, with that fruit, he should be able to quickly pick up the silver. When it comes to silver, Then next time he says he doesn't necessarily want to mess with the overlord beast in the core. The male guardian watched for a while, and when he saw Yi Fan and the others successfully jumped into the river, the colorful clouded leopard was still there. While fighting a giant brown bear, I couldn't help but turn around and said, "This doesn't look like something a freshman can do. I won't watch it anymore. I won't watch it anymore." It worked, it worked. He said anxiously. When Fatty Lee climbed up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat next to the package, feeling like he was surviving a disaster. Boom boom boom. Looking at the various roars coming from the bushes opposite, Fatty Lee shrank his head, looked at Yi Fan aside, and asked, "Yi Fan, didn't we just steal a few spiritual fruits from it, or just if someone below the silver level is given something to eat, his reaction will be the same as if someone burned down his house?" Hearing this, Yi Fan showed a smile, and then shook his head. "I don't know, maybe it's stingy." After saying that, Yi Fan added, "If it wasn't so stingy, it wouldn't attack indiscriminately. Maybe it could catch up soon." "That's right." Fatty Lee nodded. "Anger will bring impulse. Being impulsive will blind your eyes." Yi Fan replied, patting Fatty Lee. "Let's go, sit here for a while, he will catch up." "Wait for me." Wang Lingxi's weak voice sounded from the side. "I didn't bring any extra clothes. I have plenty." After a quick glance, Yi Fan threw away a piece of clothing and turned around. "Hurry up." "Good." Wang Lingxi took the clothes and looked at Yi Fan, who was already walking in front, and was stunned for a moment. "Isn't this a man?" Not even a glance. Brother Long Wu, I feel the traces of Yi Fan and the others again. In the grass on the other side, Long Wu and his people were moving forward quickly in the grass. Suddenly, the man with the sinister eyebrows made a voice. "Where?" Long Wu asked. "It's right in front, I feel it's approaching us." The man replied. "Take out the signal bomb and prepare to notify the young master." Long Wu replied, quickly turning over a slope, and a group of people quickly followed. And just after climbing over the ramp, Yi Fan and the other three were slowly walking across from them. At this moment, both sides were stunned for a moment. Long Wu, looking at the large group of people opposite, Yi Fan's eyes were focused on Long Wu at the head. "You want to see me again?" Long Wu opened his mouth, but hesitated when he said the cruel words. At this time, the man with a sinister look on the side stood up, pointed at Yi Fan, and said, "Boss Ji asked us to come to you." "Jia, I know." Yi Fan nodded. "Where are the others? Are you the only ones here?" "It's just us," the man replied. At this moment, he didn't seem to realize that something was wrong with the atmosphere. "He hasn't even arrived yet. What qualifications do you people have to stop me?" Yi Fan's voice sounded, and then, Cerberus and Gale Eagle appeared beside him. These days in the secret realm were not in vain. Cerberus came to the bronze 5 stars, and the Gale Eagle also reached the bronze 7 stars. On the side, Fatty Lee's beast also appeared, with 3 bronze heads. The appearance of these 5 beasts suddenly made the air condensed. 5 bronze level 1s, at this moment, can crush all of them. "Brother Longwu, what should I do?" Seeing this scene, the man with a sly eyebrow retracted his head. Longwu was a little helpless at this moment. He looked at Yi Fan and cupped his hands. "The young master said that beating the dog depends on the master, so I want to ask Brother Yi to talk." These words immediately made Long Wu grit his teeth. "This is just a metaphor." "Metaphor? Is it a metaphor? Don't you know, Long Wu?" Yi Fan snorted coldly. "Being a slave to others, even if you stay for a lifetime, is still a slave." "Neither do I," Long Wu replied. Just in the middle of his words, suddenly, a signal bomb rose into the sky and exploded. "Who set off the flare?" Long Wu's expression changed immediately. "Brother Long, it's me." A person in the back row stretched out his hand. "Didn't Boss G say that he would find Mark and notify him? Why should we be afraid of him?" "Idiot," Long Wu cursed. "Yi Fan is here. If you set off the signal flare, aren't you afraid that Yi Fan will get angry and send us all out?" "Idiot, what a fool. Calling people." Looking at the signal flares in the sky, Yi Fan had a sneer on his face. "You are not the only ones who can call people." With that said, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee beside him. This action made Fatty Lee stunned. "What are you doing? Do you want me to call someone? Where can I be called? Take out the stinky fruit and hit them." Yi Fan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "Oh, Fatty Lee suddenly realized it, and without saying much, he took out the smelly fruit and threw it towards Longwu and the others. You, look, I'll send someone to deal with you too. Several people were hit by Fatty Lee's stinky fruit. The stench spread and many people cursed loudly. Let's go, Yi Fan said, and the three of them quickly ran towards the forest next to them. Don't chase him. Longwu stopped a person who had been thrown a stink fruit by the fat man. His eyes were a little focused. Catch him, we can't beat him, they are nearby, let's wait for the young master to come. But that fat guy threw shit at me. The man was angry. The smell of stinky fruit was too strong, it really looked like that. Longwu also turned his head away due to the smell, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't Yi Fan attack them at this time, instead of just throwing two stinky fruits? Can this stinky fruit be summoned? This doubt did not last long. Suddenly, a roar resounded throughout the entire inner area. Roar! At the riverside, the colorful cloud leopard leapt across the river. It chased the stinky fruits to the riverside. The smell disappeared, and it was anxious to wander by the riverside. Reading. But in a short while, the smell appeared again. You can't run away. Opening its bloody mouth, the colorful cloud leopard ran quickly in the jungle. It was close to the periphery. Those black iron level and bronze low star beasts felt its breath and fled in all directions. Roar! With a roar, it crossed a high slope. Longwu and others were stunned when they saw the silver beast rushing out. How could there be a silver level beast in the periphery of the forest? Looking at the colorful cloud leopard that appeared, Longwu's eyes were full of horror. Retreat quickly. Roar! The colorful cloud leopard was too fast. Almost as soon as Longwu's voice came, it locked onto the people who were thrown stinky fruits by the fat man. At this moment, it had regarded this group of people as thieves who broke into its home. Roars rang out, claws swept across, some people hurriedly commanded the beasts to stop them, and they could not stop running away. A team of 20 people, facing a silver-level colorful cloud leopard, was almost a one-sided massacre. Jen, we should take action. Looking at the situation on the ground, the female guardian spoke and called out the name of the male guardian. If we don't take action, those people will die. It's not time yet. The male guardian called Jen spoke, glanced at the female guardian, and said, our duty is to ensure their safety without interfering with the original order of the secret realm. This colorful cloud leopard did not kill, it was just chasing those people with stinky fruits on them, and we will take action at the last moment. Okay. Yu nodded, his eyes focused on the bottom, a little nervous. Ding! In a collision, the colorful cloud leopard's claws swept over, and Longwu gritted his teeth and pushed up. The huge force of one claw directly knocked him into a tree on the side, and then slid down. Roar! Looking at Longwu, the colorful cloud leopard let out a low hoarse roar, as if it felt the blood of the other party, and did not attack further. It turned its head and once again focused its eyes on the stinky fruits running in front. The next moment, it seemed to turn into the wind, sweeping across the periphery of the forest, and could kill a black iron-level beast with a casual blow. The few people running in front also realized that something was wrong at this moment. It was obvious that the colorful cloud leopard was coming for them. It must be the fruit that this fat guy threw away. One person cursed, tore off his clothes and threw them aside, and others followed suit. The clothes were lost, but the colorful cloud leopard still followed. These people were afraid and anxious, and they also threw their pants. Why did it target us? Feeling that the colorful cloud leopard behind them had no intention of stopping, several people were about to cry. We're dead. We're dead. The speed of the colorful cloud leopard was extremely fast. Obviously, they couldn't run away, and they were about to die in the leopard's mouth. Boss G is here. Looking at the large army in front, one person shouted in surprise and waved his arms wildly. Boss G, we are here, the voice sounded, and on the other side, Jia, who had quickly brought people over because of the signal flare, was stunned when he saw the white figures in front of him. Jia's face changed instantly, silver-level beast. Idiot, I asked you to find Yi Fan, why did you go to provoke the silver-level beast? At this moment, Jia cursed, and without hesitation, waved his hand, quickly retreat. When the voice fell, a group of people were stagnant, and one person whispered, Boss G, don't we save them? They are idiots, are you an idiot too? That's a silver-level beast, how to save it? Jijia looked at the man in reverse. The guardian will protect their safety, we don't retreat, waiting to be sent out with them. This rhetorical question made the man shrink his head immediately, and he dared not say anything more. A group of people retreated like a tide, and the few naked people were stunned. Boss G, where are you going? We are here, hurry up and save them. Before the voice fell, the colorful cloud leopard had arrived behind them. Facing such a huge advantage, the two of them collapsed on the spot. The other one ran a little further, but was directly pinned down by a claw. Roar! Opening its bloody mouth, the colorful cloud leopard roared at several people, and was about to kill one of them with a claw to vent his anger, and then a strong breath rushed over. The colorful cloud leopard was shocked back several meters on the spot, and was about to pounce again in anger, but the next moment, when it saw the man standing quietly opposite, it suddenly became cautious, closed its bloody mouth, and took small steps on the spot, seeming to be a little cautious. Obviously, it knew the man opposite, and the other party had a power that it could not resist. Retreat. Jen looked at the colorful cloud leopard and spoke coldly. When this voice came out, the colorful cloud leopard immediately retracted its ears, lowered its head, and walked away quickly, as if it was afraid that Jen would attack it. Jen just stood there, watching the colorful cloud leopard leave, and then turned to look at the people behind him. You guys have lost the qualification for the trial, report your name, and send you out of the secret realm. At this time, several people were still in the dead, and after hearing this verdict, some people were a little dissatisfied. We were all harmed by Yi Fan, are you going to expel us? I don't want to reiterate the rules within the secret realm, Jen said, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. If you have any objections, you can go to your teacher and complain about me. After hearing this, the person who spoke retracted his head. In the secret realm, the guardian's decision cannot be questioned. Even if he goes out to complain, he may still be scolded. Several people were silent. Jen glanced at them coldly, took out his notebook, and said, go find your pants and put them on, and then tell me your name. Yi Fan, that Kaiyunbao was too fierce. It killed Long Wu and his group without any ability to fight back. On the high ground not far away, Yi Fan and the other three witnessed the Kaiyunbao sweeping across Long Wu and his group. During the whole process, Fatty Li said with a little surprise, having hurt so many people and beasts, Jijia will definitely hate you to death. It didn't hurt their bones. Yi Fan shook his head, as if he was still a little dissatisfied with the result. Jijia was too timid. I thought he would at least stop him, but I didn't expect him to retreat directly. Quote, there are still 2 days in the secret realm today and tomorrow. Jijia definitely doesn't want to fight to the death with the Cayenne leopard just for a few followers. They have many people, but it may be difficult to defeat the silver level beast. Wang Lingxi said with a slight expression on the side. He spoke analytically, wearing the coat given by Mark, and after this time, he shouldn't come to trouble us anymore. After all, he hurt so many people. He won't trouble us. After hearing this, Yi Fan snorted coldly, does this mean we can't trouble him? Wang Lingxi hesitated a little. Yi Fan, do you want to attack Jijia? Hearing this, Mark felt some fire in his heart, but looking into the distance, he suppressed the fire in his heart and lowered his voice, I'll talk about it when I have a chance. Now, let's go. With that said, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. Yi Fan, where are we going next? Fatty Li asked quickly. Find a place to rest and use the harvest fruits we got today. Yi Fan replied, paused, but his eyes focused on the colorful clouded leopard that was crossing the river and preparing to leave. This clouded leopard fought many times on the pursuit road and suffered serious injuries. In addition, the nest was destroyed, so it had nowhere to rest. At this moment, it is the most vulnerable time. We need to prepare quickly to capture this clouded leopard tonight. Get the Kaiyunbao. These words made Fatty Li pause, and he opened his mouth. He was about to say something, but seeing that Yi Fan had already stood up and moved forward, he could only take a breath and looked at Wang Lingxi beside him. Good guy, I suspect that Yi Fan has been targeting this clouded leopard from the beginning to the end. This Mark, after returning to the outskirts of the forest, Jijia was a little angry and cursed when he heard from Long Wu about their encounter with Yi Fan. Read M. Young master, we were too careless. Long Wu spoke from the side and lowered his voice. It's mainly because of those idiots who took the initiative to provoke and set off flares without permission, and ruined the big thing. Jia spoke up, but did not blame Longwu, but scolded, are all the beast masters in Pingcheng such idiots? What they say and do, without thinking. He didn't lower his voice when he said this, and the expressions of many people around him changed a little. But after the change, many people still came up to him with smiles on their faces and said, Boss G, don't be angry. A few idiots caused trouble this time. It won't happen next time. There are still almost 2 days until the end of the secret realm. We can continue to look for Yi Fan. Yi Fan won't be stupid like you, and he must be very vigilant at this moment. After saying this, Jia seemed a little angry again. Those 2 idiots, if they hadn't been sent out by the Guardian, I would have teach them a lesson. Yes, on the spot, Jia thought for a while. Finally, he glanced at the students around him and sighed, that's it. I won't trouble him this time. Let's live peacefully for the past 2 days. After we get out, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Tisk tisk. At night, the 3 of them were roasting meat next to the fire. Next to them, Yi Fan was feeding harvest fruits to his Gale Eagle. There were a total of 5 harvest fruits, 3 of which were fed to the Cerberus and 2 to the Gale Eagle, which could increase their strength to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars respectively, which were very close to silver strength. Yi Fan, why don't you leave a harvest fruit for the Storm Eagle, so that it can be promoted to the silver level? Looking at Yi Fan's actions, the fat man said with some doubts. The harvest fruit is only effective for those below the silver level, and cannot help the beast to directly break through the silver. Yi Fan shook his head and explained, and the silver level is considered a small level. The beast must open the bloodline shackles and unlock the attribute power at this level. It's not that easy to break through. Oh, that's it. Fatty Lee nodded, looked at Yi Fan, and hesitated for a while. Why do we choose to hunt the clouded leopard at night? Visibility is unclear at night, and the clouded leopard is a cat with good night vision. Isn't this detrimental to us? What you said is very good, Fatty. Yi Fan nodded slightly, and then said helplessly, if I could, I wouldn't choose it at night. My beast master needs time to digest the harvest fruit, but if it passes tonight, the clouded leopard's powerful recovery ability will allow it to have strong combat power again. So, isn't our best plan? Fatty Lee hesitated. There are so many best plans. Sometimes the opportunity only lasts for a moment, and we must seize it. Yi Fan replied, and my Storm Eagle and Cerberus have good night vision capabilities, plus we have Wang Lingxi, her Lingkui can play a big role, but the impact of night operations on us is actually limited. Quote. Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment when he heard this. The golden-haired rat is originally a beast that is good at moving at night. Your Lingkui shares the field of vision and can provide me with some extra vision at night. Yi Fan replied, fighting in the jungle, vision is extremely important, especially when dealing with the clouded leopard as an extremely fast beast. If there is no trace of it in your field of vision, you will most likely die in its attack from the shadows. Quote. That's it. Wang Lingxi nodded cautiously, I will report the situation at any time. No, you need to protect yourself in this battle. When I need you to report your points, tell me. Yi Fan replied, command your golden rat well. My hell dog is a fire attribute. It will be loud during the battle. Probability will light up a patch of weeds. Understood. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me? What about me? Fatty Lee said. You. After hearing this, Yi Fan showed a smile in his eyes, of course you will fight alongside me. The feeling of leapfrogging and hunting a beast can make every beast master excited. Chirp. The 3 of them discussed. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, and the little badger emerged from the jungle next to it again. This little guy really knows us. Fatty Lee showed a smile. This little badger. Wang Lingxi was stunned when he saw the little badger and looked at Yi Fan. Do you know it? I know. It has been roasting with us for several nights. We will give it some meat every time. Yi Fan replied, smiling and extending his hand. The little badger didn't resist much this time. Let Yi Fan put his hand on its head. It didn't bite you. Wang Lingxi was a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. The last time we came in, it was just half a month ago. Your regular class didn't come. When we met this little badger, someone out of curiosity went to tease it, one time. The results of it. In the end, it chased it and bit it from the inner circle to the outer circle. In the end, the person who teased it was sent out by the guardian. Wang Lingxi said, looking at the little badger being touched by Yi Fan. He seemed a little moved, and he came over. Stretched out his hand. Bah! Before the hand could reach it, the little badger grinned and made a threatening sound. Wang Lingxi was startled and quickly retracted her hand. It's difficult for a little badger to get close to other people. Yi Fan said with a smile in his eyes, it let me touch it because it is familiar with me, and my gale eagle is its natural enemy. It has a certain deterrent effect. This way, Wang Lingxi felt a little regretful. He rubbed his hands and looked at the little badger. His eyes were full of love. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly said, this little badger seems to be injured. Huh. After hearing this, Yi Fanmi opened her eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, there was a scar on the little badger's leg. It must have been injured for a while. The wound had already scarred and it didn't look obvious. Fat man, give it some spiritual fruit. Yi Fan said, looking at Fatty Li aside, you can give it some blood grass, white jade fruit, etc. Okay, Fatty Li responded, took out the blood grass and white jade fruit from his backpack, and carefully placed them in front of the little badger. Ha! The little badger looked at the spiritual grass and fruit in front of him, and was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mark with a humane questioning expression. For you. Yi Fan nodded, then gently patted the little badger's head and stood up. Okay, you can warm up here and eat something before you leave. After saying this, Yi Fan looked at the fat man beside him, it's time for us to set off. If it's too late, it won't be easy to find him. Good. The three of them packed their bags and quickly headed towards the depths of the jungle. Next to the small fire, the little badger looked at Yi Fan and the others leaving, and then looked at the white jade fruit in his hands, a little stunned. What are Yi Fan and the others going to do? In the sky, just as Yi Fan took action, Jen's eyes followed him. Looking at the direction they are heading, they should be heading towards the core. Yu said from the side. Go to the core. Hearing this, Jen's face darkened. The trouble during the day is not big enough, so you have to work overtime at night, right? This time they probably didn't provoke other beasts. Yu seemed to have discovered something. Yi Fan ate all the beasts he gave him from the harvest fruit, and the path he took seemed to be the direction in which the colorful clouded leopard left. Cayenne leopard. Hearing this, Jen was stunned for a moment. His eyes moved in the core, and he saw Cayenne leopard sleeping on the bare ground under a big tree. His body was covered with scars at the moment. This scene made Jen shudder. Does this Cayenne Bao have a grudge against Yi Fan? He is staring at Cayenne Bao. I feel so pitiful about this colorful clouded leopard. From the side, Yu said, nothing has been done. The spiritual fruit was stolen and the house was burned down. As a result, it is now being attacked by Yi Fan. Pity can't be called pity. This colorful clouded leopard has eaten more people than can be counted on both hands in the beast control forest. It deserves to die. If the principal hadn't said that it should be put in a secret realm for students to practice, I would have killed it in the secret place. In the beast controlling forest. Jen replied, shaking his head, I'm just wondering, can Yi Fan and the others win? There is a big threshold between silver and bronze, and the gap is also very big. Moreover, it is a 2-star silver beast master at the elite peak level. Even if no matter how injured he is, a bronze level beast master who can use elemental power, has innate skills, and has awakened 2 beast control skills will have a hard time defeating him. Yi Fan has a 9-star bronze Gale Eagle and an 8-star bronze Hellhound. The gap shouldn't be very big. Yu said, it's just a pity that his talent is D level and can't give any bonus. If he is AC level or above royal with his beast blessing talent, he should be able to win with his terrifying fighting instincts. Let's see, I think it's difficult. Jen on the side shook his head, be ready to take action, Yi Fan and the others will definitely have to compete with this Cayenne Bao to the death. This kind of trial for a genius is the most difficult to handle. Take action. If he has a backup plan, he will be judged to be unjust and expelled in vain. Don't take action. If he dies, the person will be even more unjust if he doesn't have pan. This Yi Fan, it's really, even if he works overtime at night, he also asks us to work overtime together. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.